memory for us. Hello. Welcome everyone to day 5 of Chess Olympiad 2022 भाई. आज crazy matchups होने वाले हैं भाई. And hello and welcome Sahil Tiku. How are you?
अरे थैंक्स फॉर बीस भाई. अरे बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई. आज भाई जो पेयरिंग्स है ना कुछ अलग ही है, बिकॉज अब हम आ चुके हैं उस स्टेज पे जहां पे सिर्फ आसान गेम्स नहीं मिलेंगे भाई. कहीं पे भी कुछ भी आसान नहीं है. लाइफ इज हार्ड एंड चेस इज हार्ड भाई. एंड टुडे इज द एपिटोम ऑफ दैट कोट. आज बहुत बहुत क्रेजी मैचेस होने वाले हैं. इंडिया 2 is number 1 ranked right now in the Olympiad भाई. They're ranked number 1.
उन्होंने इसी खुशी में तूने चंपी कराई क्या एकदम?
अरे मेरे चंपी ना यार, हर दिन का काम है यार. तो बाल सूखेंगे नहीं ना, सूख जाएंगे तो फिर फैल जाएंगे मेरी तरह. तब तक के लिए मेरा ये बड़ा फोरहेड सहना पड़ेगा चैट को भाई. Maybe we can have a less close the angle soon. Thank you निरंजन भाई मेरे बाल छुपाने के लिए. Anyways, so basically चैट अभी हम पेयरिंग्स देखने वाले हैं. इंडिया 2 वर्सेस स्पेन आपके सामने है. दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मैच बिकॉज इवन दो इंडिया 2 है, दे आर अहेड ऑफ इंडिया 1 राइट नाउ. मेनी पीपल आर सेइंग कि यार इंडिया 2 थोड़ी स्ट्रांग लग रही है. मे बी दैट्स हैपनिंग इन रियलिटी नाउ.
एंड टुडे आदिबान इज आल्सो प्लेइंग.
या आदिबान इज प्लेइंग एंड रौनक को रेस्ट दिया गया है. कई लोग बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने रेस्ट क्यों दिया. यूजुअली रेटिंग दोनों की बराबर ही है. एंड आदिबान हैज ऑलरेडी प्लेड अगेंस्ट इतुरता एज फार एज आई रिमेंबर मेनी टाइम्स. And they have a history together. So I think there is some scope of ki Adiban might have a good record against him, and maybe that's why he has the white pieces and he wants to play.
And भाई सबसे पहले बोर्ड पे भाई शिरोव वर्सेस गुकेश होने वाला है. भाई शिरोव के बारे में कुछ बताओ ना आप.
भाई शिरोव इंडिया के इतने बड़े खिलाड़ी, इंडिया कह रहा हूँ, इंडिया वर्ल्ड के इतने बड़े खिलाड़ी है भाई शिरोव जी. मैं उनसे मिला भी हूँ पर्सनली, मैंने हैंडशेक किया था. इतने लंबे भाई हाइट में वो. And he literally dominated all the of every chess player can imagine, no? Like he has defeated them. Everybody at some point. इतने खतरनाक है. और इनके जो अटैकिंग गेम्स अगर आप देखोगे ना, आपका मन करेगा यार मैं क्यों नहीं अटैक करता हूँ यार, मैं भी ऐसा खेलूं कभी जिंदगी में. लेकिन फिर हम कोशिश करते हैं, हो नहीं पाता है. तो शिरोव बड़े खतरनाक जी हैं, बट ऑफ कोर्स he is past his absolute prime. तो I would say कि it is possible गुकेश to outplay शिरोव here. And also अगर आप देखोगे कि मतलब गुकेश उनकी 2684 रेटिंग नहीं है, 2709 है अभी.
2709.
तो ही स्ट्रॉन्गर देन शिरोव ऑन पेपर आल्सो. सो इट्स नॉट अ इजी मैच फॉर शिरोव कि भाई शिरोव आएंगे और कहेंगे चलो भाई इवन या ड्रॉ हो गया. इतना आसान नहीं है.
ओके. एंड इंडिया 1 और इंडिया 3 के मैचअप देख सकते हैं क्या हम?
हाँ, सो वी हैव इंडिया 1 अगेंस्ट रोमानिया. रोमानिया इज अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम. एंड्रू टेट भी वहीं से है. मैं एंड्रू टेट इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ बिकॉज़ एल्गोरिथम बहुत प्रेफर कर रही होगा आजकल और शायद स्ट्रीम और कमेंट होगी. एंड्रू टेट. सो एज यू कैन सी यहाँ पे डियाग बॉगडान डैनियल जी जो है ऑलमोस्ट बराबर रेटिंग के हरिकृष्णा के, मगर हरिकृष्णा का सफेद पीसेस है भाई. So I think it will be slightly good chances for Harikrishna right now.
India में I still feel सबका edge है ना थोड़ा 100 रेटिंग तो at least 100.
पहले टॉप बोर्ड्स पे नहीं है, 2 बोर्ड्स पे बराबर सी रेटिंग है. But I think because Harikrishna has the white pieces and second board पे VD has the black pieces, I think top 2 में draw के chances ज्यादा हैं. और lower 2 boards पे India has the edge. लेकिन similar pairings कल भी थी जब हम barely draw कर पाए. So it's not easy. By the way, Netherlands कल हारी weaker टीम से. Azerbaijan भी I think हारी, like मतलब नॉर्वे तक ड्रॉ हुआ, barely ड्रॉ हुआ, and US barely drew.
बची भाई.
US barely drew. So it's very very difficult. Yeah.
True. नेक्स्ट चलते हैं भाई. इंडिया 3 के पेयरिंग्स एक बार देख लेते हैं भाई. साहिल वॉइस लाउड आ रही है, ऐसा है क्या?
मैं नीचे करता हूँ भाई एंड्रू टेट का नाम लेते ही कान फटने स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं यार. वैसे ही बंदा इन योर फेस.
मैन इंडिया 3 का मैच है चिली के साथ भाई. चिली इज द प्रोनाउंसिएशन ना भाई?
हाँ चिली. मैं आज स्ट्रीम पे वही हम गूगल कर रहे थे, चिली है कि चिले है, बट स्पेलिंग चिली. एंड बीस भाई क्लियरली इंडिया फेवरेट या ऑन ऑल 4 बोर्ड्स, एट लीस्ट ऑन लास्ट 3 बोर्ड्स.
यस. एंड सेकंड बोर्ड पे ऐसा क्यों है कि मोरोविक से ज्यादा सेलिनस का रेटिंग है?
सो आई थिंक 2 चीज होती हैं. या तो मतलब मोरोविच जी ने बहुत सारी रेटिंग गवाई है रिसेंटली मेरी तरह, उन्होंने पेयरिंग में नाम ऐसे डाला था पहले. या हो सकता है कि ये स्ट्रेटेजी हो भाई कि मतलब दे हैव केप्ट अ वीकर बोर्ड ऑन सेकंड बोर्ड कि हम तीसरे और चौथे बोर्ड पे कुछ कोशिश करने की ट्राई करें.
They can actually switch through the boards also.
They can keep. For example, मान लो कि अगर आप मान लो आपकी आप किसी रैंडम टीम से खेल रहे हो, किसी कंट्री की बेइज्जती नहीं करनी. सो लेट्स पिक अप अ कंट्री नेम्ड चंपूलैंड. ठीक है, चंपूलैंड से आप खेलने आ रहे हो. ठीक है, अब चंपूलैंड से खेल रहे हो, आपके पास 3 2600 प्लेयर है और 1 1800 है. ठीक है, अब आपका मैच है नॉर्वे के साथ. सो व्हाट मेक्स द मोस्ट सेंस, आप जो चंपूलैंड के जो हमारे 1800 वाले हैं उनको कार्लसन के साथ खिलवा दो. कार्लसन तो वैसे ही मोस्ट किसी ने पहली देखा था किसी को. सो लोअर 3 बोर्ड्स पे आप उनके बाकी प्लेयर्स को हराने की कोशिश करो. So this might be the strategy here. So Champuland, of course, will still end up losing most likely, but this can be a strategy.
तो ये पेयरिंग्स देना कब पड़ता है कि मैं अपने इस प्लेयर को इस बोर्ड पे खिला रहा हूँ?
ये देना पड़ता है सुबह 11:30 बजे, 11 बजे के आसपास. So 3-4 घंटे ही होते हैं आपको प्लेयर के प्रिपेयर करने के लिए. आपको हाँ बिफोर 10 आई थिंक रफली. सो होता है कि मतलब अगर रात को दे दें तो टाइम मिल जाएगा, बट दे आर लाइक नहीं, किसी को टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. सुबह 10 बजे देंगे हम पेयरिंग. So with this we can go to I think other pairings as well. I am from Champuland. I feel offended. कह रहे आशुतोष भाई इतना ऑफेंड ना हो भाई. ओलंपियाड खेल रहे हो ना, चंपूलैंड से हो तो मौका मिल रहा है ना भाई, खुश रहो ना यार.
And women's team इंडिया ए का मैच होने वाला है फ्रांस के साथ भाई. हम्पी जी खेल रही है, हरिका, वैशाली and Tanya will be playing.
Yes. So today, clearly both Humpy and Harika playing again, taking it very seriously. And if you can look at this, Sophie Milliard or Sibak Mary are very strong players. So it will not be easy for board 1 and 2. And clearly, abhi Harika and Humpy have not hit their element. मतलब वो भी बोलते हैं ना, मतलब समझ लेना कि पहली स्ट्रीम आई है अभी, it's थोड़ा टाइम 10 मिनट लेंगे स्ट्रीम में घुसने में, उसको भी फ्लो में आने में. सेम चीज है. Humpy and Harika are still not in their perfect flow yet. So I would say कि Vaishali and Tanya are the ones who are striking right now. So I think उनके हाथ में ही रहेगा ये गेम फिर मतलब इंडिया को जितवाना कहीं ना कहीं, मुझे लग रहा है.
Do you think so? But Humpy or Harika are not like rating wise so much stronger, na?
Much stronger. But Humpy, was lost in 2 games. She came back somehow. Harika also drew a game with repetition yesterday. अगर याद हो, 9 touch 5 bishop f4. So it's like they're coming. वो time लगता है starting. वैसे कारुआना भी तो कल हारा ना. So it's like it takes some time for you. You are feeling that pressure. And Harika, of course, is pregnant as well. So she might have some ऐसे काफी देर बैठना शायद might not be easy. And Humpy, of course, not in great form. So let's see how it progresses. But I feel ये इंडिया टीम जीतनी चाहिए. एंड नाउ वी गो टू टीम बी. एंड चैट एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट है. कल स्पेन का मैच इंडिया 3 से हुआ ओपन सेक्शन में, एंड उन्होंने इंडिया 3 को हराया. और जॉर्जिया का मैच इंडिया 3 वुमेन में हुआ, उन्होंने इंडिया 3 वुमेन को हराया. आज स्पेन का मैच इंडिया 2 से है ओपन में, और जॉर्जिया का मैच वुमेन 2 से है. सो दोनों टीमें कसम खा रखी है कि इंडियन टीम्स को बाहर निकालना है भाई मेडल रेस से. सो इनको रोकना अभी की अभी जरूरी है. चैट रही रुक जाए, इससे पहले आगे बढ़े वो. सो इसलिए आई थिंक यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ करके वी आर आउटमैच्ड ऑन ऑल 4 बोर्ड्स एज यू कैन सी.
ऑल 4 बोर्ड, यस.
सो क्लियरली हमें यहाँ जीतना जरूरी है. कुछ भी करके इफ सौम्या, पद्मिनी, दिव्या एंड वंतिका कैन प्ले देयर बेस्ट चेस. नीनो बतियाश्विली डिड लूज टुडे yesterday to Nandita. So there are some chinks in their armor. We can use them and win the event. ये मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. I can't tell you how important it is.
भाई मेरे को तो लग रहा है ये कहीं ड्रॉ की तरफ जा सकता है ना. मोस्टली
ड्रॉ भी ठीक है. And then we have women's 3 here. यहाँ पे I think they have a clear edge. Last board पे तो 300 point का difference है. And of course, on almost every board, India's favorite, I would say. So we expect India 3 to win. And with the pairings out of the picture, I think we can go to the games one by one. It will start very soon, and maybe we can have live feed of India team 2 as well. उसमें मजा आएगा देखने में. बीस भाई, आज I think ये बहुत important match है. क्या बोल रहे हो?
This will be the most fun to watch भाई. India 2 versus Spain भाई. Already at the top of the leaderboard है भाई अभी India 2. और मैच भी हो रहा है स्पेन के साथ, which is very very strong team भाई. इनके गेम्स देखने में बहुत मजा आने वाला है. And I am excited to see आदिबान भाई. आदिबान ब्रेक के बाद अभी कैसे परफॉर्म करेंगे. जैसे तुमने बताया भाई कि इनका पहले का राइवलरी भी है जिनके साथ इनका ओपोनेंट है जो. So it will be fun to watch. And by the way, anybody in the chat who can tell us the score, जो अदिवान के ओपोनेंट है उनके साथ इनका स्कोर कैसा रहा है क्लासिकल में?
By the way, chat. Imagine करो Adiban had to say nice dress. तो अपन में से चारों में से किसने सबसे बढ़िया ड्रेस पहना है? Because हर किसी का different style है. Shirov is like in casual polos. Second board पे he's like in some fancy, ऐसे वो sharp ऐसे t-shirt. Third वाला बिल्कुल formal में है. Fourth वाले का मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है. What do you think, भाई?
And chat में लिख रहे 1v3 होगा क्या?
That will be interesting. 1v3 होगा कि नहीं? बोकारो के लड़के बहुत स्मार्ट है. बोकारो में अब डिलीवरी भी होती है भाई. क्या बोल रहे हो तुम?
क्या है भाई? हाँ भाई, chess.com का मर्ज भी डिलीवर हो गया भाई.
Kids are looking cute. I know, man. And देखो ना, Indian team, all 4 are wearing masks, by the way. Very interesting. Yeah, I have not seen any team with all 4 wearing masks. ये crazy है because चारों मास्क पहन के बैठे हैं and all look focused. Chad Gukesh is 2709 right now. 2709. अगर वो आज जीतता है, what do you think, Chad? Do you know who he'll cross today in the ratings? आपको उनका नाम पता है क्या?
मेरे को तो पता है. It's Vidit.
Indeed, he will become India number 3. Why? That will be crazy.
and Vidit will become India number 4 और ऐसे वैसा हो जाएगा भाई, समय रैना कर्स टाइप हो जाएगा भाई।
अगली बार से आई थिंक बहुत सही तरह शब्द चूज करेंगे, समय रैना। एक बंदा रेड जी कह रहे वीडी ब्लंडर्ड कुछ भी। तुषार कुमार कह रहे B3 खेला तो 1200 की सुपर चैट दूंगा। अरे नाइस नाइस भाई, आज 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 चेसकॉम वाले फिर पार्टी थ्रो करेंगे। चेसकॉम वाले पिज्जा खिला देना प्लीज। साहिल भाई से ग्रेट कमेंट्री, थैंक्स अनुज भाई। ही विल क्रॉस बाबू हुए 1600। अरे वाह बेटा। अमेरिका कौन से संघ खेलेगी? अरे अमेरिका जी आज आई थिंक उनका मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। आई थिंक इट्स अगेंस्ट इजराइल इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन।
ओके, और इनका मैच किसके साथ है? नॉर्वे का, क्योंकि उनका भी सब कुछ जानना चाहता है।
नॉर्वे का है आई थिंक जाम्बिया के साथ। एंड इफ यू विल नॉट बिलीव इट, Zambia has caused the most upsets in this entire tournament.
Is it?
So Zambia ने डेनमार्क को हरा दिया, एंड डेनमार्क में एक 2600 और दो 2550 थे, और जाम्बिया की एवरेज रेटिंग 2200 कुछ है। Literally, and it is insane how well Zambia is playing. उन्होंने 2 अपसेट कर चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, एंड आज उनका मैच नॉर्वे से पड़ा है। तो अगर नॉर्वे को भी बाई चांस यार, तो भाई जाम्बिया तो मतलब जीएम किलर का नाम दे जाएगा उनको भाई।
सोचो आज गलती से जाम्बिया ने उसको हरा दिया भाई।
फिर आई थिंक कार्लसन कहेगा भाई ऑडी A6 नहीं चलेगी भाई, इतना टॉर्चर सहने के लिए कम से कम जैगुआर तो चाहिए मुझे।
वापस चला जाएगा भाई, विल बी लाइक मैं जा रहा हूं, मेरे को नहीं करना साइड क्वेस्ट, आई एम गोइंग टू प्ले वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप नाउ।
एंड यू कैन सी यार, मतलब सारे प्लेयर्स फोकस्ड है, बिकॉज ये इनको पता है कितना इंपॉर्टेंट मैच है। बिकॉज होता क्या है, इसके बाद जो मैच पड़ेगा वो पड़ेगा सीधा फेवरेट्स में, लाइक इंडिया यूएस, लाइक यू नो नेदरलैंड्स इंडिया, या ये सब टीम्स पड़ेंगे। सो ये आखिरी मैच है जिसमें बिल्कुल एब्सोल्यूट टॉप 2 का मैच नहीं पड़ रहा। स्पेन इज 4th सीड ऑफ कोर्स, बट इंडिया टीम 2 इज नॉट द टॉप 10 सीड, नो दे आर 11th सीड। Technically it's like, you know, top 5 का it's against 11th for example. But इस मैच के बाद it will all be top notch, 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, 4, ऐसे कुछ मैच होंगे, crazy होगा। But of course we know this is not a 11th ranked team यार, मतलब ranked 1 है। हमारा future of Indian chess बैठा हुआ है सामने, चैट देख लो।
भाई कितना डिसिप्लिन्ड है पर ये जितने भी ये तीनों यंगस्टर भाई, निहाल, प्रग, गुकेश, उनका पोस्चर देखो, उनके बैठने का तरीका देखो भाई। Games have begun, guys.
Okay. Nice. Should we have the full screen and the board, or what should we have? What is best for you?
Whichever you prefer, bhai.
I think starting if we can have the full screen along with the board on the left, it might be better. We would love to see the games of section B. And cameraman कैसे पीछे है? Cameraman भी अधिबान जैसा लग रहा है by the way देखने में for some reason. अधिबान ने क्या खेला? I'm very curious right now. Did he play B3 or not? By the way, E4 by Shirov. Yeah, देखो. Shirov is not scared. E4 and D4 by, I can see Nihal Salim playing D4. Will he go for the London? E4 on board 3. Okay,
he will not go for the London, bhai. He will not go for the London, please.
London का बहुत खराब रिकॉर्ड है भाई। Okay, हमारे पास बोर्ड है राइट में। E4 we have on the screen by Shirov. Gukesh taking his time.
I think E4 खेल दिया गया।
हाँ, indeed.
है ना? हाँ। Fourth board अभी भी मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है भाई, what they have played.
Will we can switch to Adiban's game and move up the boards? That might be better, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm curious what he has played. I can see the knight on C3. कुछ तो C3 पे रखा है। I'm sure चाय का कप नहीं होगा, knight ही होगा भाई। Let's have a look at the moves from the top, bhai.
But look at Gukesh, na? He just took a long breath.
And
then he played the move.
Any order? Which game are you looking at? We are looking at Adiban's game right now. We have A3 played. Nimzo Indian on the board. I think.
एक बार starting से देख ले फटाक से।
हाँ बिल्कुल जल्दी।
मेरे को access क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हाँ, let's go भाई। Adiban started with D4 भाई, Knight F6। पूरे टूर्नामेंट में ये देखते आया हूँ मैं तो। C4 E6 Knight C3। एक सेकंड भाई, फिर से आ गया भाई Slack का नोटिफिकेशन भाई, आपका निरंजन भाई।
They are still in masks. Yeah, chat, they're taking it very seriously. I think Anish थोड़ा बीमार है apparently, as far as we have heard. It's not clear yet if he's हाँ.
Okay भाई.
Damn, बाबू कमेंट्री कर रहा है indeed. बाबू बढ़िया कमेंट्री करता है रे। उनकी इंट्यूशन के अगर आप जलवे देखोगे ना भाई, मतलब कार्लसन भी शर्मा जाए।
ऐसे मत करो यार।
Okay, we have the moves chat. We have the moves. E3 played by White. And do you have any more moves now? I think A3 भी चल चुके थे वो लोग।
एक सेकंड सारे गेम्स एक साथ वो ओपन कर रहे हैं, and then we can have it.
बढ़िया।
Okay. and now we have all the games here. Let's go by Adiban.
Let's start from
with Adiban.
Okay. Okay.
Adiban ने d4 knight f6 c4 e6 खेला, फिर knight to c3, bishop to b4, pinning the knight, e3, castles, a3, kicking the bishop away, but he captured and b captured on c3 by.
And पता है जो a3 लाइन है ना चैट, ये ना बहुत बहुत पहले खेला करते थे, आजकल काफी कम, e3 के बाद आया एक्चुअली, इट्स अ डिफरेंट स्टिल, बट ठीक है। तो यहाँ पे ब्लैक ने डबल पॉन ले लिया है, c3 और c4 प्यादे है ना, ये मतलब इट्स लाइक मतलब दो भाई हैं लेकिन एक भाई हमेशा आगे रह रहा है भाई, वो दूसरे वाले को सिर्फ गालियां ही पड़ेंगी कि भाई तेरे भाई को देख कहां पहुंच गया वो, तू बाहर पढ़ाई कर रहा है, तू क्या कर रहा है। सो ये डबल पॉन कैन बी अटैक्ड इजीली, कोई कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है। एंड ब्लैक कैन प्ले कल को knight c6, knight a5, b6, bishop a6 and d5 and put a lot of pressure on the c4 pawn, and ये c4 pawn बहुत कमजोर रहेगा। लेकिन व्हाइट का जो सेंटर है ना बहुत बड़ा है भाई, 4 पॉन सेंटर में है, and he can use this to attack on the king side. e4 भी खेल देंगे आगे जाके, कभी knight f3, bishop d3, e4, e5 allowed to bishop g5, पूरा king side पे attack launch कर देंगे भाई। So I think I do feel this is going to be double edged, and Adiban is looking in attacking mood. Let's say a3 is the line you play when you want to attack usually e3 के बाद। So let's go to the third board of Prague.
एक चीज था मेरा क्वेश्चन था, मोस्टली मैंने देखा, बट दे कैन a3 खेलने की जगह ये क्वीन यहाँ पे खेल सकते ना, Queen
हाँ, वो भी
C2.
खेलते हैं, हाँ.
But then, even though I have seen people playing Queen C2, but they always capture with the pawn only.
नहीं, they can capture with the queen also. In fact, जब Queen C2 खेलते हो, आइडिया ही वही है कि Queen से कैप्चर करने का।
मेरे को याद है अलीरजा का गेम देखा था मैंने, and they played Queen C2, but he still captured with the pawn.
वो कुछ रेयर आइडिया होगा। It's very rare usually. In most cases, when someone plays Queen, you take with the queen on C3.
Okay.
But यहाँ पे उन्होंने टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करा है। He has kept the queen on the D1 H5 diagonal by.
Got it. Let's go to the Prague game, bhai, quickly.
Yes, Prague game. Let's go from the top.
Yes. His opponent started with e4. He has replied with c5, knight f3, knight c6, knight to c3, e5, bishop to c4, bishop to e7, d3, d6, and a4 is on the board, bhai. भाई a4 क्यों खेला तुरंत ही?
a4 का आइडिया भाई, कल को मैं ये knight a5 या a6 b5 या कुछ भी ऐसा खेलूं कि मेरा बिशप चला जाए। बिशप ना मतलब यार, मतलब होता ना लाइफ में एक चीज होती है जहां पे हम कॉम्प्रोमाइज करने को तैयार नहीं होते यार, चाहे वो मतलब हमारी गर्लफ्रेंड हो, चाहे वो हमारे खाना कुछ फेवरेट फूड हो, वी आर नेवर चाहे हमारे फैमिली बोल दे, घर वाले बोल दे, पड़ोसी बोल दे काम मत कर, बट हम करेंगे ही। तो ये वो बिशप है c4 भाई, खतरनाक बिशप है, ये चाहिए ही चाहिए हमें अच्छे डायगोनल पे। सो वी प्ले a4, वी आर रेडी टू वेस्ट अ मूव इन द ओपनिंग कि भाई बिशप को a2 स्क्वायर भी रहेगा, एंड कल को इससे हम स्पेस भी गेन कर सकते हैं, a5 एंड सो ऑन। सो a4 लुक्स वेरी नॉर्मल, and now I think black will simply develop in castle.
Black can play this, na?
Yes, he can knight f6 castles and very normal.
Castle so normal game.
Looks like a very normal opening. Let's go to the game of Nihal Sareen now.
Just a second, bhai. Nihal Sareen is here, guys.
VD's next vlog कब आएगा भाई? I think after the Olympiad. I don't think he'll put a vlog in the middle of the Olympiad. गलती से वो कारुआना वाली हाल ना हो जाए। अगली गेम अगर हार गए तो फिर खूब प्रॉब्लम पड़ेगी भाई।
लेट्स गो भाई। निहाल ने भाई ओपन किया d4 से, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop to b4, e3, castles, bishop to d3, c5, and ये भाई अभी तक पोजीशन में भाई।
चैट निरंजन भाई को कह रही है बड़ा करो बोर्ड थोड़ा सा। If you can make the board a bit bigger, that will be awesome. And yeah, so very normal. Again, the nims are Indian. I think it's very, very common at this level कि black हमेशा winning chances चाहता है, so he goes for this dynamic opening जहाँ पे वो double pawn करने के लिए तैयार है भाई, मार दूंगा c3 पर double pawn भाई, फिर attack करूंगा c4 pawn. So I think knight e2 makes sense. अब अगर वो bishop से मारेंगे c3 पे तो हम knight से मारेंगे, and that is the best case scenario for white. Best case scenario. So अब black नहीं मारेगा भाई। अब black ने कहा, चैट कौन बताएगा कि knight e2 के बाद is there a problem for white? Like this is क्या लगता है बीस भाई, ब्लैक ने क्या गेन किया बिशप b4 खेलते हैं यहाँ पे? What is the main advantage black gained here?
बिशप b4 खेलते।
Let's say वो cd4 मार के कल को बिशप e7 खेल दे, फायदा क्या हुआ ब्लैक का ये नाच गाना करके बिशप e4, बिशप e7? What's the benefit? Because he will not take on c3 now, most likely. What do you think is the benefit भाई, बताओ?
मैं सोच रहा हूँ भाई।
परम भी है, हाँ exactly. ओह साहिल जी चैट में भी भाई, oh my god.
I don't see it, bhai. Maybe knight f3 is a better square और
Yes.
उसकी जगह knight to e2 खेलना पड़ा ये.
Exactly. Knight f3 would be a better square. And now that you have put the knight on e2, so knight के पास influence कम है, king side weaker है, the knight cannot go to e5 and so on. And now if I move the bishop back, I could take on c3, of course it's a possibility, but even if I go back with the bishop, मैं अपने को convince कर लूंगा भाई कि मतलब ठीक है यार, मतलब वापस आना पड़ गया, but knight भी f3 पे नहीं आया. So that's pretty much it. वो चीज है.
Okay, got it. And this is Nihal's game, bhai.
Indeed, Nihal looks very serious. I think आज लंदन नहीं खेला. I was expecting the London man. Shit. I was really hoping आज लंदन होगा यार. Yo, Bisa squad.
एक और किसका गुकेश का मैच देख लेते हैं.
गुकेश का देखते हैं. He has the black pieces. From the top, maybe flip the board and see what's happening.
Shirov started with e4, Sicilian खेला c5, knight f3, knight to c6, knight to c3, e5, bishop to c4, d6, d3, s6, s6 क्यों खेला भाई पर?
So idea है knight g5 prevent करने का. And कल को अगर मूड किया तो you can also have these g5 plans. So after knight f6, knight g5 might have been an issue, or sometimes bishop g5 also. So that's why he plays h6 and prevents this any sort of g5 piece maneuver. And now he will develop pieces very normally.
Okay, awesome. Chat में क्या चल रहा है भाई? People just begging for attention. यार वो गाना सुन के आएंगे, begging attention. Anyways क्या था? Begging attention है क्या?
हाँ क्या?
Is it begging attention वो गाने?
नहीं.
कुछ
कुछ और है भाई.
तू गाने भी बना रहा है भाई आजकल.
भाई मैं कल ही लिखा है literally यार. I want to write a couple of songs भाई. मन तो कर रहा है.
Yo Solly, hello Kilua, hello Beast of Squad, Shardul, कैसे हो मेरे भाई लोग? And let's quickly see, go and उनके गेम देख ले एक बार.
हाँ बिल्कुल. We can go to the A category now. I think we can have a look at the games.
Do we have the cams for A category?
I think we probably do not right now, but regardless, we'll have I think we can have the cams for Team B itself, no? And we can have a look at the games.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we have the games. Hari Krishna playing on board 1 against Dian Bogdan Daniel. Now, Dian ji बहुत सारे G20 tournaments भी खेलते हैं, बहुत strong है, rapid chess में भी strong है. So time pressure में भी गलती करने के chances कम है. So let's go to the moves, भाई.
टिक्कू कक्कड़ चल रहा है भाई chat में.
टिक्कू कक्कड़? क्यों भाई?
Lyrics सुन के भाई तेरे.
अच्छा, ओ. अरे इतने अच्छे लिस्ट हो गए क्या मेरे यार? लगता है मेरा फ्यूचर कहीं है साइड बिजनेस.
D4 knight f6 भाई कितनी बारी देख चुके हैं हम लोग. C4 e6 knight f3 d5 knight to c3 knight bd7 and bishop to g5. भाई ये तो फर्स्ट 3-4 मूव ऑर्डर तो हम लोग पता नहीं कितनी बार देख लिए भाई. I think we have seen it.
यही होता है हमेशा
right now in 3 games, right?
हाँ, D4 में क्या होता है? There are very limited choices, no? Once you play E6 and D5, मतलब या तो Queen's Gambit हो जाएगा या कुछ निम्जो हो जाएगा. Like मतलब there are not many. Of course, E4 में क्या है कि बहुत ज़्यादा choices और होते हैं. D4 में there are less choices in general, slightly less. And structures हमेशा symmetrical. That's why it's said कि अगर आपको opening prep ज़्यादा आलसी हो मेरी तरह, so D4 खेलो, because opening prep थोड़ी आसान होती है D4 में, structures symmetrical होते हैं. E4 में तो भाई कुछ भी हो जाता है भाई, कुछ भी.
मजा भी तो उसी में ना भाई.
हाँ भाई, ये तो है भाई, ये तो है. अब होपफुली शिरो आपकी बात जानते हैं, कुछ ना गलती करेंगे E4 में. So by the way, Bishop G5 played now, and this is the current position. Yes. Very normal position, I think. White will next go E3 and Rook C1, Bishop D3, castles. Black will play Bishop E7, castles, and we'll see a game. यहाँ लेकिन हम Knight F3 already खेल चुके हैं, so यहाँ पे वो F3 E4 का प्लान नहीं आएगा हमारे पास. वो चीज है, याद है हमने अर्जुन गेम में देखा था F3 E4 का प्लान, Bishop H4 पे था, फिर Bishop F2 आ गया था. Because the Knight is on F3, यहाँ पे वो F3 E4 का प्लान हमारे पास नहीं है.
Got it.
That's the thing. This is a milder version of the Queen's Gambit, but Kasparov की गेम आपने देखी हो कभी तो Kasparov has won multiple like stunning games from this position as well. So we'll see how it progresses.
Okay.
Let's go to Vidi's game.
Quickly go to Vidi's game. भाई chat में चल रहा है सासी किरण क्यों चल रहा है?
सासी किरण आज नहीं खेल रहा है. सासी किरण is not playing. अरे भाई similar structure once more. Can we go to the games?
Oh, let's go भाई. एक सेकंड बोर्ड स्विच कर दूं मुझे देते. D4 knight f6 C4 E6 knight to C3 bishop to B4 E3 castles bishop to D3 D5 C capture on D5 E capture on D5 A3 bishop to D6 वापस queen to C2 C6 knight G2 rook E8 and castles. भाई इधर भी भाई इतने ये 4 गेम हो गए भाई सेम ऑलमोस्ट.
वही तो. एंड है क्या, हल्का सा डिफरेंस है, कहीं बिशप
हाँ।
B4 पे है, कहीं D6 पे है, कहीं
बिशप से
कुछ
मार
है,
दिया
कहीं
नाइट
कुछ है,
को।
लेकिन वो हल्की सी डिफरेंस से ना पूरी गेम ही
गेम
चेंज हो
बदल
जाती है
जाए।
भाई, पूरा प्लान ही चेंज हो जाता है यार। दैट्स द क्रेजी पार्ट। सो इट्स लाइक मतलब ये सटल डिफरेंसेस जो है ना उससे गेम स्टार्ट होती है। एंड नाउ द बिशप ऑन D6 एंड आप देखोगे नाइट फिर से E2 पे है। सो यहाँ पे bishop h2 kind of tactics sometimes you have to consider, yeah, they are sometimes might not be possible, but हमेशा ध्यान रखना पड़ता है। bishop h2, king h2, knight g4, we can show the chat once, bishop h2 करके देख लेंगे।
बिशप h, अच्छा
हाँ एक बार करके देख लेंगे। bishop h2, king h2, knight g4 check, and you can see कि मतलब you know there are some tactics, of course this will not work right now probably because of king g3, बट ये हमेशा ध्यान में रखना है वाइट को, बिकॉज द नाइट इज नॉट ऑन F3, ये हमेशा ध्यान रखना है। एंड नाउ यू हैव यू नो क्वीन G5, क्वीन D6, सो बहुत सारे थ्रेट्स है पोजीशन में, इट इज नॉट लाइक इट इज लाइक अ ट्रिवियल गेम यार, मतलब लंबी गेम चल सकती है यहाँ पे भी
भाई। इसके बाद क्या खेलेगा भाई?
उसके बाद F takes G5 भाई। रानी का थोड़ा ख्याल रखे भाई, रानी का थोड़ा सा
कुछ देख रहा है, और कुछ कर सकते हैं या कुछ नहीं कर सकते?
क्वीन H5 पॉसिबल है, थ्रेटनिंग क्वीन H2 आइडियाज।
क्वीन H5, हाँ, बट ये नहीं आ सकता, अभी नहीं आ सकता।
है ना, इट्स नॉट ओवर, मतलब गेम ऐसे ओवर नहीं है, थोड़े अटैकिंग चांसेस लग रहे हैं ना, सो इट्स नॉट द एंड ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, बट ऑफ कोर्स
थोड़े अटैकिंग चांसेस है, पर अगर परफेक्टली खेले सामने वाला तो कुछ भी नहीं है।
इट विल नॉट वर्क, इट विल नॉट वर्क। So he instead played knight to D7. I think that's the normal move, and knight has come to D7, and now I think yeah, he has developed all in mind. Bishop C8 रह गया है बस लग करना।
भाई ये वर्क कब करता है?
हाँ, so usually ये वर्क तब करेगा when you have like ideally a pawn on E4 which limits any sort of F pawn push and a defensive piece coming to F3. ये pawn अगर black का होता ना, that increases chances drastically. Also, ये जो G4 square है ना, ये covered नहीं होना चाहिए. Right now, it's not covered actually. So that's why I thought it might be possible, but it's not working unfortunately.
Got it, भाई.
और उसमें Bishop H2 के बाद King G3 is the only move by the way. King H1, King G1 सब कुछ lost है. King H3 everything is lost.
Got it. और क्या चल रहा है? विश्वा गेम.
Okay, so let's go to the Arjun game now, no? Third board.
Arjun and chat फटाक से like कर दे.
भाई सारे गेम देखेंगे भाई ये करके.
Yes भाई, सारे गेम.
Okay, so we have the
देख रहा है जब opponent queen down है तब वर्क करेगा. Nice chat, nice. अर्जुन के गेम में already 14 moves हो गए भाई.
ओ भाई, let's
and
go.
it has started with D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight to C3, bishop to B4, F3.
Okay,
D5,
different variation now.
Different variation, yes. A3, bishop capture on C3, check, B capture on C3, C6, E4, D capture on E4, F capture on E4, E5, knight to F3, bishop to G4, queen to D3, knight BD7, D captures on E5, knight to H5, bishop to E2, castles, queen B6 check, and rook F2, rook F8, and अभी तक ये है भाई पोजीशन में. भाई ये पोजीशन में हुआ क्या भाई? ये बुरे नहीं है.
हाँ, so
pawn structure
बहुत डबल पॉन्स हैं, बट ऑन द अदर हैंड आई थिंक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है वाइट के पास. 3 4 5 7 एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है, वो आई थिंक ब्लैक को मिल ही जाएगा वापस एट सम पॉइंट. E5 इज ऑलरेडी यू नो वेरी वीक, बट आई थिंक वाइट के पास बिशप पेयर भी है and also the open F5, so that's why even if black wins back the pawn, then the bishop can come to F4 and so on, and it might not be because position काफी open भी हो सकती है. rook can come to B1, bishop to E3 और F4 later on. अभी तो knight H5 कंट्रोल कर रहा है, and ये bishop G4 का भी एक सवाल है कि ये कहाँ जाएगा once I attack to S3 on a good day. So if he gives up the bishop for F3, तो that means कि दोनों bishop मिल जाएंगे हमें. That might also be risky. So I think यहाँ पे it's not like a very simple position to understand. In fact, यहाँ पे you know you can even try to trade queens with a move like queen E3. I do like queen E3 because the idea being to unpin the knight, unpin the rook. Also जब knight E5 मारेंगे तो tempo मिल सकता है, वो tempo से भी हट रहे हैं. And if black trades queens, तो end game में I think with 2 bishops, white should be absolutely fine.
बट पता नहीं, मेरे को ये स्ट्रक्चर बहुत अजीब लग रहा है भाई.
हाँ, अजीब तो है.
पॉन तो मरेंगे ही मरेंगे ऐसा लगे. ये तो पॉन मरेगा E5 का.
हाँ.
एंड इवन फील लाइक दिस पॉन कांट स्टे देयर फॉर लॉन्ग. अभी तो ठीक है ये दोनों बिशप्स है, बट आई थिंक जब
कभी
हम
भाई
लोग
व्हाट्सएप
दोनों पे अटैक करेंगे A3 और इस पे C4 पे,
हाँ हाँ
तो कोई तो गिरेगा यार.
हाँ द थिंग
हाउ
इज
लॉन्ग कैन यू
कई
डू
बार क्या
दैट?
होता है ना, अगर हम
हम्म.
पॉन डाउन भी हो ना, बिशप प्लेयर
हम्म.
कैन प्रोवाइड एडिक्वेट कंपनसेशन, और यहाँ
हम्म.
पे तो हम पॉन अप है. ऑफ कोर्स हमारा डबल, अब इमेजिन करो मैं E5 और C4 पॉन दोनों हटा दूं. ठीक
हम्म.
है,
हम्म.
even then white might have compensation because bishop will go to C4 now and attack F7.
इतना अच्छा होता है क्या बिशप पे?
बिशप पे हमेशा खतरनाक होता है यार, और ओपन पोजीशन है ना, कंप्लीटली
हाँ.
ओपन. लाइक मतलब बिशप E3 आ रहा है, बिशप C4 बैठेगा, बिशप D4 बैठेगा, और ये
हम्म.
नाइट H5 पे कर क्या रहा है भाई? इसका फ्यूचर क्या है? खास है नहीं ना
गॉट
कुछ.
इट.
तो आई थिंक तो it's I think a decent position for Arjun. I think he will definitely push. So let's
ओके.
go to board 4 now and check out how SL is doing. SL, was trying till the end yesterday to win the game. He was so close, but the game ended in a draw.
यस.
Milan Shah is saying, "Let's go India." Indeed, आज बहुत important match है. अरे this is Beast भाई. Can you guess looking at this position कौन सी opening हुई है?
भाई वही भाई
वही है भाई,
D4
निम्स वही है.
F6 भाई.
वैसे ही कुछ होगा भाई. I think
छह
queens.
6 बोर्ड पे यही चल रहा है ब्रो.
Okay, चलो गेम चले देखें
D4
कैसी आई.
knight F6 knight F3 D5 C4 E6 knight to C3 bishop to B4
Okay,
bishop to
हाँ.
G5. थोड़ा थोड़ा वेरिएशन है
Not
अलग
Nimzo,
अलग.
but okay, हाँ.
S6 sorry, bishop capture on F6, queen captures E3, castles, queen to B3, C5, C capture on D5, E capture on D5, D capture on C5, bishop capture on C3 with check, queen capture on C3, queen capture on C3, queen A भी exchange हो गया, B capture on C3, knight to D7, rook to D1, knight capture on C5, and अब ये वाला pawn तो मरेगा ना, ये मारेंगे ना.
हाँ मर सकता है, but I think जैसे ही मारोगे, I think I
हम्म.
will play a move like B6 and then bishop E6 and I should win back the pawn on A2 or something like this. You're basically क्या है, black के पास ना, whenever he plays his bishop B4 move, no, चाहे निम्जो में हो कुछ भी हो, usually क्या होता है कि मतलब he has development advantage. अगर आप देखोगे, white black is fully castled. अगर आप D5 मारोगे, I will capture back with tempo also, and usually black is fine. So I think it is not. I think it's still probably like equalish. I think, and ये game थोड़ी end game में he will have to try and squeeze this game. Yeah, मतलब will not be super easy. Example, rook D5 I think, and then I play B6, defend my knight first, and then I can play B6. And now I could play both bishop E6, bishop B7, depending on how I want to gain my compensation. Yeah. So I think, and clearly बाद में rook आएगा C8 पे, and C3 pawn is very weak. एक rook C8 पे आएगा, and black का structure is just perfect. Let's say white plays bishop E2. Let's say bishop E2 खेला white ने, normal move. Yeah. E2. हाँ, bishop E2 खेला.
Okay. Bishop E2.
Bishop E2. हाँ. And now you can see कि I'm confused. Both moves look tempting. Bishop E6 also looks tempting. Rook D2, let's say.
Protecting.
And now you can see, yeah, मतलब knight A4 आ रहा है, rook C8 आ रहा है, and your C3 pawn will most likely fall anyways. And position equal सी हो जाएगी. So I think, so SL has the black pieces. So I would say draw is not bad for him. Lekin because he's significantly higher at 150 point, ideally he should keep the option of pushing, yeah, at some point, because India might need it.
True.
So why is India's team captain not playing? Srinath game दिखाओ. Why Srinath is not playing? Srinath back end पे help कर रहे हैं टीम की भाई, opening prep के साथ, किसको कहाँ खेलना है, decision making के साथ, बहुत चीजें होती है, कैप्टन में काम करने पड़ते हैं.
A friend in need is friend indeed. वाह भाई.
वाह. Indeed. Well said. So I think we had a look at the A section as well. है ना? Now we can move to the C section once. Board Team C, India, and see how they are doing. I think we can start with Surya Bhai's game and then Abhijit and so on and see. Surya Bhai standing right behind. नाम लो बंदा हाजिर. Oh, पीछे ही खड़े भाई. Nice.
Yes. सूर्या गेम गलत गेम फुल गेम.
हाँ ये कल की है. कार्लसन का देखो, हाँ सबका देखेंगे शायद. Don't worry, we look at all the games one by one. And then I think आज स्पेन की गेम में वापस आएंगे, वापस important है. So Surya has the black pieces. He's playing against Henrique Villagra. Okay, मैं कुछ और बोलने वाला था. Cristobal. Okay.
And he has opened with the English opening C4 खेल के बाद knight F6, knight to C3, E6, E4, D5, C capture on D5, E capture on D5, E5, attacking the knight to E4, knight F3, bishop to F5, D3, knight capture on C3, bishop capture on C3, sorry, B capture on C3, C5, D4, queen to A5, bishop to D, sorry, queen to A5, bishop to D2, and knight to C6 by ये position by.
हाँ, and if you look at this, I think this is very similar to a French defense without the pawn on e6. है ना? अगर pawn e6, French sorry, Caro-Can I would say, and bishop is already outside this. f5 पड़ा है, अच्छा diagonal control कर रहा है because b1 square is controlled. So rook b1 is not possible, and black cannot attack the b7 pawn also clearly. So, लेकिन on the other hand, white has some discovered attacks with c4, so queen can be harassed a little bit, but black looks okay, but ये d5 pawn जो है ना, it can be attacked at some point कल को, है ना? It does seem like ये d5 pawn थोड़ा सा कमजोर पड़ सकता है at some point. White looks very solid, एक pawn chain है c3, d4, e5, बहुत strong pawn chain है center में, and black के पास वो e6 pawn missing है. अगर वो e6 होता it would be awesome, but he doesn't have that e6 pawn, and that means कि d5 pawn can be attacked later. So I think white does seem to be fine here, maybe even slightly better. But I think considering how fast Surya is playing, he's clearly in prep, and that really helps. Yeah, that can obviously negate a point, कुछ advantage हल्का सा जो white के पास होगा भी.
मैं पता नहीं पोजीशन देख के मेरे को ब्लैक को उतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है भाई.
हाँ वही ना वो थोड़ा सा
doesn't feel good.
हाँ because कि वो मेरे को d5 pawn देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है basically. मतलब कल को जब ये लाइस का बिशप एक्सचेंज होगा या कुछ होगा तो ये d5 pawn बचाना इतना आसान काम नहीं है. It's an isolated. If you take on d4 तो isolated pawn रह जाएगा. So regardless of what you do, this pawn can be weak.
एक बंदा लिख रहा है, मैजिक ही बनी लिख रहा है, ऐसे कितना मन करता होगा ना बताने का पीछे से दूसरे की गेम देखते हुए. लाइक अभी सूर्या पीछे देख रहा था.
हाँ तो मन करता है, बट बेसिकली क्या है कि आई थिंक बचपन से लेके आदत पड़ जाती है लोगों को. लाइक मतलब एट दिस पॉइंट ये दिमाग में आता भी नहीं होगा एक्चुअली, वो यू आर यूज्ड टू इट नाउ. मतलब टीम इवेंट है, लेकिन हाँ ये है कि योर डिसीजन मेकिंग इज डेफिनेटली इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय व्हाट्स हैपनिंग ऑन द साइड बोर्ड्स. अगर आप टीम में खेल रहे हो, आपको दिख रहा है कि हमारा जीतना कंपलसरी है या ड्रॉ करना कंपलसरी है, और एक बंदा हारने लग जाए तो सबकॉन्शियसली, इवन इफ यू डोंट डू इट कॉन्शियसली, कहीं ना कहीं से आप जीतने के लिए ट्राई करोगे. इट हुआ जरूर होता है मतलब, एंड इट विल फेक्ट.
ऐसा कभी हो सकता है क्या कि मैं घूम रहा हूँ और मैं जाके गुकेश की गेम देख के आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है, एंड गुकेश के पास भी व्हाइट पीस है, मेरे पास भी व्हाइट पीस है, और मैं जो गुकेश खेल रहा है मैं भी उधर ही खेल दे रहा हूँ अपने बोर्ड पे.
बट वो ओपोनेंट वो नहीं खेलेगा ना आपका, जो गुकेश का ओपोनेंट खेल रहा है, वो चक्कर है ना. ऐसा बहुत होता है यूजुअली.
फिर भी बट काफी हद तक कॉपी नहीं कर सकता मैं.
ये किया था ना, आई थिंक याकिन और किसी ने कॉपी किया था एक बार, एंड उनको फिर उठा के आर्बिटर ने कमरे के दूसरे उसमें फेंक दिया था हॉल के.
सीरियसली?
हाँ ये हुआ था आई थिंक इन द वर्ल्ड कप और समवेयर, आई एम नॉट श्योर, कहीं ना कहीं तो हुआ था. लाइक टू बोर्ड्स आर प्लेइंग द एग्जैक्ट सेम गेम फॉर लाइक 20 मूव्स. आई थिंक याकिन या किसी को उठाया, भाई आप जरा कोने में चले. उनको कोने में लेके गए, एंड देन इट वाज ऑल फाइन.
बट इट्स फन ना, दे आर ट्राइंग आउट की क्या कर सकते हैं क्या ऐसा. चलो लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट गेम. सेतुरमन तुरंत देख लेते हैं भाई.
हाँ क्या चल रहा है. ऐसा होता तो मैग्नस नॉर्वे को हर बार ओलंपियाड जिता देता. आई डू नॉट वांट टू बी मैग्नस टीम राइट नाउ. मेरे को ओलंपियाड से पहले कोई पूछता ना, साहिल वुड यू लाइक टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ मैग्नस, आई वुड से यस, व्हाट अ ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी, बट राइट नाउ आई एम नॉट सो श्योर. जो भाई यू नो स्टेयर्स मिलती भाई पूरे टाइम, ओ माय गॉड.
Let's go, bhai. Sethuroman started with e4. Finally. Playing e4, bhai, and e5, bhai. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5, a6, Morpheus defense, and bishop to a4. Knight f6, castles, bishop to e7, rook to e1, b5, attacking the bishop to b3, d6, c3, castles, s3, s6. भाई किसी को भी चाहिए नहीं कि बिशप निकल के इधर आए क्या, किस लिए s3 s6 के लिए?
हाँ इसलिए वही प्लान है.
ओके,
prevent any because हमें rook e8 खेलना है, and rook e8 खेलने पे knight d5 will be a problem, so you can just play h6.
Okay, d4, attacking in the center, rook to e8, knight b to d2, bishop to f8, पीछे ले लिया है भाई पूरा, bishop to c2, bishop to d7, and knight to f1 भाई. ये सब खेल दिया गया है बोर्ड पे.
Knight is coming to g3 and then white will slowly try to attack. सॉली भाई कह रहा है टेंशन मत लो साहिल भाई, नॉर्वे वाले पूछेंगे नहीं आपसे. ठीक है भाई, नहीं पूछेंगे यार, ठीक है.
Knight to g3 करके क्या करने चाह रहा है?
हाँ तो बेसिकली हमने pawn c3 पे रखा है, knight cannot go there, and knight on d2 blocks our bishop. So हम knight d3 रखेंगे, वो किंग साइड के पास है, कल को ये knight f5 h5 जगह जा सकता है, it can basically help launch an attack. तो Kasparov ने कहा था भाई give me a knight on f5 and I'll win the game, and this is basically it.
हाँ वो मैंने सुन लिया है कि तूने बता दिया था कहीं तो, और मैं हर बार नाइट टू F5 रख ही देता हूँ भाई, जब भी
बट ऑफ
मौका
कोर्स ध्यान
मिलता
रखना
है
है, मतलब ब्लैक कैन चॉप इट ऑफ, मतलब खाली नाइट कुछ नहीं करेगा।
अभी नहीं रख सकते हैं, आई नो, बट मैंने ये मतलब तेरे कमेंट्री सुन के ही मैंने शुरू किया भाई कि
हाँ
हाँ
हाँ,
नाइट
रखना चाहिए,
F5 पे रख
यूजुअली इट विल
सकते हैं
वर्क।
यार, यहाँ पे बहुत क्रेजी होता है।
एक बंदा कह रहा है कांग्रेस टू चेसकॉम, दे थिंक दे कैन फिल सागर एंड समय। भाई तो मतलब अगर कोई बंदा मान लो लाइफ में बेस्ट है किसी चीज में, तो बाकी लोग खेले ना क्या, ओलंपियाड छोड़ दे, बाकी लोग कार्लसन के अलावा, भाई ये क्या लॉजिक है भाई। WGM टिक्कू वर्सेस GM जॉनी देखना है मुझे भाई। GM जॉनी कौन है भाई? हेलो मिस्टर चिकन, कैसे हो आप? क्वीन D4 एक्सचेंज करें तो इंप्रूव पॉन स्ट्रक्चर, लोल हाउ इज इट अर्जुन्स गेम? Arjun's game, we'll have a look at Arjun's game soon, bhai. We just looked at it. We'll come to that. Let's go to the next board. Sethuraman looks very normal. Both players have equal amount of time. Let's go to board 3 now and see what's happening there.
एक सेकंड भाई।
Anish is playing. Yes, Anish is playing, bhai. Even though, as we saw, maybe he's a bit sick, but he's playing. And Chad, bhai, Anish is not playing? Okay. My bad.
तो थर्ड बोर्ड पे कौन है आज?
We want Sahil Tikku in next Olympiad. भाई यार अगर मैं फेडरेशन
तो किसी और देश में जाके तो खेल सकता है ना, पर
हाँ I can play for many countries. I think दुनिया में लोगों को 75 कंट्रीज के अलावा I can play in most countries. I think Olympiad टीम के लिए।
वाह भाई,
लेकिन जीतूंगा कुछ नहीं भाई वहां से, वो चक्कर है।
जीतो मत भाई, कुछ अपसेट्स क्रिएट करो भाई।
एक चीज है, यू कैन चूज द वर्स्ट रैंक्ड कंट्री एंड उनके सारे प्लेयर हारते रहेंगे, एंड देन यू कैन हैव अ परफेक्ट स्कोर ऑन द इंडिविजुअल बोर्ड। मतलब इंडिविजुअल प्राइज होते हैं ना, बोर्ड प्राइज होते हैं।
अच्छा,
हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू नो अबाउट द बोर्ड प्राइज? मतलब आई थिंक सो इंडिविजुअल बोर्ड्स पे बोर्ड 1, बोर्ड 2, 3, 4 मैक्सिमम स्कोर्स, टॉप 3 को भी मेडल मिलते हैं, गोल्ड, ब्रॉन्ज एंड सिल्वर, सो ऑन, सिल्वर एंड ब्रॉन्ज। सो
जैसे सीओबी में देता था।
हाँ, सो बेसिकली भाई सीओबी का स्टैंडर्ड देखो भाई। मतलब रेफरेंस पॉइंट सीओबी है भाई ओलंपियाड के लिए, जस्टिस फॉर टॉप चेस प्लेयर्स। एनीवेज,
सॉरी भाई।
So what I meant was कि मतलब you can play for a very weak team, like average rating बहुत कम हो, like unrated team player, and then you can be rated 2200 for example, या 2300, 2400, whatever, and then you can basically win all the games because उनके सारे weak opponent लगेंगे, and then you can get the board prize.
Got it, bhai. Sorry.
We need elitism back in chess. Indeed.
COB से copy किया है. True, chat true. And let's go to Karthikeyan game भाई quickly. Karthikeyan खेल रहे हैं भाई सेलिनास हेरेरा पाब्लो के साथ भाई. Crazy.
को पहले सेलिना गोमेज नहीं दिया भाई, sorry. Anyways, can you move on? Yeah, to the game.
E4, C5, knight to F3, knight to C6, bishop to B5, E6, castle, knight G7, rook to E1, knight to D4, knight capture on D4, C capture on D4, C3, A6, bishop to F1, and knight to C6 and B4. भाई एकदम बिशप यहाँ ला के वापस पूरा पीछे ही घुसा दिया भाई।
हाँ, तो बेसिकली
भाई ये मूव मैंने अभी देखा, पिछले मूव में भी, गेम में भी था, इसमें भी है। तो इज इट टू प्रोटेक्ट दिस G2 pawn in the long run?
हाँ, so basically that's one reason, and also because bishop on C4 ना can be attacked. Like कल को मैं bishop E7, D5 अटैक कर दूंगा, B5 अटैक कर दूंगा। So bishop on F1 is basically out of harm's way.
Okay.
I stay the bishop for a long game, and फिर से end game में बाहर निकले वो शेर बन के basically. तो and also defends the king. That's the additional benefit. हमने rook E1 खेला, जगह बनाई, and bishop को वापस लाके रख दिया. As simple as. And the position does seem to be equal. I think अभी तो opening party चल रहा है. बार कह रहा है white is slightly better, but I think this might still be opening theory and players might be prepared. So it should be okay for both sides. Let's move to the final board and see what's happening there. नीचे open women क्यों लिखा है? Why? Because open category है and women category है भाई.
Yes.
अपना दिमाग ज्यादा मत चला भाई. बार डांसर अवार्ड भी
कोई भी खेल सकता है चैट, बट हम लोग
कोई भी मतलब रेटिंग क्राइटेरिया तो है भाई.
रेटिंग क्राइटेरिया
कोई भी नहीं खेल सकता भाई.
कोई भी मतलब मैन और वुमेन में कोई भी खेल सकता है भाई यार.
हाँ.
चलो लास्ट बोर्ड है भाई इंडिया 3 का, एंड इट इज पुरानिक हु इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट लोपेज सिल्वा, and e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, bishop to b5, a6, and bishop to a4. The Morpheus defense. Knight g7, c3, g6, d4, e capture on d4, c capture on d4, b5, bishop to c2, d5, knight to c3, and बस इतना ही भाई.
Yeah, so usually you don't play this GC bishop in e4, e5 structures because white can push the pawn to e5. But yeah, I think पिछले कुछ 10 साल से काफी popular हो चुका है. And yeah, I think both players look decent prepared. But to be honest, look, if you look at white has a decent center, he will castle on the next move. Black is still at least 2 moves away from castling. And and you have b5, d5 now, and to leave the c5 square weakened, of course. Bishops white ke bilkul perfectly placed hai king side to attack karte hue. So I think white does seem to be decent enough. And Puranik bhai, 200 points here on the rating list with the white pieces. Like, I think he should be favorite to win. Kyun bhai?
Yes, bhai. और जीत जाए तो मजा ही आ जाए भाई. And I am hoping that they will win. Should white pre-move knight capture on e4? मैं क्यों ही पढ़ता हूँ भाई. प्री-मूव कैसे करेगा यार चैट. ओटीवी गेम है यार. प्री-मूव कैसे करेगा यार.
मैग्नेट लगा देगा भाई. एक e4 पॉन पे एक नाइट पे भाई. Opposites. And then Jesse. Anyways. ठीक है भाई. I think this looks fine so far. Team C is doing well. They are the favorites here. Let's go to the. Shall we go look at like Carlsen's and Anish's game first, or shall we look at the women's section piece? By
we can. अभी हम लोग एक बार स्टिक करते हैं ना इधर थोड़ा देख लेते हैं और सबकी किसकी गेम, and then we can.
ठीक है.
Move on to the women's section.
ठीक है. So let's look at a brief look at Carlsen's game if we can. That will be awesome.
Yes भाई. Carlsen का गेम खोल दिया है मैंने फटाक से. Carlsen का ओपोनेंट भाई 400 रेटिंग नीचे भाई. 450 रेटिंग.
वही मैंने कहा ना, Zambia है भाई. It is like it is not a close match even. It is not even close. But somehow Zambia has caused a lot of upsets in this tournament. So अगर ये upset भी हो गया ना, that will be crazy. अगर ये भी हो गया
मैग्नस उनको सबको पैदल चलवाएगा कि बस भी छोड़ो तुम लोग.
पैदल नहीं भाई, तुम घर जाओ भाई. तुम यहाँ रहने के लायक नहीं हो भाई. तुम घर जाओ यार. I think that is what will happen soon.
भाई चैट में एक नई रिक्वेस्ट है भाई. वीएस भाई कह रहे हैं कि लोडीची का गेम दिखाओ प्लीज.
भाई लोडीची जी आप टॉप बोर्ड पे नहीं यार. We don't care about people who are on the lower boards. Of course, just kidding भाई. Just kidding भाई. Of course, हम तो lower board पे भी नहीं है.
D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to c3, d5, knight f3, bishop to b4, playing the knight. E3 castles by black. A3 is played. Bishop capture on c3, b capture on c3, c5, bishop to d3, d capture on c4, bishop capture on c4, queen to c7, knight to d2, and बस इतना ही खेला गया भाई. और ये अभी तो एक और गेम था ना जिसमें इसी तरह का स्ट्रक्चर आया था.
हाँ हमने कल देखा था. परसों शशि क्रिकेट गेम.
नहीं इवन अभी भी तो एक गेम चल रहा था जिसमें यहाँ पे.
हाँ राइट. First game we saw. Took on c3. Yes, Gukesh I think some or Adiban I think Adiban's game.
Adiban का शायद था.
Yeah exactly. Yo VK bhai. So I think this is very, very normal. B6 खेलेंगे अब. Bishop will go to the long diagonal and black will delay capturing on d4 as long as possible. And white will of course castle. And similar, white has the center. Black will have, counter attack and he will develop his pieces. Knight to d7, bishop b7, rook goes to c8, maybe rook to d8 and very, very normal position. So I think so far, Gilan ji ठीक खेल रहे हैं. सब बढ़िया है. And let's go to the game of Anish Giri if we can. I think brief look at Anish, Caruana and then Carlsen. Carlsen देख चुके हैं. Let's go to Anish Giri.
But Anish आज नहीं खेल रहे थे ना?
नहीं खेल रहे. Anish Giri खेल रहे हैं आज.
Oh, but we have heard that he is little sick, right?
Yeah, a little bit sick.
Oh, yes. Anish Giri is playing against Eric Hansen.
Yes, Eric Hansen के साथ.
Oh, cool. भाई निरंजन भाई आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो भाई इसमें? Anish Giri.
Nice. चलो भाई d4,
d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight to f6, bishop to e7. Sorry, bishop to e7 क्या मैं बोल रहा हूँ पागल हो गया. G3, bishop to b4 check, bishop to d2, bishop to e7, bishop g2, castles, d capture on c4, queen to a4, bishop to d7, queen capture on c4, bishop to c6, and rook to c1. ये भाई गेम अभी तक.
Yeah, so Anish is saying he needs to win now. I don't like Eric. Okay. प्रतीक पाटिल जी कह रहे हैं एरिक हैंसन वही हैं जिनको बाबू ने सब बैटल में हरा दिया था. सही में फिर तो आई थिंक एक्स्ट्रा रीजन टू विन. या
एरिक हैंसन के साथ खेला था क्या? आई रिमेंबर. हाँ अमन चेस ब्रा. ओके या Chess bro.
Tikku when Vishy sir is there and now Tikku when B-Stars is there. I think both are different personalities. मैंने कल stream पे बोला था आरुष भाई, बेसिकली क्या होता है, एक ना व्हेन यू स्ट्रीम, आई थिंक आपको ना पहले सारे चेस कॉम ऐसे इतने शब्द आपको बोलने हैं. सो बेसिकली वो मैं एवरेज कर लेता हूँ भाई कि आज एक्स्ट्रा बोल दिए तो पहले से ही वो उधार रह गया.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है चैट, ऐसा मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई. रेटिंग
जब विशी सर आएंगे ना तो कम बोलूंगा भाई मैं.
सर का ऐसे 2750 कुछ रेटिंग है ना भाई, तो इसलिए वहां पे मुंह बंद रहता है भाई. मेरा तो 1800 है ना, तो मेरे को क्या है भाई, मेरे को बुली करता है भाई.
1800 रेटिंग देखो भाई, मतलब 1800 खुद को बोल दिया भाई.
1800 हूँ chess.com पे मैं
भाई. 1800 चेस.com ब्लिट्स, मतलब ब्लिट्स है ना. हाँ
भाई ब्लिट्स.
हाँ तो मतलब फिडे हो गया वो, मतलब 1400-1500 में भी.
तो वो थोड़ी मेरे को पता भाई, मैं फिडे का ही नहीं, तो मेरे को क्या पता भाई. ठीक है भाई, कर ले बुली टिक्कू, आना तू भाई.
ग्रेट कवरेज बाय सागर लाइट एंड समय लाइट. थैंक यू भाई यार, दैट्स अ ग्रेट कॉम्प्लीमेंट.
थैंक यू उत्कर्ष गुप्ता जी. Nothing scares me but Vidit and Nimzo India.
The love story nobody asked for, but we get it every single time. Vidi has suffered in the Nimzo भाई recently बहुत ज्यादा.
भाई मैं तो एकदम दिल से चाहता हूँ एरिक हैंसन हार जाए भाई. ठीक है, बहुत बहुत पूरी तरह हारे भाई.
तो B-Stars लास्ट टाइम फॉर चेसकॉम कैसा फील हो रहा है आपको आखिरी दिन स्ट्रीम करके उनके लिए?
क्या है चेसकॉम इंडियन
हिंदी में बोला, शुड बी फाइन.
देखो निरंजन भाई को भी वही चाहिए भाई, मेरी कोई गलती नहीं.
निरंजन भाई को कोई सुन नहीं पा रहा है, हमें ही सुन पा रहे हैं सिर्फ. निरंजन भाई सेफ है, वो साइलेंस पे क्यों है भाई? इसलिए
अनम्यूट होके बोलो भाई.
नहीं बोलेंगे निरंजन भाई, बिल्कुल शांत है.
क्या बोलना है कि आप अनीश गिरी को चाहते हो जीते भाई?
हाँ, डेफिनेटली आई एम सपोर्टिंग अनीश गिरी.
ऑसम भाई, आई एम आल्सो सपोर्टिंग अनीश गिरी भाई. लेट्स गो भाई. तो ये गेम भाई आप बताओ भाई, थोड़ा पोजीशन के बारे में डिस्कस कर ले क्या?
एक पोजीशन बढ़िया है, बिशप C6 पे काउंटर कर दिया. वी सॉ समथिंग वेरी सिमिलर. आई थिंक जब बिशप D7 बिशप C6, आई थिंक इसी इंडियन प्लेयर आई थिंक हरि कृष्ण ने खेला था. अब वो नाइट C3 क्वीन C2 नाइट C3 प्रिपेयर करेंगे E4, बट ब्लैक विल ऑफ कोर्स ट्राई टू एक्सचेंज द बिशप ऑन C6 फॉर द बिशप ऑन G2. देन ही विल ट्राई टू प्ले C5 एंड सो ऑन, या E5 व्हाटएवर. एंड आई थिंक ब्लैक इज फाइन, एरिक इज फाइन. ऑल्दो अनीश गिरी है, अनीश गिरी never loses, never ever does he lose. He will push forever, as we know, and then the best you can get out of him is a draw. है ना?
कुछ ज्यादा ही तारीफ नहीं हो गया अनीश का.
हाँ क्या?
कुछ ज्यादा ही तारीफ नहीं हो गया अनीश का.
नहीं, but after all मैंने draw किया अनीश के साथ chat, so I can surely say कि अनीश draw करना is not so difficult. But all I can say is कि जीतना बड़ा मुश्किल है. Like he keeps trolling you, and you know कहते रहते हैं कि chess assist needs some assistance, and then he pulls your confidence down. So I'm not really sure.
Plus Anish is playing the Catalan.
Yeah, he's been the Catalan. So Catalan से हारना वैसे ही मुश्किल है यार.
And we have one mod in the chat जिनका नाम भी ऐसे अंशिका कैटलवानी है भाई. So कैटलान एक्सपर्ट है वो लगता है.
भाई विशु के सामने तो आवाज नहीं निकलती, और अब यहाँ मैं ही तो खेलूंगा ओलंपियाड. जस्ट किडिंग
भाई, कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल देखता भाई इंसान का कैसे एकदम स्काई रॉकेट हो जाता है.
भाई जब विशी सर बैठे होते हैं ना, आई थिंक बड़े बड़े जीएम ना सबके सब सोचते होंगे यार मैं बोलूं क्या, मतलब अभिजीत गुप्ता who's playing the Olympiad, I'm sure उन्होंने ऐसे बहुत hints दिए थे. He was like यार पता नहीं यार बोलना चाहिए नहीं बोलना चाहिए, like टिक्कू तू बोल ही नहीं रहा है, मैं अकेला बोल रहा हूँ भाई, तू भी तो बोल. बिल्कुल शांत हो गया भाई अकेला. like everybody feels that way. Everybody, I'm sure, because after all yeah, he's Vishy, he's a legend man. like it's just insane. It was overwhelming to be there on the same Zoom call, same commentary team as him.
True.
And you know it's a great journey from Vishyant to B-Stars. Great.
ये क्या है भाई, ये गलत कर रहा है टिक्कू, तू याद रखना भाई.
क्या करूं, यही मौका मिलेगा मुझे भाई. अगली जब कभी भी मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा तो पक्का कोई 2600 जीएम साथ में होगा, फिर मेरे को फिर अपनी ऊपरी उड़ानी पड़ेगी. पहली बार मौका मिल रहा है किसी और की उड़ाने का भाई.
ठीक है भाई, ठीक है. एक बार आर्यन तारिका का गेम देखें कि किस तरह से उनको डांट पड़ने वाली आज.
देखते भाई. यो साकिब भाई व्हाट्स अप
भाई. 11 मूव में काफी पोजीशन वैसा हो गया भाई. E4 C5 ओके, सिसिलियन खेल रहा ओपोनेंट. नाइट टू F3 E6 D4 C कैप्चर ऑन D4 नाइट कैप्चर ऑन D4 A6 S3 knight F6 bishop to D3 knight C6 knight capture on C6 D capture on C6. D capture कौन करता है यार? हमेशा मैंने देखा सबको B capture.
हाँ, but यहाँ पे I think it makes a lot of sense because I think I mean basically if you capture C pawn, I think once you play D5 white will play E5 and then he will try to attack on the king side. But once you take with the d pawn, I think white के attacking chances go drastically down because queen trade होने के बहुत chances बढ़ गए suddenly.
Got it. Castle e5.
देखा e5 payment कर दिया from white.
Bishop to e7 and हाँ. Knight to d2, b5 and a4 is on the board by minority attacks type.
हाँ, and Arentari seems to be for now slightly better because he's fully developed, castled. दोनों bishop board पे हैं and a4 is already threatening a takes b5 and yeah, अगर आप bishop b7 खेलते हो like मतलब you know even just taking on b5 does not feel so bad and white should be slightly better. This knight can go to c5 also, like b3 c5 possible है and वहाँ पे हम control कर सकते हैं.
एक second, अगर मैं ये मारूं और ये मारे,
but black to move है ना पहले.
अच्छा हाँ, sorry मैं वही सोचा ये मारूं ये मारे और फिर ये मार दूं तो क्या ही होगा.
हाँ, कुछ नहीं हो सकता. मस्त है. आर्यन और बाबू दोनों को मॉडलिंग करना चाहिए.
ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. आर्यन तारी तो कर सकता है, तो यार स्टैट्स का थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
बेसिकली बोकारो में ना जो वर्ल्ड में 1992 में चल रहे थे सारे फैशन ट्रेंड्स, बोकारो अब पहुंचे यार.
ये क्या है भाई? डिफिकल्ट मतलब chess.com के मर्ज को ऐसा बोल रहा है तू?
Not chess.com merge. chess.com merge तो है. chess.com तो फास्ट है ना, they have special powers. But usually जो फैशन ट्रेंड्स टीवी पे आते हैं वो अभी पुराने चल रहे हैं. So that's why it's difficult, man. It's difficult. फैशन में सक्सीड करना बहुत मुश्किल है.
देखो तू आ भाई सीओबी में कोच बन के भाई, बता रहा मैं तेरे को.
यूबी में भी रेटिंग मेरी ज्यादा होगी भाई, वहां उल्टा नहीं होने वाला.
उधर रेटिंग से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता ना. उधर मैं चीजें बोल सकता ना, इधर मैं बोल नहीं पा रहा हूँ. तू बचा हुआ है बे.
नाइस. कोई ना, प्रखर को लेके आओ. प्रखर भाई अब
प्रखर क्या बचाएगा भाई?
प्रखर बचा लेगा भाई उस टाइम.
भी होता है भाई वो खुद मेरे से भाई.
नहीं भाई, प्रखर बचा लेगा उस टाइम पे. लेट्स गो.
घंटा बचा लेगा भाई.
Okay, let's go to the game of. I think we have to look at Caruana's game, no? After losing yesterday, how he's doing?
हाँ.
भाई प्रखर से 21 मिलियन वालों ने भी पंगे ले लिए भाई, कुछ नहीं कर पाए वो. आजकल तो अकेला मतलब बड़े को हैंडल कर लेता है.
बिल्कुल.
ये कुछ ओपोनेंट नर्वस नहीं लग रहा था? Doesn't he look too nervous?
ये है किसका ओपोनेंट पर?
Caruana का.
Oh.
Can we have a look at the game? And I think I have not seen a player so nervous in the opening.
C4, E5, knight to C3, D6, knight F3, F5, G3, bishop to E7, bishop to S3, C5, D3, knight to C6, knight to D5, knight F6, knight capture on E7, and बस इतना ही खेला गया अभी तक भाई.
Very interesting. I don't like this. ये क्या खेला है white ने यार? What is the bishop on S3?
अजीब सा ही है ना? हाँ, ये like बहुत ही अजीब.
चैट जब तुम नया आइडिया देखते हो ना, तो अगर चेस प्लेयर यू फील लाइक यार ये ट्राई करना चाहिए. बट बिशप h3 देख के मुझे कोई फीलिंग नहीं आ रही भाई ट्राई करने की. मतलब ये तो दिस इज अ बिट
ये इतना अजीब है कि मेरे को भी वियर्ड लग रहा है. तुम समझ रहे हो?
लिटरली मतलब दिस इज लाइक, आई मीन ये है क्या? मेरे को समझ नहीं आया.
नो आइडिया.
ओके, आई थिंक ये थोड़ा सा अजीब है. Let me have a look.
But I think Fabiano is going to win by this.
I think
already
after yesterday's loss,
अजीब खेल रहा है and this guy is already nervous by. I
think थोड़े पसीने आ रहे हैं हमको थोड़े.
ये लेवॉन का कभी ये देखो ना, एटीट्यूड इज लाइक एकदम कितना चिल रहता है वो. नहीं दिखता
यार लेवॉन का वार्डरोब कौन संभाल रहा है?
I have no idea about that. पर ये पैरेट ग्रीन क्यों पहना है?
I think interesting is the at least, I mean सबसे simple word interesting होगा है ना wardrobe के लिए, like for sure. Interesting is the word. प्रतीक पाटिल जी कह रहे हैं मैं 800 हूँ and this is a completely normal move.
Understandable guys.
और यही जो 2500 GM है ना, ये ओपन टूर्नामेंट मेरे को लेटा के मारेगा भाई लिटरली. और यहाँ पे क्या खेल रहा है भाई? What is this bishop h3? What is this move? ये तो अजीब ही है भाई. और लेवॉन उठ गया है भाई मस्त. गायब हो गया लेवॉन. गायब ही हो गया भाई लेवॉन.
लेवॉन और ओनियन का गेम एक बार देख लेते हैं भाई.
हाँ,
चले गए वो लोग, हम लोग ध्यान दे देते हैं उनके गेम पे.
चैट जल्दी से 400 लाइक कर दो भाई. लेट्स गो चैट, लेट्स गो भाई. आज गेम से मजा आ रहा है. आई डोंट नो व्हाई. आज बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम्स है ना.
आज काफी मजेदार है.
इंटरेस्टिंग इज द फर्स्ट गेम बोल सकते हैं बट ओके.
आज का तेरा वर्ड है क्या? इंटरेस्टिंग.
इंडीड.
Oh dude, क्या?
Let's go.
E4, E5, knight F3, knight. Oh, Petrov on the board, bhai. Knight capture on E5, D6, knight F3, knight capture on E4, D4, D5, bishop to d3, knight to c6, castles, bishop to e7, knight bd2, bishop to f5, rook to e1, knight capture on d2, queen capture on d2, bishop to g6, c3, castles, queen to c2, bishop to d6, bishop to g5, and queen to d7 and bishop to h4. And ये एकदम ही completely पूरा theoretical
ये draw होगा. This is very symmetrical. Chat कौन बताएगा यहाँ पे black के एक piece थोड़ा सा misplaced है. Which is that piece?
I feel ये knight.
Yeah, so this knight is a bit misplaced because I would love to play c6 like Blight has played, na? Yes. And I would love to have this knight somewhere else. So I think once black reroutes this knight, maybe exchange a couple of rooks on the e file, this is just equal. I just don't see any chance for any player because Nabati Tamir is a very strong player. जितने open tournaments होते हैं ना यूरोप में, सारे जीतते हैं भाई ये. मतलब open tournaments में where he's the top seed, he wins like every second tournament. मतलब बहुत strong है. मैंने को बहुत tournament देखा है. He's always winning.
Hey, we have a result.
What?
Yes. अर्जुन ड्रू ऐसे चैट
नहीं यार मजे ले रहे हैं वो यार. मजे ले रहे हैं
यार.
कौन था ये मजे वाला? तुषार कुमार जी यार अगर मजे ले ले तो भाई ठीक है यार.
ये क्यों आपने किया यार मेरे साथ यार? मैं तो मासूम हूँ यार, मेरे साथ मत करो यार ऐसा. chess.com मेरे को जॉब से निकाल देगी यार. मेरे पास जॉब भी नहीं है अभी.
ये क्या है भाई? That's true, man. I should be in the arms of Scarlett Johansson. That's true, man. I agree. But okay.
But anyways, we are back.
We are back.
To Aronian game.
Yeah, so Aronian game looks equal. I think it draw होगा. So let's go to the game of the women's section. हमने देखा ही नहीं अब तक, है ना? Let's go to the women's section.
आइए आप निरंजन भाई एक बार आप सारे गेम खोल दोगे क्या?
मिनी हार्ट अटैक. सॉरी भाई, अरे मजाक कोई बात नहीं यार. हार्ट अटैक चलते रहते हैं. Unless they are serious.
ये क्या है?
अरे ये कौन सी पोजीशन है भाई? बिशप और रूक ही गायब थे. मैंने कहा बढ़िया यार, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग खेल रहे हैं
आज. रिजल्ट होगा तो मैं बता दूंगा. किलुआ कह रहा है भाई स्कारलेट जॉनसन को जो जोहानसन बना दिया. नाइस. ओके,
लेट्स गो टू हरिकास गेम अगेंस्ट सोफी मिलियट. लेट्स सी व्हाट द गेम इज. Oh my God! Which opening is this on the board? Let's go. Can we start from the top?
एक second. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. रंजन भाई कुछ कर रहे हैं.
अच्छा ओके. हाँ कुछ नहीं यार, निकल गई थोड़ी सी एक्साइटमेंट. क्या करें? Oh no, the London ने
ओपोनेंट को क्वींस आउट दिए. द बबून सिस्टम. तो अच्छा लंदन सिस्टम खेला गया उसमें.
द बबून सिस्टम क्या है भाई?
बंदर ओपनिंग दे वांट टू से. आई थिंक
शर्ट उल्टा है कि इमेज रिवर्स है? आई थिंक इमेज रिवर्स होगी भाई.
किसका? ये मेरा? नहीं सही है वो.
सही तो है भाई, ऐसे दिखता है यार सामने से. Don't you think teams के initial seeds median rating पर decide होने चाहिए rather than average rating of players? I think median करना मुश्किल है ना. फिर कार्लसन का तो भाई अलग ही हो जाएगा. एक बंदा 2800 है तो I think average is the best. और 4 प्लेयर में क्या ही median?
साहिल मीडियन और इसमें ज्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं रहेगा.
हाँ 4 प्लेयर नहीं. बाय द वे सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मैसेज लिखा है हैप्पी जी ने. क्या पढ़ सकते हैं 20 भाई?
हाँ, B stats is handsome. Thank you so much यार. हैप्पी
लिखा है Sahil handsomer than Babu. So I argue with the English there, but facts are absolutely true facts. By the way, India 2 women's team आप देख सकते हैं भाई जॉर्जिया के अगेंस्ट खेलती हुई. And apparently खाना बोर्ड पे allowed है because I can see a cup of tea and a banana on the board.
No, I think you can drink but you can't eat ना.
But there's a banana on the board, no? I think. और
but वो हाँ पर वो खुला नहीं ना अभी banana. वो उठा के लेके जाओ.
खुल जाएगा भाई. जल्दी क्या बीच भाई? ये क्या चक्कर है? इतनी क्या जल्दी है भाई खोलने की बनाना? भाई खा लेंगे बाद में यार. ये क्या मतलब है बीच भाई? What is this?
भाई पर सही में भाई वो अलाउड नहीं है भाई. ऐसे नहीं खाता.
अलाउड है भाई बनाना खोलना. दिख रहा है ना? पड़ा है तो
पड़ा है पर रख सकते हो. फिर उठा के लेके जाओ.
अलाउड है तो खोलना भी लड़ोगा भाई. ऑफ कोर्स
भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है.
ऐसा ही होता है यार.
ये थोड़ी होता है भाई.
बिकॉज़ बनाना खोलने में शोर नहीं होता ना यार. सो इट्स ऑलवेज अलाउड. रग्बी ने किया था बनाना तो एग्जैक्टली.
मे बी बनाना अलाउड है. बनाना इज एन एक्सेप्शन.
हां बिकॉज़ देयर इज नो बनाना खुलता है तो कोई वैसे वो कचरा नहीं होता ना. एक मतलब ऐसे वो कोई रैपर रेफरेंस ऑन.
अभी सोचो कोई उधर बैठ के दाल चावल खा रहा है.
दाल चावल ही खाना तो बिरयानी खाओ ना.
मतलब इधर दाल खोला, इधर सब्जी, इधर एक चिकन निकाल रहा है. जैसे सारे अपने टिफिन के वो रख रहा है सामने और फिर खेलना शुरू कर रहा है. Is it possible to do that in any tournament?
क्या क्या
ऐसा
क्या
OTB कि ऐसा अपना टिफिन लेके आया, टिफिन खोलना शुरू कर दिया उसने सामने.
हाँ लोग करते हैं, बिल्कुल करते हैं लोग.
What?
आई हैव नॉट सीन पीपल हैव लाइक ऐसे दाल चावल या रोटी सब्जी नहीं खाते, बट दे हैव सैंडविचेस लाइक चॉकलेट्स या व्हाटएवर इट इज.
हाँ,
लाइक
चॉकलेट वगैरह तो ठीक है ना, वैसा मतलब जिसमें पूरा हाथ वाथ गंदा हुआ है. मैं तो चावल
किसी ने
दाल
तो खाया होगा भाई, किसी ने तो खाया होगा. बाय द वे वी हैव टीम ए फ्रॉम इंडिया. देखो भाई सारे प्लेयर, मे बी वी कैन या दिस बोथ ऑल प्लेयर्स लुक्स टेंस नो, लाइक दोनों ने ऐसे हाथ लिटरली ऐसे रखे हैं. बारे पता है कई चीजें क्या करते हैं ना, दे विल स्टेयर एट यू लाइक दिस, लाइक दे विल प्ले देयर मूव, खुद तो मस्त खेलेंगे, बाद में आपको ऐसे घूरेंगे लिटरली पूरी गेम में. और अपने पास दो ही चॉइस होते हैं, या तो भाई वो एक चॉइस होता है कान के जो रख के दे दो, वो तो ऑफ कोर्स अलाउड नहीं होगा. सेकंड इज टू सिट लाइक दिस. ये एक पोज होता है टिपिकल, यू डोंट लुक एट द ओपोनेंट.
आई हैव सीन ऐसे करके बैठते हैं. एंड इसमें फोटोज भी बहुत क्रेजी आते हैं. मेरे को ऐसा फोटो एक चाहिए भाई.
हाँ सो फोटो पता है चैट तुम्हें पता है, ये जो इतनी अच्छी फोटोज टूर्नामेंट प्लेयर्स की यूजुअली आती है, हाउ डू दे गेट दीस फोटोज?
आई थिंक एक फोटोग्राफर है, वो क्रेजी है, उसका नाम बताऊं क्या?
हाँ वो इस टूर्नामेंट में है, बट यूजुअली टूर्नामेंट्स में कई बार होता भी नहीं है. सो व्हाट पीपल डू इज, अगर आखिरी दिन अगर 10 बजे सुबह राउंड है, दे विल गो एट 9:30 AM एंड जस्ट खाली टूर्नामेंट में बैठे. मैंने खुद किया है भाई, लिटरली बताया, मैं बैठा हूँ
सीरियसली.
हाँ,
कोई गेम भी नहीं चल रहा
है
था, वो ऐसे बस बैठे हैं फोटो के लिए.
लिटरली हर टूर्नामेंट में मैंने खुद किया. आखिरी दिन जब टूर्नामेंट खत्म होने वाला है, ऐसे बैठे हैं भाई, गए आधा घंटा पहले और ऐसे एक्टिंग कर रहे भाई ऐसे. और मेरा दोस्त फोटो खींच रहा है, भाई हाथ थोड़ा साइड कर, मूव तो खेलते बोर्ड पे भाई, देखना चाहिए चेस गेम चल रही है भाई, पीछे सारे बोर्ड एम्प्टी है भाई, क्या करूं? तो ये चल रहा था भाई.
डेविड लाडा, यस भाई, डेविड लाडा ने उन्होंने एक निकाला था, उसका नाम था द थिंकर. एंड उसमें सबका फोटोज है, बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल फोटोज है भाई.
उन्होंने मेरी भी एक फोटो बहुत सुंदर खींची थी वेगस में.
व्हाट? वाओ.
हाँ वेगस में, बट उन्होंने वो थिंकर में डाली नहीं अपेरेंटली फॉर सम रीजन. आई डोंट नो, इससे बड़ी इंसल्ट क्या हो सकती है भाई. इतनी बढ़िया फोटो खींची, बहुत सही फोटो है भाई. मतलब वो मैं कभी दिखाऊंगा, एक सूट में भाई, वहां पे मिलन ओपन खेलने गया था मैं, बहुत सही फोटो है. वहां पे तानिया कमेंटेटर थी अपेरेंटली, तानिया एंड रॉबर्ट हैस वर द कमेंटेटर्स. बहुत सही फोटो आई थी, उन्होंने बुक में डाली नहीं यार, तो अपेरेंटली ही डज नॉट थिंक ऑफ मी एज अ थिंकर. इंटरेस्टिंग.
यू आर नॉट गुड इनफ भाई.
भाई क्या करे भाई,
आप जीएम बन जाओ, उसके बाद वो डालेंगे भाई आपका.
सैफुल भाई के गले मिल रहे हैं, थैंक यू भाई. बरमूडा पार्टी में भी स्नैक्स ही अलाउड है ना, बाकी समा. अबे ये क्या है भाई? डू यू नो व्हाट बरमूडा पार्टी बाय द वे बी स्टार्ट्स?
आई डोंट नो व्हाट इट इज.
So it is a party which is only open to players who are older than 21.
है, ऐसा भी होता है. It's actually a party for chess players.
हाँ 4th को है. हाँ indeed.
तो मतलब ये अपने इंडिया 2 वाले कोई नहीं खेलने जाएंगे वहां पे?
ये नहीं खेल सकते. They are not allowed भाई. और I'm sure कि बीस्ट को उनकी बोलते हैं ना वो बेबी सिटर काम दिया होगा, तो he will also not be able to enjoy unfortunately.
That's sad यार.
What stays in Bermuda party? What happens in Bermuda stays in Bermuda party भाई?
Crazy भाई, crazy. गौरांश कह रहा है क्या नाटक कर रहा है समय 3 दिन पहले. अरे मैं समय की बात है सुनता हूँ, एक कान से दूसरे कान से निकाल देता हूँ यार, बहुत कुछ.
ओहो देखो भाई, दोस्ती बीफ इनकमिंग भाई, समय और बी स्टैट्स का बीफ इनकमिंग बहुत जल्दी. आप थिएटर ने यू
यार इतनी चीजें बोलता है यार समय, किसको किसको सीरियस लेके याद रखे भाई. समझ ही नहीं आता क्या सीरियस बोल रहा है, क्या जोक है.
सीबीआई क्लिप सब लीक कर देगा. आई डोंट थिंक वहां की बातें लीक होंगी भाई. और अगर वहां पे सीबीआई क्लिप्स नहीं घुस पाया, तो तुम समझ जाओ भाई क्या क्रेजी लेवल शिट चल रहा है वहां पे.
यस भाई. India A. Can we start from Hampi? Sure. Take your time, भाई.
दिस ट्रैक निकालेगा समय. अब देखो भाई 20 भाई खतरनाक स्ट्रीमर है, बट 1 मिलियन वाला कभी 60K के लिए, सॉरी 59.9K के लिए डिस ट्रैक नहीं निकालेगा भाई.
That's also true भाई. He has to give me a career to destroy it.
पहले कम से कम 100K करने पड़ेंगे यार.
ओके, वीडियोस आती है बाटूमी ओलंपियाड की, बरमुडा पार्टी की वीडियो है, अंशिका जी कह रही है.
ओहो नाइस. क्या हो रहा है उस पार्टी में अंशिका? आई एम नॉट रियली लाइक श्योर.
अच्छा 4 तारीख को पार्टी है ना, तो फिर मैं 3 तारीख को घूम के आता हूँ भाई.
रेस्ट डे भाई उस दिन.
तो
Maybe
पार्टी
chess-
अटेंड करके आएंगे ना भाई, और क्या।
हाँ, maybe Chesscom can send us flight tickets and we can check it out.
यस भाई, एक्सक्लूसिव फुटेज लेके आएंगे निरंजन भाई।
मैं कार्लसन की
स्कोप है।
मैं कार्लसन की आस मंडराता रहूंगा भाई पूरे टाइम।
ये राकेश को ही पता होगा।
अच्छा।
अगर 23 मिल वाले 100 के वाले पे वीडियो बनाएगा तो 1 million can do for 60K. That is true भाई। I take my words back. I eat my words right now. That is true भाई। डिस्ट्रैक्ट क्या उन्होंने तो 5 वीडियो डाली है भाई, वो भी 2 चैनल पे। I take it back. I take it back.
ट्रू भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है आज के जमाने में। सस्ता फुल हीरो गैस होगा। हैरी ब्लंडर प्रतीक, हरी
हरी कौन है भाई? हरी ब्लंडर भाई, हरी कौन है भाई? भाई वी स्टार्स कौन सी टीम को चीयर कर रहे हो भाई? ये क्या चल रहा है भाई चैट? Who is V Star supporting? Oh my God, do we have a more in our commentary team?
Sorry यार, sorry. साहिल, I am Ben.
सुन भाई यार, कोई अगर मुझे जल्दी से 20 लाख डोनेट कर दे तो मैं IM बन जाऊं भाई। सिंपल फंड है भाई। बाहर की वीडियो आती है, अंदर की नहीं। ये क्या मतलब है भवेजा जी? कहना क्या चाहते हो आप?
ओके, खुल गया क्या गेम्स? आज बहुत ज्यादा बैकएंड में थोड़े से इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, बट
वो निरंजन भाई एक्चुअली टिकट बुक कर रहे हैं ना।
आदिवान का प्लेयर भाई ऑपोनेंट चला गया है छोड़ के
चला गया बेचारा। लाइक हो गया भाई,
बहुत खेल गया
मुझे
के लिए।
साहिल भाई विश्वास रखो हमारे पर यार, आएंगे उस गेम के ऊपर बहुत जल्दी। अमन जी कुछ कह रहे हैं which I'm going to ignore. So why did China not participate in Olympiad? Apparently because of visa issues, but it's not entirely clear why. All we have information is Ding Liren का एक इंटरव्यू था जो I think Chesscom लिया था, and where he said कि China would not be playing. That exact information हमें कहीं मिली नहीं।
वीजा नहीं मिल रहा चाइना को।
It's like मतलब your girlfriend says it's not you, it's me, but you know कि मतलब she's cheating on you. So rough idea है हमें।
Okay. आदिवान को मैं दिखाऊं, कैन वी लाइक क्विकली देन, अगर जब तक ये सब लोड पता नहीं होगा कब, कैन वी गो टू द मेन सेक्शन देन?
हाँ, मतलब जो भी गेम मिल जाए, अगर वुमेन्स की नहीं खुल रहा है, we can go to the men's section and maybe we can have a team B with the full team. That would be awesome, right?
यार एकदम स्टार्ट में देखा था, अभी देखते हैं कि अपडेट क्या है उसमें।
हाँ, exactly.
लेट्स स्टार्ट विद आदिवान का क्या चल रहा है। हमने कहाँ तक देखा था यार? मेरे को एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहा मैं, निरंजन भाई। ओके, गुकेश कर दिया अगेन, फिर से एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहा। ओके, लेट मी जस्ट डिस्कनेक्ट नाउ द पार्सर। आई कैन नॉट एक्सेस, जस्ट डिस्कनेक्ट इट नाउ फॉर मी।
COVID-19 के कारण चाइना नहीं पार्ट ले रहा, या मे बी समथिंग लाइक दैट। इट्स नॉट क्लियर दो भाई, क्या रीजन एग्जैक्टली। एनएम को नहीं डालते यार, समझा करो, एवरेज रेटिंग गिर जाएगी बुक की। भाई वहां पे यार बहुत लोग हैं, ठीक है, मेरे से लोअर रेटिंग वाले, नो ऑफेंस।
क्या बात कर रहा है?
होंगे ना, बट ऑफ कोर्स वो देयर माइट बी सम वुमेन प्लेयर्स, नो, बिकॉज़ लड़कियों में रेटिंग इज यूजुअली ऑन एवरेज लेसर, तो वो चीज होती है।
बट तू यंग भी तो नहीं है, अगर तू यंग होता और इतनी रेटिंग होती चलता भाई। ये तेरा पीक है भाई करियर का। आई एम नॉट एबल टू कनेक्ट भाई।
ये क्या है भाई? अभी तो मेरा बर्थडे आया भी नहीं, अभी तो 29 का ही हुआ, अभी से कहाँ से ओल्ड हो गया भाई मैं? बालों पे ना जाए भाई, बालों पे ना जाए भाई। उस दिन याद है जब तानिया स्ट्रीम पे थी, जब वो आके बीच जो वॉर्स हुआ था उसमें, व्हाटएवर सरोवर वॉर्स में, तो शी इज लाइक, अब उस टाइम पे कैसे? उस टाइम पे तो कॉलेज के स्टूडेंट्स थे भाई, उसको विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा था कि उस टाइम पे मैं कॉलेज में होऊंगा भाई। सफेद बाल भाई, कोई मेरे बाल काले कर दो भाई प्लीज। भगवान सुन रहे हो क्या भगवान?
लेट्स गो भाई। ये किसका प्रक का गेम देखते भाई, जिसका भी अब खुल गया। नहीं रुको, आदिवान से शुरू
करते हैं। इसका भी अब खुल गया, ये लो भाई। भाई क्या भाई, मतलब व्हाट इज दिस?
आदिवान से शुरू करते हैं भाई। एंड कैन वी हैव द कैंप्स इफ वी हैव? चलो यहाँ तक देखे थे। ओके, हाँ चलो। क्वीन कैप्चर ऑन D5, नाइट टू F3, B6, C4, क्वीन टू C6 एंड क्वीन टू E2 एंड बिशप टू B7 भाई। बस इतना ही
मुझे एक्चुअली लगा निहाल के ओपोनेंट ने वो कैट विस्कर्स बनाया अपने चेहरे पे। व्हाट वाज दैट? आई सॉ समथिंग ऑन हिज फेस। कुछ तो था यार
तेरे को।
कुछ तो दिखा मुझे। चैट में ही था क्या? कैन समबडी चेक ऑन द स्ट्रीम? देयर वाज समथिंग ऑन हिज फेस, नो? Maybe I am the one who's wrong. I thought I saw something. कुछ तो लग रहा है ना? कोई एरर है क्या?
क्या लग रहा है तेरे को?
कुछ है नहीं उसके गाल पे, आँख के नीचे, कुछ तो लग रहा है. Anyways, my bad.
चश्मे पहने यार उसने बेचारे ने यार.
चश्मे है क्या?
I hope so.
कुछ तो है ना, कुछ तो है ना. नाइकी का
चश्मे
टिक
पहने
नहीं लग रहा, नाइकी का टिक लग रहा था.
नहीं लग रहा भाई, कुछ नहीं लग रहा
Anyways,
भाई.
मैंने का स्पॉन्सर होगा मैं भी. Anyways, my bad. Sorry. Let's go to the games.
ओके, ये आदिबान का गेम भाई, ये है आदिबान का पोजीशन, करंट पोजीशन.
So black ने
Any
milking
comments?
one का, like if you castle move the knight, milking one threat है, but I do feel somehow white के पास पूरा center है यार. 2 bishops भी है, center भी है, and I think white is yeah, slightly better, clearly better, I would say. So Adiban has good chances, Chad. I think he has a decent position here. 2 strong bishops. Black भी अभी knight develop नहीं है, and ये जो pseudo mate का threat है, it will not work.
Of course. मतलब ये तो सिर्फ मेरे अगेंस्ट वर्क कर सकता है, not against Adiban. Let's go to Nihal game.
First, I think we have a third board, right? Third board is Prague. Right? Okay, we have Nihal's
चलो
game
Prague
also.
देखो भाई, ये लो.
की बात है.
अरे ये लो भाई, Prague देखो भाई, आप जो बोलो वो बोलेंगे भाई.
So Prague के game में I think so the black has the bishop
यहाँ तक
there.
देखा था हमने. हाँ, bishop
We saw
capture
it till, I
d5.
think
यहीं तक देखा था हमने.
A4 तो देखा था हमने.
Castles, bishop to e6, bishop capture on e6, f captures, c3, pawn to d7, pawn to e2, rook f7. Okay. And h3, rook a f8, and knight to h2, and bishop to d8 भाई. ये अभी तक खेला गया, यहाँ पर डेवलप कर लिया, यहाँ पर प्रेशर दे रहे हैं, and what else?
But I think is black के पास कोई clear plan नहीं है ना, लेकिन because you don't want to play d5 आसानी से, no, because d5 में first of all e5 pawn can be hanging if white takes, and even if you defend the pawn, white can simply ignore that pawn, like वो pawn ऐसे ही रखे रहेगा, and you don't want to play d4 because कल को वो knight f3, knight d2, knight c4 बैठ सकता है अगर हम d4 d5 d4 खेल देंगे.
समझ गया.
So I think यहाँ पे black के पास active pieces हैं, but white is absolutely fine, and I don't see how he can put maybe bishop b6, but then a5 will happen. So it's like a situation जहाँ पे it is exactly balanced, and the bar is not kidding. Yeah, बिल्कुल बीच में है bar, बिल्कुल बीच में. And as you can see, वो e6 pawn बहुत important है. Now white cannot put the knight on d5. अगर white d5 knight पेल देता तो it would be very difficult.
Yes. अभी नहीं कर सकता, but अगर एक बार push किया, captures, and then you push, then इधर से आ सकता है, इधर से नहीं आएगा.
हाँ, exactly. So this looks roughly balanced, I would say. I am pretty sure a draw in this game. So let's go to the Nihal game. He has the white pieces. Let's see how he's doing against Anton Guijaro. And we have this position. Nihal
एक ने लिखा है sponsor is okay, but वो खुद प्रोडक्ट नहीं बनेगा लोगो बनवा के.
कौन किसकी बात कर रहे हो?
वही जो तू बोल रहा था. अच्छा.
कुछ तो था यार, कुछ तो था गल पे यार. I saw something.
Okay. And यहाँ पे I think Nihal is in a deep thing by in this position.
Yeah, so यहाँ पे I feel कि मतलब black ने position में ठीक रखी है. Like मतलब again there's pressure on the king side. Bishop is pointed towards the king, and isolated pawn भी है d4 पे. So okay, a few exchanges. He takes on d5. And now what Nihal is trying to do, he basically removes his isolated pawn, and now black has the bishop pair. So immediately he tries to exchange one bishop. Black के पास bishop pair नहीं रहना चाहिए. लेकिन disadvantage क्या है? Now the pawn structure is entirely similar.
Oh, yes.
And this means draw के chances बहुत बढ़ गए. And I think, Chad, so far it seems like this game might also end in a draw. So far, Adiban slightly better. Prague dead drawn, Nihal dead drawn. So looking decent for Team India. Can we go to Ukesh's game now?
Yes. गुकेश के गेम में g4 खेल दिया गया भाई.
Oh, Shirov goes for g4. भाई, there was this story जो मैंने सुनी थी. So I don't know if you know the semi-Slav line जहाँ पे g4 खेलते हैं. So Shirov ने वो invent करी थी वो theory basically. Shirov and I think was one more guy, his friend. तो story goes like he was in the hotel and अपने दोस्त से बात हुई breakfast table पे, and he says to his friend कि आज तुम देखना, आज बोर्ड पे ना कुछ epic होने वाला है. पहले ही बोल दिया भाई अपने दोस्त को. And then he goes and he plays this completely new line g4 semi-Slav में, and then suddenly he wins the game in spectacular fashion, and it changed opening theory for a long while. So Shirov is known to play these ideas, attacking ideas. देखा g4 क्या फेंक दिया है, एंड बार दिखा रहा है ब्लैक इज स्लाइटली बेटर, बट वो ओवर द बोर्ड रिफ्यूट करना इज नॉट अ कप ऑफ टी। एंड यू कैन सी ब्लैक ने A5 भी खेल दिया है और H6 भी खेल दिया है, सो दोनों साइड पे किंग सेफ नहीं है फिलहाल।
यस,
So I think regardless of what black does, he will have to be very very careful. लेकिन advantage ये है कि कल को अगर if this attack doesn't work, तो F file में जो F4 square, जो F3 juicy squares दिख रहे हैं ना, we can put one of our knights on F4 for example, या rook on F4 if the bishop is gone from C1, and ये हम बहुत बढ़िया counter attack कर पाएंगे. So I think Gukesh has to hold this initial onslaught of this G5 H4 idea, and then surely he can push.
शायद मेरे को कैंसिल करने की जरूरत भी क्या है, मैं तो इधर ही, मेरे को तो सेंटर पे ही सेफ लग रहा है।
हाँ वही है। सो इट्स नॉट क्लियर कि कहाँ किंग डालना चाहिए, सो दैट्स व्हाट Gukesh is trying to calculate, कि किंग कहाँ रखूं मैं आखिर, दैट इज द मेन।
ओके
सो यहाँ पे चैट, फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू लुक एट दिस पोजीशन, देयर इज वन वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग मूव चैट, हु कैन फाइंड दैट मूव यहाँ पे चैट, ब्लैक टू प्ले, व्हाट वुड यू प्ले इन दिस पोजीशन, ट्राई टू फाइंड द मूव and maybe we can give your membership for this question chat. कौन निकालेगा, क्या बोलते हो बीस भाई, करने?
लेट्स गो
चैट बताओ भाई, मेंबरशिप का सवाल है, क्या खेलना चाहिए ब्लैक को?
मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ भाई, मेरे को भी मेंबरशिप चाहिए।
गुकेश ने क्वीन D7 खेला है, that's also a decent move. I think he's preparing to, castle queen side, but there was probably a more I would say forcing move which was very interesting. Who can mention that move? अभी तक किसी ने बोला नहीं है। किंग D1, तो भाई आई डोंट थिंक द किंग फ्रॉम E8 कैन गो टू D1. कैसल तो वुड बी लॉस्ट भाई, कैसल वुड बी वेरी रिस्की। B5, knight B5 is also risky. King D7 also possible, but I can also castle, right? G5, indeed by G5 is the move. Mr. A ने move बोली है G5, so can we go back one move Queen D7 के बदले?
Okay, you're saying G5?
Yes, G5.
भाई ये क्यों अच्छा है भाई?
The idea is to simply stop this pawn by force.
Oh.
And now white का attack is almost limited. Yeah, मतलब it's nothing to do now. And now I can slowly reroute my knight maybe to F4 on a good day. And if that happens, black is better. And G5 के बाद I can slowly play Queen B6 or Queen C7, castle queen side, and my king will be safe. And then I can put a rook to F8 and use this F file for my pieces.
Got it.
So Gukesh plays Queen D7, and that means I'm sure Shiro will play G5 immediately.
He played
G5. He played it.
He played G5.
He played it, and now it's obvious that he's at least coming with a rook to G7. Yeah, most likely.
Oh भाई,
ये भाई congrats भाई, आप मेंबरशिप जीतते हैं भाई, आपको कांटेक्ट करेंगे, निरंजन भाई कांटेक्ट करें ट्विटर पे,
add you get membership. ए भाई को भाई एक बार निरंजन भाई वो कर ले भाई, उनका नाम नोट कर दे प्लीज। ए, सिर्फ ए है उनका नाम।
हाँ सिर्फ ए है भाई।
मैं कर दूं?
ठीक है। Just realize that if someone is named A, then whenever I'm saying ABC, I'm abusing them. Nice.
ये अलग ही नाम रखा है भाई बंदे ने। भाई मैंने आपका नाम नोट करके भेज दिया भाई निरंजन भाई को। भाई प्लीज निरंजन भाई को कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं आप लोग वहां पे ऑन हिज ट्विटर और इंस्टाग्राम, एंड इट विल टेक 7 to 14 days जैसा निरंजन भाई कहते हैं। एंड भाई मेरे को यहाँ पे हो गया भाई, एच कैप्शन G5 खेल दिया। एक सेकंड,
ओके
ये क्या हुआ, गेम क्या हुआ? मैंने गलत बटन दबा दिया कोई?
वो कह रहे हैं माई सेल्फ अनीश भगत। ओह माय गॉड, ऑसम। अरे थैंक्स फॉर दिस ऋषि भाई, थैंक्स लॉट मैन।
थैंक यू ऋषि भाई। CHF पता नहीं कौन सी करेंसी होती है भाई, पर थैंक यू सो मच। कौन सी करेंसी होती है?
आई थिंक इट्स स्विट्जरलैंड करेंसी है ना? I think it's francs, right?
No idea,
I'm not sure.
I think it's तेरे को ही पता होगा, दुनिया तो तूने नहीं यार, मैंने तो बता दे रहा हूं मैं।
भाई मैं चिल्लड़ी होते थे भाई हर कंट्री के, लेकिन हाँ आई थिंक CHF इज, भाई मैंने गूगल किया CHF आया कंजेस्टिव हार्ट फेलियर। भाई डरा क्यों रहे हो भाई? ये क्या है भाई, इतना सदमा भी नहीं देना था यार।
ओके एक सेकंड, गेम खुलने में फिर से थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा चैट, गिव अस सम टाइम। स्कोर्स बताएगा कोई? अभी तक कोई रिजल्ट आया नहीं है, तो स्कोर्स आर आई थिंक 0 राइट नाउ।
हाँ अभी 0 ही है, किसी 0 है। So it's franc. Yes, I thought so. Switzerland का है। Exactly. Thanks for it.
क्या अब एक्सेस कर सकता हूँ क्या? हाथ ऊपर कर दिया है निरंजन भाई ने, बोला कुछ मत करो।
ने कहा हैंड्स अप।
हैंड्स अप भाई।
प्लीज भाई ने हाथ डालिए भाई।
माउस छोड़ो यार, तुम बहुत बीटी दे रहे हो ऐसे करके।
हे शैल भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट मैन, थैंक्स अ लॉट बड़ी। कैसे हो?
Yo, Sharvil bhai, love you bhai.
Does Niranjan Bhai play Shevan Ingen? Rhyme? अबे ये क्या है भाई? हर चीज rhyme करके वो नहीं होता यार.
श्रवण इंगन क्या होता है?
Opening switcher है यार. Opening switcher है basically. Sicilian में आता है.
है?
E6, D6, Bishop E7, Bishop B7, ऐसे करके B6, A6, Queen C7, Rook C8, Castle, Rook D8 ऐसे करके.
सब समझ गया मैं साहिल. थैंक यू. थैंक यू फॉर एक्सप्लेनिंग सो नाइसली. यार चेस प्लेयर्स को क्या लगता है यार? बक बक कर देते हैं नोटेशन. हम लोग को समझ में आ रहा है क्या?
आना चाहिए, नोटेशन तो आना चाहिए.
नोटेशन तू बोल भी देगा तो हाउ वुड आई इमेजिन इट ऑन द बोर्ड कि ऐसे ये खेल दिया गया.
नहीं, individual pieces, for example, when I say Bishop B7, so just imagine the Bishop on B7. Then suddenly I say
वाओ.
इतने में रुक गए क्या? अच्छा फिर तो मुश्किल है भाई, फिर तो मुश्किल है.
बोल रहा है when I say bishop to b7 you have to imagine bishop to b7. वाह
भाई इतना तो आना चाहिए यार. इतना तो आना चाहिए भाई. 1800 रेटिंग है चेस कॉम ब्लिट्ज की भाई.
रेटिंग को
मुझे याद है चैट, मेरी चेस कॉम, मेरी आई थिंक चेस कॉम की ब्लिट्ज रेट, चेस कॉम या पता नहीं किसी वेबसाइट की रेटिंग वाज लाइक 1300-1400 हुआ करती थी व्हेन आई वाज अनरेटेड, एंड तब भी नोटिफिकेशन आती थी मुझे भाई.
हाँ बिल्कुल भाई. यस भाई. Okay, but okay. Can I see? And अभी ठीक है. Thank you so much, Niranjan bhai.
So we have the games of the women section chat open.
Yes.
Women section A team. Let's look at Humpy's game.
भाई बहुत moves हो चुके हैं भाई यहाँ पे. And let me show the Humpy का perspective. She is having the black pieces. Opponent opens with E4, E5, Knight to F3, Knight to C6, Bishop to B5, A6, Bishop to A4, Knight F6, castles, Knight capture E4, D4. B5 खेल दिया गया, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes back to B3, B5, D capture E5, bishop to E6, queen to E2, bishop to E7, rook D1, castles, C4, B capture on C4, bishop capture on C4. अरे bishop अच्छा पिंड है. Oh wow. Bishop to C5, bishop to E3, bishop capture on E3, queen capture on E3, queen B8. Yes. बिशप टू. तेरे को पता है क्या ये सब कुछ?
हाँ, आई हैव प्लेड दिस लाइन एज ब्लैक. एंड ये पता है व्हाइट से किसकी रिकमेंडेशन है ये लाइन जो खेल रहे हैं व्हाइट?
नो, आई हैव नो आईडिया.
कारुआना ने रिकमेंड करी है लाइन.
ओह वाओ.
He had a DVD in this opening and he recommends this line. And black से queen b खेलते हैं. Idea is to play queen b6 at some point or queen a7 to trade queens.
Okay.
And knight a5 का idea है to win the bishop basically and also play c5.
अभी हो गया, वो हो भी गया भाई. देख तो नाइट a5 एंड क्वीन टू a7 खेल दिया गया. उसके बाद नाइट कैप्चर e4, क्वीन कैप्चर e3, f कैप्चर e3, नाइट कैप्चर b3, a कैप्चर b3, d कैप्चर e4, नाइट कैप्चर सॉरी नाइट टू d4, rook f b8, rook d to c1, bishop capture on b3, rook capture on c7 and bishop to d7. भाई ये पोजीशन.
Okay, ये तो already I think this is drawish, yeah. And I think we had a very Anish Giri की game थी इस position में जो draw हुई थी. It's a bit different, but I think this should be a draw. In fact, white is the one who's probably slightly better because knight on d4 is basically untouchable. उसको तुम हिला ही नहीं सकते, कुछ भी कर लो. And that's why maybe white is a bit better with the active rook as well. लेकिन I think Humpy should hold this. She has the bishop and it should be a draw. So I think ये game draw रहेगी. Can we quickly go to Harika's game and see what's happening there?
Yes. तान्या के गेम पे भी आ रहे चैट तुरंत ही आ रहे हैं चैट. Yes. इसमें
from the top भाई, from the top देखते हैं वाला important है भाई.
हाँ. D4, Knight F6 as usual, Knight F3, E6, Bishop to F4, D5, E3, Bishop to D6, Knight to E5, castles, Bishop to D3, C5, C3, Knight to C6, Knight to D2, Queen to C7, Knight DF3, C4, Bishop to C2, protecting the Bishop, and B5 by.
यही current position है क्या?
Yes, this is the current position.
So this is of course London, and I think usually when Bishop D6 is played,
अच्छा लंदन है इसीलिए तेरे को देखना था स्टार्टिंग में.
G3 पे रहते बिशप यूजुअली, बट शी हैज पुट द नाइट ऑन E5. इस केस में क्या है कि व्हाइट के पास E4 स्क्वायर पे पूरा कंट्रोल नहीं है. So if you play E4 you will lose your light square bishop. That is the basic difference. So Black ने तभी immediately pawn फेंक दिया queen side पे. Now she'll play a5, b4 and so on. And e4 अगर खेलते हो as white after queen e2 or whatever, you will lose the bishop. So it's not the best case scenario. On the other hand, white has control over e5 now. So e5 पे पूरा control है because knight, bishop, pawn सब control पे बैठे हैं. So I would say this is roughly even, but I don't think white has an edge. I don't think so.
Got it, bhai.
So I think the game will be a long one, this one. So let's go to the game of Tanya now and see how she's doing. She was the one who won yesterday. यार Tanya ने कल India को जिताया था, and today as well she does the same.
Most probably. Okay, let's go from the start. Chat में चाह रहा है hello बाबू, Halika going to lose or what? Why she will lose, bhai? अच्छा, just because she has played London, that's why. Okay, let's go. Tanya starts with d4, opponent plays d5, knight to f3, knight to f6, c4, c6, knight to c3, e6, bishop to g5, knight bd7, e3, queen a5, knight d2, bishop to b4, queen to c1, d capture on c4, bishop capture on f6, knight capture on f6, knight capture on c4, queen to c7, bishop to e2, castle, rook d8, a3, bishop f8, b4, b6, queen to c2, bishop to b7, rook fd1, c5, d capture on c5, b capture on c5, b5 and g6 is played by.
So यहाँ पे clearly Tanya has connected pawns on the queen side. Black का c5 pawn थोड़ा सा isolated है, and because of that reason जो c4 knight है वो बहुत बढ़िया बैठा हुआ है भाई, उसको हिलाना बड़ा मुश्किल है. And she also has this pawn majority like a4, a5, कल को ना it can create a pass pawn. So Tanya, I would say, is like practically tiny bit better, like because of this isolated pawn on c5. But I think the bishop is coming to g7 on a good day, and then knight can come to d5 and so on. So black is also fine. Bishop on b7 is a great piece, by the way. Pura g2 tak pressure hai. So I think it should be even Stevens, and maybe black will also try to exchange b5 pawn at some point. So फिलहाल के लिए equal लग रहा है. Black के bishop pair भी है. That's also an edge. But knight on c4 is a great piece here. So I think roughly balanced, but Tanya tiny bit better, I think.
भाई पर अभी तो बहुत moves बाकी है भाई.
हाँ, अभी तो बहुत लंबी गेम है, indeed. So let's go to the game of the fourth board. I think see what's happening there.
Standings कहाँ देख सकते हैं? Standings अभी कुछ पता है क्या हमें? निरंजन भाई कौन है chat?
Standings यार अब तक India 2 number 1 पे है. I think that's all we need to know इस round तक. And इस round के बाद वो पूरी blow open हो सकती है. Let's see what happens.
Okay, but एक बार निरंजन भाई आते हैं तो उनको बोलते हैं.
हाँ, please explain isolated pawn. Isolated pawn वो होता है जैसे for example C5 पे pawn है, ठीक है? इसको highlight कर दो बीच भाई C5 पे, ठीक है? उसके बगल में कोई भी pawn नहीं है इसको सपोर्ट कर सकता है. B फाइल पे और D फाइल पे कोई भी pawn नहीं है जो उसको सपोर्ट कर सकता है कभी भी until an exchange takes place. जैसे knight D5, knight D5, D5. तो फिलहाल के लिए it has to be defended by pieces. अब जब एक पीस को जो 3 पॉइंट 5 पॉइंट 9 पॉइंट का होता है एक पॉन को बचाने के लिए एफर्ट डालना पड़े, सो वो पॉन थोड़ा वीक है भाई, उसको अटैक करना आसान है, एंड इसलिए आइसोलेटेड पॉन इज द वन व्हिच कैन नॉट बी डिफेंडेड बाय एनी अदर पॉन, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दे आर वीक. सो अकेला पड़ जाता है लाइफ में.
इंडिया टू गुकेश निहाल वाली है. यस करेक्ट,
वही है.
यस.
सो आई थिंक वी कैन गो टू द फोर्थ बोर्ड एंड सी व्हाट्स हैपनिंग.
दैट इज वैशाली.
So Vaishali ने I think Benoni structure kind of खेला है. Let's see how the game progressed.
D4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight to c3, bishop to b4, e3, castles, bishop to d2, c5, d5, e captures on d5, c capture on d5, d6, knight g e2, knight a6, a3, bishop to a5, knight to f4, knight to c7, bishop to d3, b5 and castles.
It's very similar to Benoni, no? Because say Tal ko opening position, he has played b5, and then you just want to kind of break open the queen side. So long term, white is just clearly better. f3, e4, and I would love to play e5. Whenever I play e5, f4, e5, white का जो center है ना, मतलब इतना खतरनाक है कि मतलब black will get destroyed. So that's why I think black को queen side पे जल्दी strike करना है, and the fact that Savina जी का time बहुत कम है is a plus point for Vaishali. That means she's not completely aware about the structure. So I think probably Vaishali ने surprise किया है Savina जी को opening के साथ, and that means Savina के ऊपर बहुत pressure है. So I hope Vishali can pull through because she is really well prepared. I think it does feel that way. कितने moves हैं 20 बार इस गेम में?
इसमें अभी सर 12 मूव हुए भाई.
हाँ तो देखो ना कितना टाइम यूज कर लिया है व्हाइट ने.
हाँ.
बहुत टाइम यूज कर लिया है. So अभी 28
ऑलरेडी हाफ ऑफ द टाइम.
हाँ 28 moves to go. So white will be under pressure and I think India team काफी strong लग रही है with Vaishali, Hampi, Harika and Tanya. And you know, Tanya is the lowest seed and she's the one who gave India the point yesterday. So everybody can basically win today. So team A looks very sharp. Can we go to team B, Bees bhai?
एक सेकंड भाई.
यो ठीक भाई. इंडिया का क्या सीन है आज भाई? बढ़िया यार. मुझे लग रहा है इंडिया जीत सकती है यार आज. आई थिंक इंडिया का थोड़ा इजी मैच है रिलेटिवली.
निरंजन भाई टीम बी के गेम्स आप खोल सकते हैं क्या?
हाँ.
यस, वुमेन्स.
Maybe we can have a live feed as well. Hey Shubhra, how are you? Okay, first we have Padmini against Nino Batiashvili. And we can have a look at all the games.
Okay. How's open team 2 doing? Actually, pretty good. अभी तक तो मतलब solid position है सब में. Almost drawish है. And I think one of them is doing better. Right?
We'll go to that just after this game. Yeah, I think this.
Yes, इसके बाद देखने जाएंगे तो.
साहिल जिंक्सू, आज अगर हम बहुत बेटर हैं तो just nod your head and if it is very bad then also nod your head. ये क्या है भाई? हम किसी को जिंक्स नहीं करते रे. हमारे पॉजिटिव फीलिंग्स आते हैं मन से रे. पॉजिटिव. बाय द वे बीस भाई, इमेजिन करो आप एक टूर्नामेंट खेल रहे हो, ओलंपियाड या कोई भी इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट, ठीक है? सो फ्रॉम योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, वुड यू रोम अराउंड और वुड यू 24/7 सिट एट योर बोर्ड कि भाई टाइम वेस्ट ना हो? जैसे मान लो का ओपोनेंट सोच रहा है, आपका ओपोनेंट सोच रहा है, ठीक है, और क्लियरली आप चाहो तो उसका टाइम भी यूज कर सकते हो ना सोचने के लिए, या फिर आप जाके चिल करोगे, थोड़ा वॉक करके आओगे, रेस्ट करोगे, व्हाट वुड यू डू?
पर जरूरी नहीं है कि वॉक कर रहा हूँ तो मैं जस्ट चिल ही कर रहा हूँ. लाइक आई फील कि ऐसे वॉक करते हुए भी तो बहुत कुछ सोच सकते हैं. एंड फिर वापस जब तुम बेड उस पे आ रहे हो, अपने बेड पे बोलता हूँ मैं, सॉरी बेड से ही खेलता है ना मैं तो.
वापस सारे काम बेड से ही होते हैं भाई. That's why he's not playing the Olympiad. वहाँ बेड लगवाना पड़ता भाई टूर्नामेंट हॉल में.
और अगर जब मैं वापस आऊंगा तो एटलीस्ट वो बोर्ड को एज अ फ्रेश पर्सपेक्टिव से देख सकता है.
हाँ.
कभी कभी यू आर स्टक विथ वन आइडिया ओनली कि ये करना, ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा, ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा, ये क्यों नहीं, व्हाई डजंट दिस वर्क? And when you come and see the board again, then you feel like, अरे ये था.
पद्मिनी तो यार ज्यादा ही खतरनाक स्ट्रेचिंग कर दी है, मेरे से तो होगा भी नहीं है. Oh my God, कितना पीछे ले गई थी यार. So what I was trying, so basically people belong to two camps. Like most people actually do roam around, including Carlson. But कई लोग होते हैं, they never get up. Like they're like, मैं एक second waste नहीं करूंगा. They're always sitting on the board from start till finish. जब तक at least they are not completely.
जवान होंगे ना भाई अभी भी.
नहीं कई पुराने लोग भी करते हैं because they are used to it, yeah.
Incredible भाई.
So बाबू सो जाएंगे मस्त, मुझे भी लग रहा है भाई. रोम अराउंड बैठे बैठे टायर्ड ज्यादा होते हैं, ये तो है यार, ये तो है.
Okay, can we start looking at the games now?
Let's go.
Let's go, bhai. Let's start with Padmini. Padmini भाई D4 कितना ज्यादा खेला जाता है ब्रो. D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight to C3, D5, C capture on D5, E capture on D5, bishop to G5, C6, E3, bishop to E7, bishop to D3, knight BD7, queen to C2, knight F8, knight G to E2, knight E6, bishop to H4, knight to H5, bishop capture on E7, queen capture on E7, long castles by white, knight to F6, king to B1, knight to C7, H3, bishop to D7, G4, long castles by black, knight to G3, G6, and rook HE1 bhai. This is the position on the board currently bhai. What do you have to say, Sahil bhai?
So this is like a queen's gambit decline जहाँ पे black has castle queen side, and usually क्या होता है कि इसमें white king side castle करता है, but sometimes you can also go queen side, and in that scenario because white S3 G4 खेल रहा है, attack करने वाला है, black also goes queen side. He will also play king B8. She will play at some point, and she's also put the knight on C7, which is a very interesting square because वहाँ बहुत सही defend हो रहा है सब कुछ. So I think black does seem to be fine, and I would say the game is roughly equal. I would say equal लग रही है game, and yeah, I mean there's no serious attack here. मतलब for white कोई attack तो है नहीं. So because I think king is very safe on C8 या B8, and जैसी knight E3 खेला, black ने G6 भी खेल दिया. So she prevents any knight F5 ideas, and white के पास कोई clear weakness है नहीं attack करने के लिए. She go for
एक सेकंड साहिल भाई, सॉरी निरंजन भाई, मैं माउस कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहा भाई, ये इधर उधर ही भाग रहा है.
अर्जुन is completely losing. भाई कुछ भी मतलब कुछ भी, अब तो मतलब कुछ भी. Okay, he is worse actually. Now that I look at it, he is worse. But we will come to his game, यार. He does seem to be worse. Oh my God. अर्जुन से तो उम्मीद थी भाई वही जीतेगा, भाई वही वर्ष है. Okay, we'll come to that game soon.
Okay, now I can do it.
हाँ, so ये वाली गेम मुझे इक्वल लग रही है. I think I expect a draw most likely. Let's go to the next game.
Okay, bye. Vantika game देखते.
So Vantika is playing Nana Zagizne, and and Nana is a very strong player. Let's see क्या चल रहा है.
एकदम ही सेम ओपनिंग भाई, मैं नहीं बोलने वाला भाई अब. ये देखो भाई चुपचाप से भाई. Oh, कुछ अलग हुआ है. D5, E capture on D5, sorry, C capture on D5, G6, Knight to C3, D6, Bishop to F4, Bishop to G7, Queen A4 check, Bishop to D7, Queen to B3, Queen to C7, E4, castles, Knight BD2, Knight H5, Queen to E3, B F5, and E capture on F5, G capture on F5, and G3. भाई ये क्या है भाई? नाना ऐसा डेंजर में नहीं है, उसका पूरा किंग खुला हुआ है.
हाँ, but she's also preparing F4 at some point. And F4 आएगा तो भाई हमारे बिशप के पास स्क्वायर तो है ही नहीं, so हमें मारना पड़ेगा. So दोनों के किंग काफी ओपन है, I would say, not just black.
पर मैं इधर कैसल कर लूंगा ना, इधर कैसल करके इधर बैठ जाऊंगा.
हाँ, but तब भी ओपन ही है ना. वो बिशप को G7 पे देखो, like what I'm saying is black can also play B5, A6, B5 quickly, and suddenly वो white का king भी safe नहीं है. And if you look at the clock, उससे पता लगेगा कि like Vantika is not so comfortable with this position. कितने moves हुए हैं इस गेम में?
इस गेम में 14 moves.
हाँ, so 14 moves के लिए she's literally having 36 minutes remaining on the clock. So not easy, yeah. Knight A6 played now. The knight is coming to B4, closer to white's eventual destination, yeah, king on C1. So I think the game is very complicated. I would still say Nana probably is in the driver's seat because of the clock, yeah. इतना advantage है, 35 मिनट का, literally double time उनके पास अभी clock पे. That's a big important deal.
26 move has to be played by
exactly
35 minutes only.
Exactly. So let's go to the next game now and see. So far, I think Indian team a little struggling.
Okay, let's go to Divya's game.
साहिल के साथ दिग्गज खिलाड़ी कौन है? बंधन जा भाई पूछ रहे हैं.
अरे बंधन जा भाई, आपको पता ही है भाई.
Let's go, of course. Anyways, let's do the game.
Knight to F3, D5, G3, Knight to D7, D4, B5, A4, B4, C4, E6, Knight BD2, Knight GF6, Bishop to G2, Bishop to B7, castles C5, C captures on D5, B captures on Bishop captures on D5, Rook E1, Bishop to E7, E4, Bishop to B7, A5, castles E5, Knight D5, A6, Bishop to C6, and D capture on C5. This is played right now.
Yeah, I mean the A6 pawn looks kind of nice. Like I like it. कल को A7 fall हुआ तो queen जल्दी होगा. But then white is not even developed yet. I mean bishop is on C1. And this E5 pawn gives white space, but also can be attacked later. So I think, और black का bishop C6 थोड़ा loose सा लग रहा है मुझे C6 पे ना. It's a bit loose. It's not defended. So I think I would say white is tiny bit better, but I think not by much. I think it should be holdable for Divya. So far almost equal. दोनों का टाइम भी बराबर है. So I think the game is going.
मेरे को white का तो ये pawn structure ही पसंद नहीं है भाई. क्या है?
वो C5 तो मरेगा ना. It will go away. So I think it's the extra pawn. So that will go away. But I do think white is slightly better. I think इतना तो लग ही रहा है, fully developed है. So let's go to the next game and see क्या चल रहा है.
And next is Soumya. बाबू के नाम पे प्रीफिक्स में ये क्या है भाई यार? I am क्यों नहीं लिखा intuition master? That's true भाई.
भाई लिख देते हैं उसमें क्या?
नहीं भाई नहीं. भाई असली I am सब पकड़ के मारेंगे यार मेरे को.
So let's go to the game भाई.
D4 Knight F6 भाई साहब मैं नहीं पढ़ रहा भाई. I'm just so bored with this.
ये different है भाई. Queen's Indian है ये.
थोड़ा अलग हो गया, change हो गया अब. D5, C capture on D5, Knight capture on D5, E3, Bishop to E7, Bishop B5, check, C6 खेल दिया है, Bishop to D3, Castle, E4, knight capture on C3, B capture on C3, C5, castles, C capture on D4, C capture on D4, knight to C6, bishop to B2, bishop F6, bishop to B1, knight to A5, queen to D3, G6, bishop to A2, rook to C8, G3, B5, rook Fe1, knight to C4 and bishop to C1 भाई देखो भाई एमिनेम बना दिया भाई मेरे को
Yeah, so अगर इस पिक्चर को देखा जाए तो white has already put the bishop on B2 and then come back to C1. So दो मूव तो वैसे ही उनके वेस्ट से लग रहे हैं and black के bishops are putting a lot of pressure on the center. D4, E4 are both attacked. Queen is attacking D4. Knight on C4 looks awesome because it blocks the bishop on A2. The rook on A1 is on the same diagonal as the bishop, so वो भी attack पड़ सकता है, कोई tactical possibilities होती हैं. And I think Soumya on the clock as well, again half time on the clock. So मुझे लग रहा है कि women team B की हालत कुछ पतली लग रही है मुझे अभी. क्या लग रहा है बीस भाई? तीनों बोर्ड्स पे
लग रहा है भाई तीनों बोर्ड पे everyone is on like time pressure
and also position is not looking great.
Position also not that great.
So let's go to the final board. I think एक ही board pending है क्या कोई? Did we miss one
नहीं
board?
bro, we saw
we covered all the games.
Vantika, Divya, we saw Divya just now.
we saw Divya. So I think
Soumya and Padmini. We saw
Padmini, Vantika, right? Divya, Soumya. Yeah. So let's go to team C once. एक नजर वहां भी मारते हैं जल्दी and see what's happening there.
Team C please.
Top also क्या हाल है and also how's Norway team doing? We'll go to that as soon as possible. Like, team C एक बार brief look मारेंगे, then we'll go to the open section again and see how they're doing. So first of all, Visha Karawade against we have Vishwa Vasnawala against Gazola Venese Mores and clearly वहां 300 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. बट 20 भाई मुझे लग रहा है ये ब्लैक का जीतना ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल है. ये तो मुझे व्हाइट की बेटर लग रही है बिकॉज रुक्स डबल कर चुके हैं वो सी फाइल पे and white is the one which has the bishop pair. And yeah, I find it difficult to imagine कि Vishwa will somehow convert this.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ मूव्स क्या खेल सकते हैं यहाँ पे. नाइट यहाँ नहीं खेल सकते हैं, तो बिशप से मार के पॉन भी ले लेगा. किसी तरह से इसको मेरे को ट्रैप करना था यार, कुछ तो करके.
फिलहाल नाइट ऑन C6 अटैक गया तो हमें उसको बचाना पड़ेगा या हिलना पड़ेगा.
बचाना है तो you have to.
And if knight A7 then rook C7 can also be played. तो rook C8 is one option of course. ये चीजें हैं. And black का ये pawn chain अच्छा है, G7 F6 E5 to block the bishop on G2. So because black के पास lights का bishop है, she has kept her pawns on dark squares. That is very logical. But on the other hand, white still seems to be slightly better. But the main point is, I think black can hold this comfortably. But this is where they expect to win. Yeah, fourth board play. So I think Vishwa will probably have to try and complicate stuff a little bit ताकि कुछ chances बन पाए. So let's go to board 3. यहाँ पे it seems to be equal. अगर 300 कम रेडिट प्लेयर से हारते होंगे तो मेंटली को कैसे करते हैं? I think ओलंपियाड में क्या होता है ना यार, because वो होता बहुत कॉमन है. We saw Caruana lose, we saw Carlsen draw, we saw lot of stuff happen. यहाँ पे I think they will judge themselves a little less because team event है तो हमारा play बहुत different होता है. कई बार विनिंग पोजीशन में या स्लाइटली बेटर में ड्रॉ लेना पड़ता है, कई बार लॉस पोजीशन में पुश करना पड़ता है प्योरली बिकॉज ऑफ टीम. या सो लेट्स लुक एट द गेम ऑफ नंदा पीवी एंड यहाँ पे भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन है. ब्लैक हैज नॉट कैसल्ड, जैसे ही कैसल करेंगे तो G5 G4 आ जाएगा, G4 आ जाएगा. बट ब्लैक ने अपना रुक B8 रखा है, क्वीन B6 रखा है एंड अब थ्रेट है नाइट को कहीं मूव करना और क्वीन B2 मेट करना. So black is also going for counter play. There is no doubt कि ये game very double edged है and दोनों की rating भी almost similar है and this will be a very fun game to follow. फिलहाल के लिए completely unclear.
तो यहाँ पे ये भी attack करने ट्राई कर रहे हैं ना everyone.
हाँ, exactly. So looks very unclear. Let's go to the board C. हाँ भाई rating जाएगी. But I think यहाँ पे rating का उतना stress उनको है नहीं.
Next कौन सा है एक बार निरंजन भाई?
Next I think might be Sahiti. I don't know if Sahiti is not playing today. So Vishwa we have seen. We also saw Pratyusha देखना है.
नंदिता देख लिया हमने. ये रहा प्रत्युषा.
हाँ. So Pratyusha is playing against Terao Juliana Sayumi. Okay. And ये ब्राजील से खेल रहे हैं I think by the way if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And 6 pawns each, but I think because of the C6 pawn again isolated pawn.
ये अभी मूव खेला है. ये क्या ब्लंडर है इसमें, क्या बुरा है?
I'm thinking about moves like E5.
क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं?
नहीं, Bishop C5 and Queen C5 would be Knight C5 would be 3 piece. E5 थोड़ा tempting लग रहा है because it attacks the queen. What will be White's move then? Not so clear, right? or maybe there's something else like both e5.
e5 खेलने पे यही है, और क्या रह सकता है, और तो कुछ नहीं है.
हाँ वही तो, definitely looks possible, right? e5 looks tempting. Also, is there something else?
e5 मैं सोच रहा हूँ रे.
Because queen d4 है ना, it's kind of a square जहाँ पे it can be harassed in multiple ways.
Yes.
Rook d8, c5, e5, someday bishop c5, like does not feel like a comfortable square for the queen somehow. ऐसा मुझे feeling से आ रही है, intuition based. And you will have to move it again basically. एक और बार चलना पड़ेगा. For example, rook d8, queen e3, rook d3, like you can attack it again and again and again. So I think she probably made a mistake here, and if Sayumi picks up on it, then suddenly, you know, black can take the initiative because black has the bishop pair and queen को constantly वो knight e4 पे defend करके रखना है, which is a big chore, yeah. So I think इतना आसान नहीं रहेगा प्रत्युषा के लिए.
True, भाई, true. And let's move on to the last game maybe. This is Isha. Isha का नहीं देखा था ना हमने?
नहीं, ईशा का नहीं देखा. And Isha's game is, I think, very solid. I think this is very, very solid. मतलब she has a pawn on c4 controlling d5. But
the Indian likes it. The bar likes it.
Right? Because white has space. No, white has a strong bishop on g2, decent bishop on g5. Black की queen a5 पे है, but बाकी pieces rather are decent enough. I think ऐसी position में white is usually slightly better, but एक convert करना मुश्किल रहता है because black has no weaknesses. Black is fine. So at some point, कुछ knight d5 tactics, maybe e3 and knight d4 could be a plan. So I think this is always slightly better for white, but not by much. So Isha will have to find a way to win, considering कि बाकी बोर्ड्स पे एक दो जगह थोड़ा रिस्क है इंडियन टीम को. So not so comfortable, especially I think Vishna Vasnawala has to somehow try and outplay her opponent because she is the clear favorite. But so far, I think it's not clear who is favorite. Out as a team की क्या result रहेगा. It's very unclear.
Got it.
So let's go to the open section chat. And let's start
section में एक बार वापस चलते हैं और भाई शुरू करें क्या गुकेश से? What do you think?
बिल्कुल.
एक सेकंड मेरा शुरू हो गया भाई.
If you can have the cams as well, that would be awesome. I think we can see the players. IM नहीं तो SM टाइटल दे दो बाबू को, स्टॉकफिश मास्टर. भाई मछली को कैसे चलाना है बाबू को कहाँ आता है यार, अनफॉर्चुनेटली.
ये क्या है भाई? एक सेकंड, जस्ट लेट मी टर्न द बोर्ड. एंड यहाँ पे क्या हुआ था, हमने कहाँ तक देखा था? G5 आई थिंक, आई रिमेम्बर. या G5 तक हुआ था. कैप्चर किया, bishop capture on g5, recaptures, rook captures, and then long castle कर दिया भाई. Queen to e2, rook df8, long castle opponent ने भी किया, and rook to f7 भाई. So this is being played until now.
And chat question for you, like I think this is roughly balanced most likely, but which side would you take? किस side से खेलना चाहोगे तुम? Because honestly, I'm trying to understand what white's plan is, because अगर आप देखा जाए तो black के पास weakness है g7 पे, right? है ना?
Yes.
But white के पास f2 और h2 दोनों है weakness which can be attacked at some point. So it seems that way कि black is slightly better. But then I think here d4 plan is also interesting for white at the correct moment. It can be played. And somehow attacking g7 is much more easier than attacking f2, for example. So I think it is roughly balanced. So which side would you play? क्या लगता है, white या black?
मैं तो white से खेलना पसंद करता हूँ भाई.
हाँ, बहुत लोग white लिख रहे हैं, but I would say black.
है ऐसे इस पे प्रेशर डालना g7 पे, ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा है.
हाँ, वही, it's much easier, but I would still play black somehow. I like black's chances here somehow. I would play black most likely, but it's roughly balanced, and Gukesh is one who can totally outplay Shiro from this. It is possible to imagine this happening. So let's hope Gukesh can outplay Shirov and become the India number 3. That would be insane. It will create history. Yeah, मतलब India number 3 होना at such an early age.
Wow. That's true, भाई. एक सेकंड और गेम्स
16 years old Gukesh, by the way, right now. 16 years old.
Sorry.
My God, मैं डर गया भाई, क्या हो गया? 20 भाई, क्या हो गया? Everything okay?
सर्दी भाई. All good. So I think 16 years की उम्र में India number 3 भाई, that is awesome. And शिरोव को हराने पे रेटिंग भी अच्छी मिलेगी ना उनको.
हाँ, अच्छी रेटिंग मिलेगी भाई. I think he will easily become like 2714. VD क्या निकल जाएंगे? VD पे India number 3 जोक्स पढ़ते हैं, अब number 4 पढ़ेंगे. अरे पता है आज क्या हुआ? आज जब मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा था तो वहां पे जब उन्होंने वीडियो डाली थी अनीश की, तो चेसकॉम इंडिया ने, तो वहां पे लिखा था कि एक अनवेल अनीश लाइक समथिंग लाइक दिस मूव्स अवे फ्रॉम द टूर्नामेंट हॉल समथिंग। तो वहां पे एक बंदे ने कमेंट किया था सागर की सर्दी। कोई सबको लिटरली राइम कर रहा था भाई वो। तो वो एक बंदा लिख रहा है सागर की सर्दी भाई।
मेरे को क्यों लगी पर सागर की सर्दी।
इस सागा प्यार इतना खतरनाक है यार। दूर दूर तक फैलता है।
दिस गेम हमने कहाँ तक देखा था?
So I think we saw it till I think Bishop F4 तक देखा था ना हमने, यहाँ पे एक्सचेंज कर दिया Bishop पे।
Okay. Bishop captures on d6, queen captures, queen to d2, f6, rook fe1, rook fe8, knight to g3, rook fe7 and planning to double up. और ये क्या करेंगे? ये भी पुश करके डेवलप करेंगे क्या?
I guess.
और तो कोई है कुछ मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है इसमें। बट निहाल ऐसे इंडियन स्लाइटली बेटर दिखा रहा है, ऐसा क्यों भाई? देखो सब कुछ एकदम सिमेट्रिकल है, एग्जैक्टली सेम ऑलमोस्ट, बस ये बिशप वर्सेस नाइट है।
हाँ, because वो light square bishop है ना, so the bishop is kind of a bit passive. It's forced to defend the pawn, and because of that reason, it's kind of a bit of a passive bishop की वजह से, I think black is slightly worse.
Sorry about that. Okay, next game पे चले। Prague.
ये current position है क्या?
That was the current position.
Okay, now we come to Prague against Santos.
और ये क्या भाई, सब लाइन में खड़ा कर दिया है भाई पॉन इन्होंने। ओके, G3 A6 B3, बस इतना ही है भाई।
सॉरी मैं कह रहे हैं भाई, निहाल कौन है? इट्स निहिल। निहाल मेरे चाचे के बच्चे का नाम है यार, मैं उसका प्रोमो कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा। भाई
16 के 16 पॉन ऑन द बोर्ड है भाई, एक भी पॉन एक्सचेंज नहीं हुआ है। कैसा फील कर रहा है आप देख के?
फील तो मैं कर रहा हूँ, मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि पहली अगली चीज पहले आपको छींक आएगी कि पहले पॉन एक्सचेंज होगा। That's what I'm thinking right now.
I need to take a break maybe. Niranjan bhai, are you there? Yeah, please take over bhai.
ठीक है, so we can go to the game of Gukesh now and see what's happening there. मेरी बिल्ली भी ऐसे ही स्नीज करती थी, चिकन पॉक्स। भाई ये क्या बोल रहे हो भाई? भाई 20 बार चिल्ली होंगे यार। इंडिया भी आज जीतेगा तो मजा ही आ जाएगा, वो प्रेडिक्टर वाला बंदे के लग जाएंगे। इंडीड, आई थिंक वो बंदा अपना करियर छोड़ देगा भाई। So I think okay, this one we saw, right? We saw Gukesh's game. I think Adiban's game is remaining. Yes, Adiban's game we have not seen yet. So let's go to Adiban's game. I think team B में 3 board पे equal game थी, and Adiban was the one who had a slightly better position. And we look at the game right now, it pretty much seems to be the case even now. Similar position है, bishop on b2, bishop on d3, and the pawn on a4 is trying to maybe go to a5 on a good day, exchange itself off, ताकि हमारे पास कोई भी isolated pawn a2 पे ना रहे. And again, दोनों bishop king side की तरफ pointed है. कोई भी गलती ज्यादा नाइट वाइट हिलाया ब्लैक ने f6 से, सडनली धट यहाँ पे टक लग सकता है भाई। तो बहुत टैक्टिक्स हैं। एंड देन व्हाइट ने अभी रुक डेवलप नहीं कर रहे हैं, वर्ड रुक कैन गो टू d1 and then he can decide for the remainder of the plan. So I think Adiban can be the star player for team B here. बाकी तीनों गेम में ड्रॉ लग रहा है शायद मुझे। सिम्प अलर्ट, हु इज द सिम्प? VD ब्लंडर कह रहे हैं भाई, कुछ भी मतलब। I think the games look for now, if I had to predict results, I think 2.5, 1.5 in India's favor looks most likely. 3 draws and Adiban slightly better. So let's go to team A if we can. Camera team B ka rehne the and we can go to team A and we can see the games. We can start with Harikrishna on board 1. And if you look at Harikrishna's game, okay, we have VD's game right now, I think. Yeah, VD's game. Chat, first thing, to look at the clock. Okay, we have Harikrishna. Okay, we have Harikrishna. So, in the clock barabar hai, and Harikrishna has isolated pawn. Lekin I think he has control over e5, and I think he can liberate himself with b5 and on a certain occasion. So I do think he is absolutely fine. The bishop can also later on go to f3, attack b7. So I think Harikrishna has an equal position roughly. The bar says white is slightly better, but I think I do think it's kind of balanced. Black is fine, rook is coming to c8, and he can also put the bishop on c6 on this long diagonal at some point. So game equal लग रही है शायद मुझे। हरिकृष्णा के जीतने के chances I have to say उतने हाई नहीं है। वीडी गेम में जा रहे हैं भाई, अभी जा रहे हैं। अर्जुन -1 दिखा रहा है। अर्जुन गेम में देखेंगे भाई, अर्जुन की we saw he made some mistake. So I think Hari's game looks roughly balanced. So I expect a draw here. Can we go to VD's game now? Yeah, so we have VD's game and white ने A4 B5 फेंक दिया है भाई. लेकिन if we carefully look at the game, VD के अपना knight G6 पे आ चुका है. So VD clearly playing on the king side. Yeah, all his pieces are on the king side. Like if you look at the rectangle from the D file to the H file, black के सारे minor pieces वहां पे हैं, and you know white के भी हैं. But somehow white has gained space on the queen side. He's trying to open up the A file, and ये knight F4 फिलहाल पार्टी ऊपर बन रहा है भाई, बीच में रास्ता रोक के बैठा है. I wish we could remove this. Maybe we can take on F4 if we want to. And VD would love to, like, I think he should take on E4 here. He played the move Queen E7 and now A5. I think यहाँ पे Knight F4 definitely feels like a decent move. And Chad, you can also play B5 to completely close the queen side. That is also possible because especially white के knights king side पे या center में है, तो there is no knight coming to C5 very quickly. उनके लिए पहले उनको bishop हटाना पड़ेगा D3 से, और bishop हटाने के लिए पहले knight E2 हटाना पड़ेगा. So it becomes very complicated, and that's why B5 also. And now the B4 pawn is also a weakness. So वहां पे एक रुक उनको लगा के रखना पड़ेगा B4 defend करने के लिए. So I think B5 might be a good move, and also knight F4. Both moves look decent for VD. And Chad, VD seems to be slightly better here, clearly. And Lupulescu जी सोच रहे होंगे कि यार यहाँ पे थोड़ा गड़बड़ तो लग रही है. Ronak is doing chill, man. He's in the hotel right now, chilling, having a margarita, having water. VD is in full beast mode. Just look at the time difference. Yeah, time है भी clearly. VD, you know, we have seen him suffer on the clock multiple times. Chat. कौन chat में इन्होंने कोई भी stream देखी है किसी की भी जहाँ पे VD time से down है भाई? कभी देखा है ना, बहुत देखा होगा भाई. So I think this is the occasion where he's ahead on the clock and he's better in the position. So clearly VD might be the one to strike today. Yo Amish bhai, what's up? चार्ट जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पे है ना, 150 लोग, सबके सब चार्ट ने बताओ भाई, VD विन ड्रॉ और लॉस, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? पोल के बिना भाई, विन ड्रॉ और लॉस, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? अरे मत लगाओ नजर पे. अरे नजर क्या है भाई? नजर तो गाने बने उसके ऊपर यार. ऐसे नजर लगता है तो फैसले होता है यार. मार्गरीटा से वाटर रिवर्स जीसस, ये क्या है भाई? Win, draw, VD for the win. Margarita is not person. Actually, there is a Margarita player from Russia, but Russia is banned, yeah. Win, draw, VD for the win. क्या बीटी थी साहिल भाई? VD टाइम पे तो टर्नर सिर्फ वैकेंसी का फोक याद आया. हाँ भाई, VD for the win. Nice. So I hope VD wins. He's ahead on the clock. He's better in the position. He's doing really well. Let's go to Arjun's position quickly and see what's happening there. So far, equal for Hari Krishna, better for VD. Let's go. Draw confirmed. Loss, please. बोर्ड पार्टिकल इतना क्या लाइव से बोर हो रहे हैं? देश के अगेंस्ट ही वोट कर रहे हैं भाई, ये क्या चक्कर है? ओके, वी हैव अर्जुन्स पोजीशन हियर ऑन द बोर्ड एंड एज यू कैन सी ये नाइट जो F4 G6 पे कॉम्बिनेशन है ना, ये कुछ थोड़ा डेडली तो लग रहा है. वाइल्ड का किंग थोड़ा सा मुझे रिस्की पोजीशन लग रहा है भाई, बिकॉज यू कैन इमेजिन अ क्वीन कमिंग टू G5 and G2 and on some day a mate could happen, and also back rank is also weak. So I'm a bit worried here, chat, as white, but I also feel कि मतलब because of two bishops, white will always have some compensation, like counter पे रहेगा ही रहेगा. And chat, यहाँ black could play a move like, you know, queen to A5, attack the pawns on C3 and A3. So I think black के पास बहुत play है, and Arjun has to be really careful not to lose this. My intuition, Google is going to win. Yeah, looks possible, man. Knight H3 and Knight F2. I think Knight C rook will probably come to some other good square. It will not. He will not allow you to play Knight F2. Also, Bishop defends F2. So fork तो कभी लगेगा नहीं. बस रुक को हिलाना है, maybe D2 or G2 or whatever it is. Beat it, draw it, indeed. Bhai, Michael Jackson is a big fan of his Gujarati, chat. If you don't know about it, now you know. He's a big fan of his Gujarati, and everybody is. And हमें सिर्फ he plays rook to D8 instead, puts the rook on the D file, and now, chat, I think the move is very obvious, chat. What do you play? Rook D2. मैंने highlight किया, indeed. यहाँ पे हमें maximum pieces exchange करने हैं, and rook D8 was probably not the best move. यहाँ पे उनको attack करने थे pawns. अब we can play rook to D2, exchange rooks, and then black's pieces will be stuck.
Yes, I am back, bhai.
Basically क्या हो रहा है कि rook D2 के बाद once you take on D2, queen takes E2, queens are नाच गाना कर नहीं सकती. क्यों? Because back rank mate लगी हुई है. That's the issue, chat. So I think that's why I think probably Arjun has equalized.
Wow. बट भाई एक चीज है ना कि ये जो भी यंगस्टर, चाहे अर्जुन हो, चाहे गुकेश हो, निहाल एंड एवरीबॉडी एल्स, ये लोग क्या करते हैं? दे हैव इक्वलिश पोजीशन, ठीक है, एंड देन दे कीप ऑन ग्राइंडिंग, एंड एट सम पॉइंट इन द एंड जब टाइम प्रेशर रहता है, दे ऑलवेज प्ले द बेस्ट मूव्स, एंड सामने वाला थोड़ा सा इंफीरियर मूव खेलता है एंड हार जाता है.
हाँ,
That happens, right?
Basically, time pressure में they can play really well and fast.
हाँ.
They make
उन्होंने-
less tactical mistakes during time pressure.
तो आई थिंक यही इनका स्ट्रैटेजी भी रहता है, आई फील लाइक कि टाइम प्रेशर पे लाओ भाई, लास्ट में देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Exactly.
ओके, हमने किसका किसका गेम देख लिया? अर्जुन, विदित, हरी.
It's time to go to the game of SL now because so far Hari का draw चल रहा है, Viz is better, and Arjun is now drawing. So I think board 4 becomes very crucial. If SL can win or draw, I think India might just win this.
Let's go to Narayan game, SL game. Oh, it's already in the end game, भाई. थोड़ा सा पीछे देखते हैं.
हाँ, पीछे देख थोड़ा सा.
क्वीन कब क्या हुआ था भाई एक्सचेंज? हाँ, लेट्स गो भाई. Queen capture with check, B captures, knight to D7, rook to D1, knight capture on C5, rook capture on D5, B6, rook to D4, bishop to E6, bishop to C4, rook AC8, castles, bishop to C4, bishop capture on C4, rook capture on C4, B5, rook B4, A6, knight to D4, knight to A4, rook capture, C4, rook capture on C4, rook capture on C4, B capture on C4, and this is the position right now. भाई एक सेकंड में उल्टा कर दूं इसको. अब देख सकते हैं भाई नारायण के पर्सपेक्टिव से.
हाँ, तो मैं कम्युनिटी पोस्ट चेक कर रहा था. हाँ, so now you can see the pawn on C4, and to be honest, the pawn on C4 is well advanced, so it can be dangerous. But अगर यहाँ पे the thing is, अगर ये pawns are advanced नहीं हुआ, so white will have a central pawn majority. So I think this should be a draw because so limited material on the board. And so far, chat, I think Hare Krishna draw, SL draw, we have Arjun draw, and then VD is better. So today, VD might be the star of this match. And so far, India seems on track to win this match. 2.5
इतना easy भी तो नहीं है ना यार डिफेंड करना.
नहीं, basically the thing is,
पुश करके मैं नाइट से हमेशा ये डिफेंडेड है.
हाँ, but the thing is, I'll just play Rook C1 and I'll bring the king to the center as well. And it's not easy. I think knight can simply go to C2 and stop this pawn. Even Rook B1 is possible, to be honest, from white. Because C3, knight C2. And how do you push? It's not easy. So I think it should be equal.
Got it.
So I think we can. I think this looks better. Which game shall we go to by? Shall we go to B section again, like a B team?
I want to see B भाई क्या चल रहा है उनके गेम.
चलो चलते हैं भाई. Let's go to the B section again and see Gukesh against Shirov. Let's start from there.
Okay, and we can have the पहले देखें. एक second, let me just open Gukesh का game.
My man literally said, "Please lose," and calls it prediction. भाई किसने बोला भाई please lose? नहीं बोला यार.
Okay, Gukesh का game भाई.
Oh, he plays B5. Wow. So he is not kidding around, yeah. He's like, भाई तुम्हारा king safe है, really? You think it's safe? You want to reevaluate that decision? Why? I think he's opening up his king. So this is definitely he's going for it, na? He's going for it. He doesn't care. Yes. He's not taking it a shortcut route. ये बहुत sharp खेल रहे हैं. He'll play B4, open up the queen side completely. सब कुछ खुल जाएगा भाई. कच्चे फटने वाले हैं भाई. Literally मुझे लग रहा है इस पोजीशन में. And then it's all about कि किसका king ज्यादा कमजोर है भाई. किससे king की चड्डी ज्यादा अच्छे मटेरियल की है.
But it's like double edged ना? कि अपना भी किंग कमजोर रहा है, उसका भी है भाई.
बहुत डबल एज्ड है. Gukia OP indeed. Let's go. I think time भी बराबर है. So I think Shirov must be a bit worried, no? Can we have the full screen for a second and we can see Shirov? We try to see and we can have the board on the side. I think इसमें देखने मजा आएगा. और ये मकसूद जी पीछे देख रहे हैं क्या गेम? I think Maqsood is the one watching the game, right?
Yes, Maqsood Lu है. Yes.
हाँ, Maqsood जी पीछे देख रहे हैं भाई. बहुत स्ट्रेस में भाई सारे प्लेयर्स. This is the team chat. They are ranked number 1 in the Olympiad right now. Team B, number 1 in the entire Olympiad, ahead of India team A, ahead of US, ahead of Spain. सबसे आगे चल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग.
And if they can, is so calm भाई.
And if they win today, I think this will prove कि they are much underrated, like severely underrated. मतलब हर कोई expect करता है कि this team will play well, but I don't think people expect to win gold. Yes. I really don't think anybody's like ये team gold जीतेगी. But if they defeat Spain, which is a much stronger team, I think सबके दरवाजों पे खटखट आवाज नहीं देगी भाई हम आ गए हैं. That's the main thing. Yeah, Chad, you can make norms here. It is an international tournament. You totally make norms. मुझे भी खेलना चाहिए था. 3 वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एक टीम में तो गलत बात है भाई. ये तो है आई. बट कौन सी टीम है 3 वर्ल्ड चैंपियन वाली? इंडिया भी इंडिया चार्ट देखो कैसे मस्त चारों भाई. ये लग नहीं ना. ओके, I wish I could crop the left half of the board, but imagine just look at the right half. कोई क्लासरूम नहीं लग रहा है स्कूल का.
Yes, they're so disciplined.
है ना, they're so ऐसे आराम से क्लास में बैठे हैं सारे बच्चे, टीचर को सुना रहा है. But look at the right part. Look at the right part of the board. भूल जाओ लेफ्ट वालों को. Look at the right part, and I think let me check how old Shirov is. I'm very curious. Shirov is 50 years old. That is literally combined to the age of 3 players of Team India. मतलब Guki plus Nihal plus Prag equal to Shirov in terms of experience. है ना?
Yes. But gameplay पे game है भाई.
हाँ, but you get the point. No, like they look like some classroom चल रहा है. Left में teacher है, right में students है. And ये बता रहे बेटा ऐसे खेलो, बेटा ऐसे खेलो.
And सबने यूनिफॉर्म भी पहन रखी है.
यूनिफॉर्म पहनी हुई है, मास्क पहने हुए हैं, आदर्श बच्चे हैं, है ना?
Yeah, true.
भाई आपको मेंबरशिप मिल जाएगी भाई, don't worry, you'll get it. So I think clearly, like I feel somehow कि Team B is a surprise package, and everybody knew from the start कि ये टीम सबको सरप्राइज करेगी, and they have managed to do just that. But ये कंटिन्यू करना है.
आज जीते ना तो क्रेजी होगा भाई. आज like against Spain, if they are winning, which is the number 4 seed,
very strong team,
right? Then अब ये लोग कोई भी इसको ऐसे like they will take it more seriously now. All the teams.
हाँ. भाई सरकारी नौकरी तो पक्की है. Indeed. सुना है कि भाई ओलंपियाड जीतने में सरकारी नौकरी मिलती है कंफर्म.
Really?
अरे मजाक करो, लड़की वाले मान जाएंगे. मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि भाई मुझे याद है कि यूजुअली क्या होता है कि चेस इज नॉट स्टेबल, नो. तो पर्सनल स्टोरी, बट आई रिमेंबर वन ऑफ माय एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड्स टोल्ड मी कि तुम चाहे विश्वनाथ आनंद बन जाओ, आई थिंक दैट्स नॉट स्टेबल. तो तब से मुझे यही लगता है भाई, जो भी वर्ल्ड चैंप बनने के सपने देखता है ना, द ड्रीम इज टू गेट अ सरकारी नौकरी.
भाई यहाँ पे इन्होंने G6 खेल दिया है, और मैं सोच रहा था कि यहाँ पे ये नाइट आ सकता है क्या. नॉट राइट नाउ, क्योंकि अभी तो बट इन द फ्यूचर, इसलिए इन्होंने G6 खेला क्या.
But the thing is, now queen can go to H6 on a good day. Right now D4 is hanging, so it's not possible. But queen H6 becomes possible now, and also H4 H5 gains in strength, because now I can take on G6 and then play, like abhi possible nahi hai, knight on G3 is hanging, but on a good day it's possible. But G6 is pretty safe.
Got it. ये currently निहाल का पोजीशन है. निहाल and Anton almost equalish time, 7 minutes down in Nihal, but we know Nihal can like play really well under time pressure, right?
Yeah, Nihal wants to play time pressure actually. I think that's the thing. So हमसे ये खेलना है भाई. So can we have a look at the game of, yes, Prag? We can have the Prag, exactly. And यहाँ पे अगर देखा जाए तो white के पास A file का control है ना?
हाँ.
So he has A file control, but black के पास F file है. लेकिन जो F file है, it's completely useless because F2 is defended, F3 is defended, and यहाँ पे black would love to take on C4, but it doesn't help him too much still, because black and white can be taken back, and we don't have any entry squares. So यहाँ पे the bishop on C7 is so stupid, is doing nothing. अगर ये bishop उठा के मैं D4 पे रख दूं ना, suddenly black is like dominating the board. Oh my god, black is controlling the position. But the bishop on C7 is so stupid, and that's why I think Prag is struggling in this game, chat. Santos जी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं इस गेम में.
एक सेकंड यार, एलेक्सा जाग गई है, पता नहीं क्यों.
I think बीशा के घर पे कोई तो है भाई, इनको एलेक्सा का नाम दे रहे हैं बार बार. Chat, Prag seems to be suffering clearly. I don't like Prag's position here. I think the bishop on C7 is not doing a great job. It's a big pawn. The knight on E3 is very strong. The queen can come to G4 as well on a good day. The second rook can come to A1. The rook can come to A5, A6, A7, and so on. And ये बहुत difficult लग रहा है यार. I think Prag's position practically is suffering.
अभी currently Prag, what is he trying? He's trying to open up this position, and फिर यहाँ पे सोच रहे हैं कि B file से खेले क्या?
Yeah, exactly. And I think his plan is to basically, अगर उसके हाथ में सब वो, to exchange of everything. Just exchange of all the rooks, all the knights, minor and piece and game hold कर लेंगे वो, because he controls the D5 square, F5 squares, and then he can transfer the bishop via A5, C3 to D4. But right now, because white dominates the A file, he can't do that.
True. And इधर आदिबान is odd one out, ऐसा चल रहा है भाई चैट में यार.
हाँ भाई, I think आदिबान जी वो है जो क्लास में फेल हो गए थे भाई.
He's the class monitor maybe.
क्लास में फेल हो गए थे एक दो बार, थोड़ा सा इसलिए क्लास में अभी. Don't know Hindi, don't want Hindi. Okay, ये रैप चल रहा है मोहन राज जी का in the chat. Okay. So by the way, in terms of Adiban, we can flip the board and then we see कि I think Adiban is still slightly better. But I think Adiban की जो edge है ना, it's slightly less than what I think Prag's opponent has. So I think so far Team B का जीतने के chances are not really मतलब clear if they can actually win because काफी balance लग रहा है.
पर भाई प्रग ग्राइंड करते रहेगा भाई लास्ट तक भाई.
हाँ,
विल मेक श्योर कि उसका ओपोनेंट कुछ ना कुछ तो ब्लंडर करेगा ही.
ये तो है भाई, क्या होता टाइम पे हार जाए भाई एंड देन ओह माय क्लॉक, वी डोंट नो क्या होगा भाई उसके साथ. एंड टाइम भी कम होता जा रहा है भाई, अब 35 मिनट ईच या अधिबान 39.
यस.
Chat, look at how calm and composed, like you could totally, अगर पीछे वाले लोग चल नहीं रहे होते, it would look like a picture, yeah.
Yes.
है ना? It is literally a picture. It's not a video. It's literally a picture. मतलब पीछे वाले लोग चल रहे तो we can see it's actually a video, a slow motion video, but यही चीज है.
And बस यही 4 गेम है भाई, अभी यही चल रहा है. अभी can we switch on to Tanya game? I want to see Tanya.
हाँ, let's see Tanya's game. So Tanya's game seems to be slightly better for her already, purely because she has doubled up. Oh, this is Isha's game, I think. So Isha has doubled up the pawns on the F file. जो F6, F7 हो चुका है, उसकी वजह से D6 pawn weak है. So I think she can take with the queen, rook on D2, double up rooks, and then slowly try to put pressure on this D6 pawn. So I expect Isha to put pressure, although the king will come to E7 and black should be okay. I think थोड़ा pressure तो डालेंगे white very clearly. So Isha cannot lose this in a million years. So it's only one way street.
Okay, मेरे को तानिया गेम नहीं मिल रहा है.
Let's go to the, I think Humpy and okay,
Tanya
तो team C, no? I think she's team C.
ये क्या हुआ?
Okay, 20 स्टार्ट में सफेदी छा दी है भाई बोर्ड के ऊपर. ये क्या है भाई?
I have no idea भाई, वो कैसे खुला?
20 स्टार्ट में प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं भाई. प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं 20 स्टार्ट में. Okay, so we have Tanya's game here on the board, and yeah, Tanya sitting right there. कितने बड़े-बड़े कैमरा लगाए हैं भाई. And I think
ये तानिया ने कपड़े नहीं बदले क्या? आज भी वही है.
मतलब
ये वाला सेम ड्रेस ही है वो ना. लास्ट टाइम आल्सो आई रिमेंबर.
मेरे को तो ध्यान नहीं है भाई. आई डू नॉट रिमेंबर एक्चुअली क्या पहना था पिछली बार.
वाइट ही पहना उन्होंने शायद में भी.
अच्छा, इतना मेरे को ध्यान नहीं है भाई. 20 भाई को ध्यान है. So I think Queen A4 played and the pressure is on the A7 pawn now, and you probably need to defend this pawn. So Bishop A8 comes to mind and so on. But I do like Tan. I would rather be white here. I just say, I like the bishop on F8 is stupid. Yeah, look at his own pawn. Knight on C4 is active, and जितने piece exchange होंगे ना, उतना white की position stronger होती जाएगी. I feel. So I think white is definitely going to be the one pushing here. I think. So also we can see Vaishali there. Maybe we can have Vaishali's game there. We can see Vaishali sitting.
Exactly.
Her opponent looks a bit stressed. Let's see what the game evaluation is. And in Vaishali's game, she has the black pieces. White has put
Vaishali
the
is so much up on time, bhai.
That's a good sign. No, that's a very good sign. And the position, of course, is very dynamic. I do think that White has, kind of stabilized on the queen side. So there is no clear pawn push for black. And the knight on C7 is doing a defensive job. When your pieces are defensive, the bishop on B7 also, very stupid right now. And I think queen will go to H6 or some other square. I would rather have that bishop on B7 somewhere else. I don't know, maybe on D7 looks like a better square. And now White's plan is to basically try to attack on the king side. Like, she can't go F4 immediately, and F4 is double-edged, but at some point you have to attack as White. Otherwise, then Black will start playing A5, B4, and put pressure on your queen side. So, kabhi to kuch karna padega.
Okay.
But, as having dresses of, multiple dresses at the same time, I have been wearing this pattern shirts for the past 2-3 months continuously. बस color different है, so I can totally relate to that.
Sorry भाई, sorry भाई, गलत बोल दिया भाई मैंने.
गलत नहीं बोला भाई, मैं chat को बोला था.
By the way, only 16 moves are played in this game and 24 moves अभी बाकी है भाई, और 25 मिनट ही है सिर्फ सभी के पास भाई. She has
Tanya having good chances, yeah. Vaishali. बैक पेन इशू नहीं होते क्या? नहीं यार, हमारे पास भी एंड्रू टेट की तरह मैसेज हैं. साहिल भाई, ये चेस का स्ट्रीम एंड गेम में गाना चलते हैं, उनका प्लेस कहाँ मिलेगा? मे बी आई थिंक somebody can let us know where people can find that song. I'm not sure. We like to know, अमरीश भाई. इतना बड़ा रूम है, इतने सारे प्लेयर्स हैं, जब लोग कुंभ मेले के मेले की तरह खो नहीं जाते होंगे भाई. I'm not sure, but
बोर्ड्स लगे हैं ना यार चैट की कहाँ
हाँ,
पे
but
क्या
I
है.
think ऐसा कई बार हुआ भी है ना. I think people have sat down at the wrong board. I remember कुकेश कह रहा हूँ, ग्रिश्चुक के साथ एक बार हुआ था. I think he sat down at the wrong board. एक viral clip
हाँ
है. He
एक बार
started
हुआ
playing.
था. हाँ, he started playing and then he realized okay this is the wrong board.
So it happens. Why it happens? By the way, this is the game of Sebag Mari against Koneru Hampi. And white has just taken on a6. So the idea being, if I take on a6, rook c8 is mate. So I can't take the rook right now. But because the pawns are equal and same sort of the board, I think white is a bit better because knight against bishop, but it should be a draw. It should be a draw most likely. White ke pawns be doubled up hai, so it should be a draw. So let's assume a draw in this board. Tanya is, I think, slightly better, right?
Better. Yes.
And Vaishali is putting pressure on the clock. So can we go to Harika's game?
And this is Harika's game, bhai.
And Harika has played the London, so clearly she's better. But just to kind of validate the position, until you have the bishop on c2, you will always have attacking chances. And you can see she's played h4, and she will surely try to attack. The only question is how. And ये knight e5 पे देखो भाई, इसको हटाने का कितना मुश्किल है. The only way is to play knight d7 and take on e5, but then I take with the f pawn, and then I can bring the second f pawn to f4 आगे जाके.
Yes, correct.
So it will not relieve all your stress. That's the issue. So I think clearly Harika being slightly better here practically, and the bishop on c6 is so stupid. You could put a grain of rice there and it will not make a difference. This is not doing anything.
Grain of rice से compare कर दिया.
हाँ मतलब कुछ भी डाल दो भाई, क्या फर्क पड़ता है भाई? Like, it's not doing anything.
And a3 is played by Harika. Harika
trying to prevent b4 basically.
कि ये b4 ना आए उसके लिए.
So black will play a5 and then try to go b4 again.
And पर जैसे ये हटेगा, this queen will also come here, na?
Exactly. And once you play g6, let's say f5, the queen will come back and then we'll start playing g4, h5 and open the h file. And that's why I think it will be very difficult. So Harika also trying to push, so looking good for women's team. Can we go to, which team shall we look at these?
भाई मेरे को अभी तक मैंने उनका नहीं देखा. आपने देख लिया होगा शायद विदित and Harika.
Let's go to Vidit's match. Yes, let's go to open section A. Can we have the cams for like open section B and then the games for open section A? That will be better.
आज कोई जीत भी रहा है. बहुत ही क्लोज गेम्स हो रहे हैं चैट आज, बिकॉज सारे ही स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम है ना भाई. तो इट वोंट बी लाइक अ लैंडस्लाइड कि एक टीम जीती गई पूरा. इट हैज टू बी ऑन टाइम, ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा आई थिंक.
So VD ने वो B5 मूव खेल दी है. नहीं B5 नहीं खेला उन्होंने.
नहीं played knight to E4 he has played and his opponent replied with bishop to E1.
Honestly, I think closing the queen side makes sense and spoiling the structure with knight f4 also. I think VD is just taking it. He's not committing his pawns. Yeah, I think he's making it flexible. He's playing flexible, but at some point he has to decide what to do. And I think probably like if he doesn't do anything, then it will be equal. Yeah, matlab there'll be no tension. Like ऐसे hold करके बैठ जाएंगे सब. So let's see how the game progresses.
There is an edge ना, that a bar shows की edge है. पर क्यों है ऐसा?
हाँ, but I think यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं वीडियो को committal decision किया है. वो मैं कह रहा हूँ. Like मतलब to gain the edge, you probably need to like play this move b5 to close the queen side completely. Because अभी क्या है, black is not able to start. Let's say black would love to play on the king side maybe, but then ab6 का threat सर पे बैठ के ऐसे लगा हुआ है हमारे. So if you play b5, we completely block the queen side. Then we have a free hand on the king side now. And then we can take on f4 because knight f4 makes sense because knight on f4 is an active piece. So we can exchange on f4 and then we can think कि भाई आगे कैसे खेलना है. For example, let's say we play b5 from black here.
Yes.
And let's say white plays rook b1 to defend the b4 pawn because b4 pawn can be hanging.
Knight
rook b1, let's say.
Rook b1.
And now you can see black has many. He can play knight takes f4. He can play, let's say, knight to g5 also possible, trying to, bring the king, knight closer to the king side.
So knight f4 से क्या होगा? Knight उसका वापस आ जाएगा, दूसरा knight आ जाएगा.
हाँ, दूसरा आ जाएगा. So now I can start pushing. No, I can play like f5. I can play maybe. Then a rook f8, rook f6, rook g6 maybe, rook h6, whatever it is. And at the correct moment, even take on e4 if possible. Like it's multiple moves, but clearly the battle is on the king side. अब अगर queen side closes, सारी battle king side पे है. And हमारे bishops are pointed towards white's king. White के bishops on e1 and d3 are not doing anything.
हाँ,
वो
that's
चीज है.
also true.
So slightly better for black, I would say. Not much, by the way. It's not like it's winning or anything, but slightly better because black's pieces are clearly better placed. And एक ही weakness है C6 पे, वो हमने अच्छे से एक bishop से defend करी है, and उसको attack करना is next to impossible.
एक second.
Chat board is visible on the bottom right. If you see there, board visible है indeed.
Indeed, तुम्हारी भाई.
ओए यार.
ये टीम बी का कैम है बट गेम विजिट का. यस करेक्ट भाई. अभी हमारे पास विजिट का कैम नहीं है. वंस वी हैव वी विल शो इट टू यू गाइस. एंड currently we have a stagnant cam on team B.
विद के ओपोनेंट ने बेसिकली अपनी हैंकी रखी हुई है कैमरा के ऊपर यार. ही लाइक वो वाइट फ्लैग उठाना पड़ेगा ना हमें, तो इसलिए. So I think this looks like a decent position for VD. Can we go to Hare Krishna's game now?
Yes भाई. हिकारू टाइटल ट्यूसडे कब खेलेगा दिखाओ प्लीज.
आज रात को भाई. आज ट्यूसडे है ना, आज रात को खेलेगा भाई. But I think Samay will also be streaming then, so वो भी है.
Okay.
Hare Krishna has taken on C6, yeah?
Yes, he has captured on C6 and he has recaptured with the pawn. Why with the pawn? Why not with the rook? कुछ हो रहा था क्या?
You could have done that. I think pawn takes के बाद basically it ensures कि the D4 pawn is not moving forward, so it's a weakness. You can also play rook B8 and later on at some point. And black, if he wants to, he can always play C5 and get rid of this pawn. Like he can always do it. So also rook C6 के बाद bishop F3 ideas रहेंगे वहाँ पे, and then D5 were there. So it was a bit also possible though, I think. And यहाँ पे it is balanced. So white has one weakness on D4, black has a weakness on C6, and looks pretty balanced, I would say. But if I had to choose, I would take Hare Krishna here. I think two bishops are always an edge.
Okay. So either Hare Krishna has a slight edge because of bishop pair, or else completely equal. Vidit is little better. And let's go to Arjun gaming.
Arjun. Hikaru blunder, nice. Okay, so Arjun's position looks equal. We saw this exact position earlier also.
Sorry. यहाँ पे rook d2, rook captures. Actually, they played the same thing. And king to f8 is played by back rank से बचने के लिए.
हाँ, and now the thing is, back rank के issues white को भी है. So that's the issue. White also has some back rank issues. So and you can't put the king on h2 also because queen c7 पे है. So it will always be an issue for white. So I think this game, I think Arjun will be happy to take the draw, I think, overall.
But ऐसे can't we try and queen exchange? ठीक है.
Yeah, but the thing is,
D6 pawn queen exchange के बाद double bishop both side of the board पे game है. Isn't it better?
Yeah, but the D6 pawn can be weak. That's the issue. ये pawn free का मर ना जाए.
D6 pawn को इस तरह से बचा नहीं सकते हैं.
हाँ, but I can play b6 c5 and I can also play f6 and then slowly but surely I should be able to pick up that pawn. And हमारा king इतना कोने में अटका हुआ है, it will take a year for the king to come to the center, right? पूरा कोने में अटका हुआ. Black king already f8 पे है, so it's very close to the pawn now.
Got it, bhai. Vidit gave up the bishop. They're saying, bhai. Can we quickly see एक बार?
कह रहे हैं समय के स्ट्रीम को देखे हुए बहुत टाइम हो गया, थोड़ा ऑकवर्ड हो रहा. भाई ऑकवर्ड क्या है रे? आएगा वेलकम 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 और फिर हो जाएगा भाई फिर से. Oh, he captured with the bishop. Very interesting. So I think he's basically exchanging off everything on f4, yeah? I think that's the idea here. कि मतलब knight f4, knight f4, obviously.
Pawn captures.
It's interesting he took with the bishop first though. Very interesting.
ये तो knight से ही लेंगे for sure. And this.
But now the thing is कि e file खुल चुकी है. So I think black's attack has basically disappeared. There is no attack now. And white has the bishop pair. So now I can easily play even f3, kick your knight back, then move the bishop to d2, and then rook e1 at some point, and it just feels like white is fine. I think white is fine now. So I don't think VD is better anymore.
पर अब मैं अंदर घुस नहीं सकता. अच्छा इस पे अटैक करने वाला तो ये कुछ कर रहा है
सीधे. I think.
And attacking this, तो ये तो मतलब blunder ही है ना सीधे.
Exactly.
This is a blunder, right?
हाँ.
Blunder है चलो.
f3 and knight and queen both are attacked. So I think this looks a bit. I think there are weaknesses to attack on d4. For example, queen f6 can attack d4, but I think it's easy to defend for white. कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. And clearly the bishop on d3 is better than the bishop on d7.
और किसका गेम बाकी है? एंड आई थिंक द ओनली गेम दैट इज पेंडिंग
SL.
इज एसएल.
What's he thinking for 20 minutes? I'm not really sure. I think वो स्ट्रक्चर चेंज है ना, इसलिए बहुत टाइम लग रहा है भाई. बाबू हेडफोन चार्ज कह रहे हैं AMI जी.
हाँ लगा दिया भाई, मैंने लगा दिया.
Okay, so what happened? Rook C8 was played. Rook B1, Rook C8.
एक सेकंड. यहाँ पे ये खेला गया रुक टू B1, रुक C8, किंग एंटर करना शुरू कर दिया है भाई, एंड दैट्स इट. किंग टू F1.
या वही ना, किंग आगे C2 बैठ जाएगा and then it becomes very difficult. D file नाइट ने क्लोज कर दी, B file व्हाइट ने ले ली और C2 पे आगे किंग बैठ जाएगा and then it becomes difficult. I would panic if I didn't play something after 25 seconds. I think that's, you need to learn that from Carlsen. I think, you know, Carlsen ने एक बार I think कुछ 70 मिनट या 60 मिनट होता है यार, 60 minutes something for one move he thought, I remember once. हाँ एक बार, and he won that.
ऐसा क्या लाइन कैलकुलेट करते हो? लाइक साहिल, तू भी अगर जब खेलता है तो व्हाट डू यू कैलकुलेट एग्जैक्टली?
बेसिकली मेरे केस में तो अलग है, बिकॉज मेरे केस में क्या होता है, अगर इतना टाइम मैं ले रहा हूँ ना, दैट मींस आई एम नॉट एबल टू कम अप विद अ गुड मूव, सो आई keep recalculating, but I'm sure कि जो top players हैं, they don't recalculate too much. They keep it very concise and precise. मतलब कि एक बार देखा, दो बार देखा, बस खत्म. So sometimes when I'm not able to find a move, I keep recalculating and trying to find a different variation. तो मेरे केस में इसलिए because मेरी calculation थोड़ी weak है as compared to top players. इनके केस में कोई गलती होती नहीं ना. They can visualize the entire variation like 20 moves down and it becomes easier for them. So usually it's like कि I think ये बहुत top players कहते हैं, if you're thinking for longer than 15 minutes, it's probably, you've probably gone too far. It's not required. या फिर बहुत rare cases में you need to think for more than 15 minutes. बहुत rare. Don't bring up Magnus for points against me. It's unfair. True. Hitting where it hurts the hardest. Yeah. Good afternoon, bhai. कैसे हो? Missing Vishy. I think Vishy must be there. He must be somewhere there.
Yeah. एक वीडियो आया था ना कल, Vishy was there and he was like giving some advice to Anna Kramling. Anna Kramling ने डाला था वीडियो. Vishy giving advice to Anna Kramling for the Olympiad, ऐसा है कोई. Okay, next किसका गेम देख सकते हैं साहिल? Whose game?
एक सेकंड. I think somebody said Gukesh में कुछ हुआ है. Let me check if there's something happening.
I can just open. ये दोनों.
हाँ, something happened. Actually, lot happened. Can we go to Gukesh's game a bit back? I think Gukesh is better now. We saw it till B5. I think B5 तक हम देखा था. By the verified account in the chat यार. Hello Nightbird, कैसे हो आप?
B5.
B5 देखा था. We saw B5 last. Yes.
Yes. B5 खेला. Knight to G5.
Okay.
Rook to E7. D4. E capture on D4. Queen capture on B5. Knight to E5. Queen A6 with check. Queen B7. Queen capture on B7. And अब ये I think he's just thinking कि इससे मारना है, इससे मारना है. But most probably he'll take with this ना, नहीं तो ये.
Yeah, but this should be better for black, right? Because जो मैंने fact starting में बोला था ना कि उसके पास H2 F2 weakness है, हमारे पास G7 है. Now this is where that comes into the picture. Because now whenever you take on G7, I will chop off H2 F2 in the meanwhile. So and with the pawn on D4, ये pawn D3 भी जाने वाला है. The knight can come to C4, attack B2. So I think यहाँ पे Gukesh is slightly better.
Yes, and Indian agrees. Why? Indian agrees with you.
Clearly, I think I would rather be black.
पर ये knight अभी ये knight भी कहीं हटाने वाला एक नहीं ना.
Exactly, कोई square ही नहीं है ना. So you can't attack G7. You can't go to H3. You can't go to F3. And if you play F4, I'll play knight check and knight takes F4. So F4 भी नहीं खेल सकते. So करोगे क्या भाई यहाँ पे? Okay,
he has played some moves. अच्छा, okay, king captures.
CD4.
C captures on D4. C captures on D4. And now he can start pushing this ना. And ये भी open हो गया इधर भी आ सकता है.
And हाँ, rook C8 check भी आ रहा है. And it looks a bit dangerous, right?
What would you play right now?
Chat, I think Rakesh will become India number 3 today. I think मुझे लग रहा है possible है भाई. Totally possible. He looks better.
Totally possible. Yes, he is much better. And let's. यहाँ पे तू खेलता क्या वैसे? By the way. Side.
यहाँ पे it is white to play, right? So what does white play first?
White. Let me check my intuition.
I think like either king B1 looks logical to get out of checks.
Rook D1.
Rook d1 also possible, but rook d1.
If I play rook d1, then you will push, na? Or you will first give a check.
No, d3 pe I think then f4 is the problem, no? Then I don't have knight d3 check.
Oh,
Maybe knight c6 just to defend the pawn.
okay, knight c6.
Defends the pawn, and this is a passed pawn, by the way. I can defend with the e5 later on.
हाँ. And कभी ये push करके भी लेने का कोशिश किया तो I have another pawn. क्या हुआ कि नहीं?
He played knight c6. He played knight c6.
He played knight
rook d1, knight c6 on the board.
हाँ.
हाँ, he played knight c6. Wow.
इधर अभी तक अपडेट नहीं हुआ है. हेलो लोग, क्या स्कोर है कोई बता दो. अभी तक कोई भी रिजल्ट नहीं आया भाई किसी भी टीम के. सो वी आर स्टिल विनिंग.
You're still winning.
हाँ भाई. Until we are not lost until we are lost. वैसा वाला सीन है.
गुकेश वीडियो मजा आ जाएगा. ये तो है भाई इंडियन इंजीनियर. Indeed, I think this looks awesome.
अच्छा हाँ, पर अगर दोनों जीत गए तब तो नहीं बन रहा ना गुकेश थर्ड.
हाँ, ये तो है. But I think VD का गेम हमने देखा कि it's kind of equalized now, right? Because he took on f4. So VD के जीतने के chances have taken a big dip. Winning until proven lost. Exactly.
भाई by the way, साहिल भाई, जैसे ये मैग्नस वगैरह का ड्रॉ हुआ कल, तो उसको कितना रेटिंग लूज करता होगा?
1.8 पॉइंट, ज्यादा नहीं. ड्रॉ पे कम जाती है, लॉस पे बहुत ज्यादा है. But he never loses, so that's the thing.
Prag game. Prag is losing. Let's see, bhai. Let's see.
Oh, so this is interesting. I don't think that Prag is lost trivially, but Bar disagrees with me apparently.
Yeah. Okay.
Because for now everything is defended, right? I mean, e6 is defended. I also have doubled up rooks. But Bar clearly disagrees. Bar is saying कि भाई नहीं, ये तो खत्म है भाई.
मैं इंजन का मुंह बताऊं क्या बोल रहा है? जल
क्या मुंह है भाई?
रुक, ये कह रहा है भाई. सॉरी.
ओह,
नहीं,
ये क्या किया भाई?
ये नहीं कह रहा है भाई.
ये क्या हुआ भाई?
ये कह रहा है भाई. ये कह रहा है भाई. सॉरी.
Rook 8 a7. Okay. But now what happens on bishop b6 if I attack the rook?
Bishop to b6. And
yo Chetan bhai, kaise ho? That's my boy, never losing. Thank you Nisha.
a to a6 दोनों बोल रहा है भाई.
हाँ, but you can see the point. No, like I still feel I'm kind of holding for now. Like bishop c7 here. What's the plan?
Sorry, bishop to
c7.
c7.
He took on b8, by the way. He took on b8. He did not play rook a7. He did not play a move. He played rook takes b8. So we can go back. He took on b8. And now I think rook takes b8 looks likely because e6 defended rahega. And white is better, clearly. Rook a6, rook a7 are both possible. But Prag is, for now, Prag is holding. So I think this game is still not over, chat. Let's go to Adiban's game briefly. Because somebody mentioned he's also worse. How did that happen?
Adiban to better tha.
Huh. By the way, Aronian has drawn and Wesley has drawn.
Oh.
तो यूएस के 2 ड्रॉ हो चुके हैं. डोमिंगेज का भी इक्वल चल रहा है. एंड Caruana is slightly better, yeah. So maybe US still not clear for US.
यहाँ पे भाई देखो, rook fd1 खेला and then rook a4, which was clearly a blunder. ऐसा कह रहा है भाई.
rook a4.
बट ये क्या था blunder इसमें? सीधे बोला rook capture.
Queen c6 आइडिया है क्या? Oh, wait. रुको. I think he missed something, right? I think there must be some tactic like bishop e4 maybe.
नहीं भाई, ये गलत ही था भाई. वही मैं सोचूं ये क्या है भाई? ये कोई मूव है? कोई टैक्टिक नहीं था भाई. मूव ही गलत था भाई.
अच्छा, okay.
हाँ. Rook capture on a1, rook capture on a1, rook a8, rook capture on a8 with check, bishop capture on a8, s3, s6, queen to e1. कुछ नहीं हुआ है भाई, कुछ नहीं हुआ है.
ये तो इक्वली है.
ट्रांसमिशन एरर.
So Adiban should be a draw, I think. He will push with the 2 bishops, but most likely equal. So Adiban's position is equal. Prag is worse.
Prag is worse. अगर खेल देता तो क्या मजा आता भाई.
हाँ. Prag is, उसमें idea था rook a4, queen c6, threatening mate on g2 and threatening the rook. But I think they might need some tactic with bishop e4. But okay. So I think Prag is slightly worse. Adiban is equal. Prag हाँ हो गया. And then निहाल का क्या चल रहा है?
And let me check Nihal.
Chat stream like कर दो भाई. Let's get to 600 likes. जल्दी से भाई, जल्दी. Fast. And we can see Nihal low on the clock for 13 minutes behind. He has just played h4, very good move, fixing the pawns on the light squares. Because black का bishop light square पे है, so pawn dash पे रख के you can fix those pawns on g6 and h5. And queen g3 is not possible because knight is on f1. So Nihal is trying to accumulate those small advantages basically. वो हल्की position advantages जिससे हल्की बारिश पड़े बाद में black के king के ऊपर. So I think Nihal is still equal though. I expect a draw. Let's go back once to Ukesh's position because I think so far Prag is worse. Yeah. Adiban is drawn. Nihal is drawn. So far things looking awesome for Spain. But then we come to the board of Ukesh, where I think Ukesh is tiny bit better, right? Still.
King capture on d7, yes. C capture on d4, C capture on d4. अभी तक यही है और कुछ move आया नहीं अभी तक bro.
F4 खेला उन्होंने I think. Knight c6 f4 played. Rook d1, knight c6 f4.
Is it? Rook d1, knight c6 f4.
F4. And now it's all about कि किसके pawn ज़्यादा weak है. I think white की ज़्यादा weak है. Rook f8 can be played to attack the f4 pawn. I think that looks possible. Just to put pressure on this pawn.
Rook f8 के बाद ये हटा सकते हैं ना और ये मार नहीं है.
हाँ, but the knight on h3 is very stupid, right? Once you put the knight on h3, I'm very happy because वो knight हमेशा वहीं रहेगा. So I think black would be very happy with that. So I think that's not what she should play. कुछ और निकालना पड़ेगा. I think Ukesh is pushing. जितना Ukesh push कर रहा है, I think उससे ज़्यादा Prag's opponent is pushing. So I think so far Spain is slightly in the driver's seat by.
How about knight to f3 attacking this? आप ये ले लो, मैं ये ले लेता हूँ.
Possible तो है, but I think यहाँ पे So if I play Rook f4, you will take on d4, yeah?
Yeah.
And the issue is, I thought Rook takes e4 would be a move, like I can win the e4 pawn, but then there is knight to b5. I think Rook takes e4. Rook takes e4.
Rook takes e4.
And there's knight b5 now, and I lose the d6 pawn. So
knight to d5.
B.
b5.
B for balls.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ, and now knight d6 is a fork. So I think maybe this fight is not possible. And after f4, rook f8, knight f3, maybe e5 has to be played. Can we go back? Red भाई ये क्या चल रही है भाई बदतमीजी? कुछ भी भाई, कुछ भी. How old is Shirov? He must have played so many Olympiads. He's 50. He's the combined age of 3 Indian chess players, by the way. Yeah, so यहाँ पे
क्या बोल रहे थे?
एक मूव पीछे जाओ. After you play knight f3, instead of taking on f4, just playing e5.
E5, okay.
You can't take on e5 because the knight is hanging, right? I don't think so you can take.
No, you can't take. वो तो मर जाएगा ना, फिर knight ही मर गया.
Exactly. And white has to probably play f5 now. I think only move. Otherwise, I take on e4, f5.
F5.
And now probably
black is just better.
Black is better. No, still better. I think d4 pawn is very strong. And it's all about counterplay now. So how can I create counterplay? I think rook c8 looks very tempting.
यहाँ पे भी आ सकता है ना?
Knight can come to c4, b3, very good. And also rook c8 looks tempting, just to prepare knight a5 with tempo or knight b4 with tempo. Rook c8. Yeah. And let's say rook c8 khela. Let's say king goes to b1 to get out of the checks. And now knight to a5 maybe. And black does seem to be slightly better still, I think.
Yes.
But of course, this g7, the weakness, that kind of complicates things. Maybe rook dg1 is white's plan. And then you have to play, like, I don't know how you kind of win this, but I think Ukesh will surely push. So this looking very sharp.
Rook dg1 में मैं ये खेलूंगा simple.
But then the rook is also kind of, is stuck on c7. I would love to play some counterplay. Knight c6 पे कैसे आ गया भाई? आगे चलो ना थोड़ा सा.
Knight c6 पे कैसे आ गया? क्योंकि ये गेम हुआ है, इसलिए वो.
अच्छा, he played e5 क्या? He played e5 directly. He did not play rook f8. Also a good move. And the difference is now f5 makes less sense because the rook is already attacking the h2 pawn.
e5. So this is played by.
Good move. e5 is a good move. I think it's a very good move.
It's actually the best move as per the Indian by.
Anisha is ruling chat. कह रहे हैं bold particle. ये लो भाई. Magnus sports car heating up to drive upon someone, maybe he's in red in color. Why? नहीं, I don't think so यार.
बट अब तो इसको खेलना ही पड़ेगा ना F5.
F5 पे I think now that Rook is on H2, H8 sorry, I think it kind of
This
is a
is
worse
very
version now.
bad. क्यों?
Because पहले Rook F8 पे था ना, तो F file close करी, that makes sense. Now the Rook is on H8, so F file close करने का it doesn't benefit white that much now.
तो अभी क्या मूव खेल सकता है?
वो देखना पड़ेगा. I think I'm not sure. Maybe just
Indian is saying to capture सीधे.
yeah, maybe that is the move. But then black is better, yeah.
हाँ, then तो it's clearly
Slightly
better.
better, I think. Would be.
I would happily play with black.
हाँ, यो स्काईवॉकर कैसे भाई? या वो भी है by the way, but वो हुआ नहीं गेम में. Sorry भाई, तो I think कोई point नहीं देखने का. So something happened in Gukesh game. Can we see what he white played? कुछ तो खेला है, मैं देखा
नहीं, कुछ नहीं अभी तक तो नहीं है.
टच किया because can we have the full screen once for the Gukesh board where we can see? I think he played something. Skywalker is back from moonwalking. Yeah, it's Gukesh's move, right? What he played? It's not clear. Oh wow. अरे nice, we have Vidit's cam. Can we go to Vidit's game once भाई बड़ी मुश्किल से भाई, बड़ी तपस्या के बाद भाई मैंने लिटरली भाई 50 सूर्य नमस्कार किए हैं एंड लिटरली भाई भगवान की इतनी पूजा करिए तब जाके वीडियो क्या मिला भाई. लेट्स लुक एट द गेम भाई, वीडियो गेम. लेट्स प्ले गेम.
Something has happened. नहीं, कुछ नहीं हुआ है बिशप कैप्चर F4 के बाद.
Oh, he's still thinking. Yeah, he took with the knight. We had a few exchanges, no? Knight F4 happened. F4 happened. He took on
relay में नहीं आया, ट्रांसमिशन में तो अभी तक नहीं आया.
Let me see. VD with it. Let me check. Yeah,
I think he has played ना.
आ चुका है. So bishop F4 के बाद knight F4 happened.
हाँ.
And knight F4 के बाद EF4.
This
and then he played queen to F6, which makes a lot of sense to attack a D4 pawn. I think that's the real weakness in the position. And Sahil using intuition. अरे भाई indeed वे स्कूल का बच्चा लग रहा है भाई, तो अच्छी बात है ना यार. Opponent बड़ा यार थोड़ा स्ट्रेस में तो लग रहा है मुझे. And that time देखो 24 and 23 minutes. भाई वीडी के यहाँ क्या पड़ा है
चैट ब्रो. हाँ अच्छा वहां पे दिख रहा है,
क्लॉक में दिख रहा है,
दिख रहा था.
हाँ, सो वो आई थिंक टाइम गलत होगा, वो केवल हो जाता है, एरर हो जाता है. चैट क्या है वीडी के बोर्ड भाई? मास्क है, समथिंग टू ड्रिंक, आई थिंक आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स द ब्लू थिंग, सम हैंड सैनिटाइजर आई गेस.
हैंड सैनिटाइजर है.
एंड देन देयर इज सम मिल्क आई गेस, आई डोंट नो क्या है वो.
ओआरएस है ब्रो. अच्छा
ओआरएस. ओ माय बैड. हां माय बैड.
ओआरएस है.
ओके. और पीछे घोड़ा छुप के बैठा है उसके फॉर सम रीजन ओआरएस के पीछे.
चैट करे F5 खेला गुकेश का ओपोनेंट ने.
हाँ, मैं उस गेम बहुत जल्दी आएंगे. आर यू अलाउड टू ड्रिंक अल्कोहल? आई डोंट थिंक सो यार. इंडिया में तो कभी अलाउड नहीं होता चैट. मिल्क नहीं, कॉफी होगा आई गेस, व्हाटएवर यार, वो जो भी. हाँ योगर्ट. नाइस.
हो सकता है टी या कॉफी.
चैट क्या लग रहा है वीडी के बॉडी लैंग्वेज? यू थिंक ही विल विन टुडे? बिकॉज़ आई थिंक वीडी हैज टू स्ट्राइक. या किसी को तो स्ट्राइक करना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज बिकम वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर ऑल प्लेयर्स अगर टीम में को जीतना है तो. ओएस क्यों चाहिए वीडी को पता नहीं यार. थैंक यू प्रणव भाई.
एनर्जी के लिए यार. Okay, now can we go back to Gukesh game? उसको देखना है क्या चल रहा है उधर.
ठीक है, let's go. So E5 was played and White has played F5. Wow. So Shirov played the move F5. Not the best move in the position.
F5, which is absolutely terrible as per Indians. ठीक है.
Research ने as per Indians लगा दिया भाई लास्ट में. Disclaimer.
भाई वो इंडियन ने बोला है absolutely terrible भाई, इट्स अ ब्लंडर ऐसा बोला है भाई. मैंने तो कुछ भी नहीं किया.
Chat, now Gukesh is winning. He has played the move knight to F5. One of the best moves in the position. The knight is coming to B3 with some mating threats. आप imagine कर सकते हो, knight comes to B3, the rook comes to C8 and कभी भी rook D5 से first rank से उठ नहीं पाएगा because rook C1 will be mate. Chat, Guki is winning. If VD does not win, I think we might have a new India number 3 today, bhai. It might be new India number 3. Is it possible to order alcohol in India? I have not tried, bhai. I can't comment on that. Gukesh winning.
कहाँ पे? खेलते हुए?
नहीं, ऐसे ऑनलाइन ऐसे पूछ रहे हैं.
ये क्या है भाई? समझा है भाई.
By the way, White
यहाँ पे क्या मूव है?
यहाँ पे I think I don't know what will play. क्या बोला गुकेश जीतेगा? Indeed, मुझे लग रहा है नंकिश भाई.
He has to play king to B1 यार.
Yeah, king B1 looks logical because check तो आएगा. But even after king B1, just knight D3 anyways. And the plan is to then play maybe, king b6, rook c8, whatever. And it just looks very bad for white somehow. Because king हमेशा के लिए फंस गया ना b1 पे अब.
Yes.
जब भी वो रुक फर्स्ट रैंक से हटेगा, रुक c1 चेक, किंग a2, रुक a1 मेट. ये मेटिंग नेट में फंस चुका है किंग. एंड रुक ऑन h8 is also perfectly placed. It can go to h4 also if it wants to, come to c8 if it wants to. And I think white is struggling. भाई गुकेश क्या खेल रहा है यार. चैट वोट कर सकते हो गुकेश के विन और नॉट.
यहाँ पे भाई नाइट f3 खेलना, रुक h3 बोल रहा है भाई.
वही तो है ना. रुक f8 पे नहीं है. Now the rook is very active and it can come into the game from the h file. This is horrible for white now.
अरे नाइट कहीं ना कहीं हटाओगे, कैसे करोगे तुम डिफेंड? यहाँ डिफेंड
कहाँ जाओगे? नाइट e2 rook d3. I think, I'm not sure, but looks winning. Or even just rook e3 for that matter. Knight e2 rook e3 looks winning as well. e4 pawn मारेगा.
f2 खेलूं मैं तो.
Rook f2, maybe just rook c7 looks tempting.
Rook c7.
Okay. And the idea is to simply control the open file now. And अब rook ऊपर नहीं आता. जैसे rook d3 खेलोगे, rook c1 is mate.
Knight c5 attacking.
Rook e3 maybe now.
Rook e3. But ये defended है ना अभी.
But it doesn't matter. Like the thing is, my pieces are slowly coming to the game. आपके पीस सिर्फ हिल रहे हैं मजे में, कुछ कर नहीं रहे. One move threat से. Gukesh will win 5 yellow points. Chat. He will go to 2714.
कैसे पता 5 exactly?
Because उनकी rating opponent की ज्यादा है Gukesh से right now. He will gain 5.1, 5.2 points, and he is right now 2708.8. तो 5.2 gain करेंगे तो 2714 हो जाएगा उनका.
2714. और विदित का कितना अभी?
उनका 2713 point something, I think. Let me confirm this. Vidit is 27.
भाई यहाँ पे खेल दिया. Knight 2e6 खेला है भाई.
He's 2712. Knight e6 is an attacking move, but the thing is, ये g7 pawn अगर white को मिल जाए ना free का, then he can push the f pawn. So Shirov is going for counter play. He's not going to take some passive position. So यहाँ पे white को पहले check देना चाहिए b3 पे. King goes somewhere.
B3 check.
let's say king goes to b1. And now he has to decide, like, ये pawn बचाना इतना आसान नहीं है, because rook h7 allows rook c2 and suddenly white is also activating the pieces.
भाई बोल रहा है ये सीधे rook h4 खेल दो भाई, यहाँ पे इसका अटैक करते हैं.
so यहाँ पे double edged होगी थोड़ी सी position, I think now. That's the thing. If rook h4, I think knight takes g7. I think it will be happening.
g7.
Rook takes c4.
I will capture rook takes c4. So
and now
e4?
I think knight somewhere, to prepare the e pawn f pawn push. Maybe f6 looks a bit sus, right? f6 rook f7 is already gone.
It says knight e6 already. या फिर ये खेलूंगा तो.
f6 rook f7. And now how do you defend the pawn? Because rook f2, let's say rook f2 defend the pawn. Pawn में चलना जरूरी है, of course. ये क्या तो game over. And now I can simply play knight to c5.
Knight to c5.
And the knight is not only coming to d7 to pick up the pawn, but also supports the d pawn and the e pawn. Black के पास 3 connected pass pawns, in fact, kind of 2 or 3 karo. And अगर f pawn गया, white can resign. As simple as that. So I think this should be lost, but of course there are only moves. I think it's a sequence of only moves. So Gukesh needs to find all of them. Chad, Gukesh seems to be better right now. Will he win this? It's looking very, very crazy. If Gukesh defeats Shirov, it would be insane, man. India too will have a good chance to win. Can we briefly look at all the other 3 games in this section? क्या चल रहा है बाकी games में?
Yes, भाई. जल्दी देख लेते हैं. निहाल का game देखते हैं.
Let's go to Nihal's game. Gukesh will overtake VD. Indeed, Magic Bunny. Indeed. Nihal game to draw लगा है, Chad. I don't think Nihal will convert this one. We saw it till h4, I think, earlier. And अब से a6 हुआ है, king f2
a6 and king f2, that's it.
Yeah, it has not changed much. And the thing is, d4 pawn is really weak. अगर d4 pawn कहीं और होता ना, I would say white is better. But this d4 pawn is a weakness. So I think this should be a draw. Let's go to the next game.
Prag.
Sagar said only moves are easy to find because there is only one criteria. Yes, but the thing is, only moves now, when you're defending, you are so motivated, somehow you can find them. When you're trying to attack, right? And I don't think like Gukesh has many tempting possibilities because it's easy to get scared of that f pawn. जो f pawn है ना, उसे डर के बंदा बस डिफेंसिव खेलने लग जाए कि यार मैं रिस्क नहीं दूंगा, let me not give my g7 pawn, let me play rook f7, defend my pawn on g7 and then decide what to do, and suddenly white can stabilize. So वो temptation रहेगी. Gukesh has to be very, like, he has to be gutsy here and go for it.
एक बंदा देखा ORS सिरप को चाहिए अभी.
Okay, so if you look at Plug's position chat, as you can see, Plug still holding chat. He's still
But
holding
Prag
somehow.
is very low on time. Can we have the like big screen and we can
कितने moves हो
maybe
चुके हैं
we
Plug
can
की game में?
34. Okay, six
Okay, so
moves
time का
चाहिए.
चक्कर उतना नहीं होगा I think इस game में.
बढ़ जाए opponent का कुछ ज्यादा ही टाइम नहीं है.
हाँ, पर कोई ना
And
घर लेके तो
position
जाएगा
तो
नहीं भाई.
better है ना bro. Position
घर
तो better है ना यार. 40 मिनट है, you can think.
But ये देखो ना, ये ऐसी position है जहाँ पे even though engine says like +1 or something, it is possible to hold. जितने P sections होंगे उतना black के लिए अच्छा है. And for now, black defends everything. There's no thing white can capture. I think white would love to go like, rook b7 and so on. If let's say black plays king h8, a random move, I think rook b7 feels very tempting. But then black also has bishop a5 ideas.
He played rook a7.
He played rook a7. Okay, we have SL's game also, by the way. SL playing right now SL is one of the most focused guys I've ever seen. He's trying to push his c pawn. Can we have his game as well? We can see how he's doing because Team MMA Vidit was earlier better and now VD is not really better in the position. So SL ke upar or pressure again. SL had some pressure yesterday, also today. Let's see how he's doing. He has the c pawn. He's trying to push it. क्या लग रहा है 20 भाई?
ये कैसे हो गया भाई? मैं पुश नहीं कर सकता हूँ क्या ये?
The thing is,
पर कोई फायदा नहीं ना. जैसे पुश करूंगा तो नाइट मार देगा and then I'll push, then he'll give up his
हाँ,
knight.
he will take on b2 basically. A knight is hanging. And अगर हम knight कहीं चलते हैं, we have very limited squares because knight d3 let's say.
मैं तो
हाँ, knight d3 पे there is a move rook to b3 apparently.
Rook to b3.
हाँ, and you basically pin the pawn and also attack it. And if you play c2, I just take the knight again. And again, वही same rook and game pawn down. So I think यहाँ पे the only move for black basically, I think to keep it equal, is to play the move knight to c4 instead of knight d3. And the plan is now rook b3 doesn't work because
knight to c4.
Knight to c4. Rook b3 पे simple knight d2 check and c2 both win. Okay, rook b3 is not possible now. Knight d2 check wins in the spot. And if rook to b1, let's say, then also knight d2 wins. So there is no rook going back anymore.
ठीक है.
Okay, so now white has to probably just take the pawn on c3. Knight takes c3 now. And we now take on e3 with check. Knight takes e3 with check. F takes e3, rook takes e3, and the game will be a dead draw. I think this is the best SL can do. And a draw should not be so bad for SL, I think, with the black pieces. But the problem is, India के जीतने के first आने के chances, like gold, at least ये match जीतने के chances would be very, very low of SL draws. लव चैट घूम रहे हैं, हमें नेकेड ऐसी चाहिए, लव से नहीं चलेगा.
अरे ये क्या है? Guys, everyone like the stream by 600 like पे एक और question पूछेंगे for the giveaway guys. Let's go.
So I think this looks interesting. अब किस में जाए 20 भाई, क्या लग रहा है?
भाई
सौम्य से apparently losing कह रहे हैं. सौम्य से
मेरे को तो गुकेश में ही देखने का मन कर रहा है.
हाँ, मेरे को can we have a brief look at Soumya and then we come to Gukesh?
Yes.
Brief look at Soumya, maybe brief look. Harik also pushing by the way there. So Soumya, we have in team B on board 3. You can see her fully stressed out. And if you look at the position, Leila Javakishli, I think if I'm pronouncing correctly, seems to have a very strong position. She has created a blockade on d5. So जो battery है bishop और queen की, it's just insane. It's just very strong. And white के pieces are very passive. We saw Soumya earlier move the bishop from b2 then c1 again. So she probably has struggled from the opening itself. And black has also, you can see her opponent drinking water as if, power play at display, right? As a chill loke pani pina, as if nothing is happening. Yeah, look, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. It's on the day of office. And Soumya is fully stressed out.
True.
And time as well. 8 minutes for Soumya and 34 for black.
This is not good. Not good, man.
Yes, so I think Soumya is struggling. Can we go back to Gukesh now? I think it's very tempting to look at his game now. He might just become India number 3. And also he might just push team B to victory, yeah?
Yes. अभी तक कुछ हुआ नहीं पर अभी तक 96 ही है.
So Gukesh has 13 minutes on the clock. Not enough time for him. This is enough time.
Enough time. 29 moves हो चुके हैं. 11 moves still for the extra time.
Yeah, and increment 30 seconds per move, 11 moves is 5.5 minutes. So he has almost 20 minutes, I think, almost. It should be okay. But he needs to come up with the best plan, and he should not go passive. Like, I am the guy who would play rook h7 here, yeah, just to defend the pawn. I get scared, and I'll be like, yeah, agar f g pawn gaya, to f pawn push ho sakta hai. And just by pure, intuition, I would play like rook h7 and I try to hold it, and suddenly white can come back into the game. So I think Gukesh has to be a bit, gutsy and go for rook h4 or something else.
Rook h4 is coming by. वैसे पहले check दे सकते हैं ना, पहले तो I think he will be check only. Knight b3 in this and then rook to h4. But अगर जब इनको check देना ही है, which he will do, I feel, so why don't he already play it?
I think it's like, check वो कभी भी खेल सकता है. Like, I don't think white has anything he can do, right? So for example, he can do it at any point. Like कुछ भी white खेल दे, he can play it. So that gives him more flexibility. Once he plays knight b3, he reveals his hands. White के knight b3 पे जाने वाला है. अभी he retains the option to go to c4 also or come back to c6. Because white cannot do anything, right? He cannot. That's why white is not playing king b1. He's waiting. तू खेलेगा तो मैं खेलेगा, वरना मैं भी time waste नहीं करेगा. So that's the thing.
Got it. समझा. एक बार और किसका गेम देख सकते हैं भाई, बताओ.
I think Nihal has just gotten up slow motion में. Okay, nothing much has happened. Knight a2 played. Okay, I think the knight is, I'm not sure where it's headed. Probably, yeah.
Before पे तो
I
double
think
pawn
black will just take, I think. Doesn't look that tempting.
Captures.
And then
you will
rook
have a double
c7
pawn.
and black is absolutely fine. Gukesh played something.
Gukesh played?
No, he did not play. I think Shiro was writing down some move.
No, he played the
क्या,
knight.
but clock नहीं दबी यार.
नहीं देखो, knight खेला, उसके बाद उन्होंने king b1 खेल दिया. He played it.
And कई बार क्या होता है, टाइम पे नो, you just play the check move very quickly. Just like कि एक move तो मिले, टाइम तो गेनो. And Shirov ने बिल्कुल टाइम वेस्ट नहीं किया. He knows he needs that pressure on the clock. या एक सेकंड में खेल दे king b1.
Yeah, of course.
Chat एक काम कर सकते हैं. Can we quickly get to 600 likes? Everybody's had to like the stream, by. Let's go.
अभी तो उसने पर most calculate तो करके रखा होगा. He just recalculating most probably ना. क्योंकि वो knight b3 तो उसने पहले देख लिया होगा. He would have और king b1 भी. Of course. But he might be thinking अभी मैं खेलूं कि नहीं अपना जो भी है rook h4 or whatever his plan is.
हाँ, निहाल ने भी मस्त उबासी लिया, I think. I think so. He took like a long yawn. होता है भाई, होता है.
Knight going c1 d2 c5 एक बंदा कह रहा है भाई.
हाँ, possible. Sorry भाई. I think in the Nihal game he means it is possible.
Okay. Levon and
the pieces are casting shadows on the board. Do you think it's a good idea to install a spotlight above the board? इतना shadow नहीं है यार. I think it's fine. इतना pieces कितने छोटे से हैं, क्या ही shadow cast करेंगे?
नहीं, spotlight वगैरह तो नहीं होना चाहिए. I think एक अलग headache है ना यार, तुम्हारे सर के ऊपर लाइट जल रहा है.
हाँ, and natural light is usually like जो ऐसे spread होती है वो सबसे सही लगती है. How is Anish Giri doing? That's an interesting question. Maybe I'll have a look.
देखे क्या Anish का game?
We can have a look.
Just quickly go through the games. Anish
and maybe the US team as well. We can have a look.
Yeah, we can have a look. Norway भी देख सकते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है उनका.
So Anish is, yeah, he has 2 pawns up, but there is some attack. There could be some attack on his king because bishop is controlling h2 and the a file is also open. So there is some pressure, but he has 2 pawns up clearly. So I would say
Anish is winning by.
I don't think it's completely winning just yet, but yeah, better for sure. Knight on e4 defends f2 for now.
Anish जीत रहा है भाई.
He should be able to convert this. So let's go to the
Magnus?
US team.
एक बार Magnus देखे क्या?
हाँ, Magnus देखते हैं.
Quickly Magnus देखते ना. अरे ये कौन सा गेम?
I talked to Anish. He's blaming Sagar for COVID. नहीं भाई. I don't think Sagar भाई is COVID. Neither is. Oh, Carlsen's already won.
Wow. इतना जल्दी खत्म करके चला भी गया भाई वो.
भाई already की वेट कर रही होगी यार. हाँ, okay.
साहिल भाई चले गए हमारे साथ कैमरा में. अभी वापस आएंगे क्या? अभी तक तो नहीं आए हैं, पर कोई बात नहीं. आगे साहिल भाई वापस आ गए क्या? आए नहीं आए भाई. बट एनीवेज गाइस, तुम लोगों को तो कुछ नहीं दिख रहा होगा. भाई यहाँ पे जीता कैसे, खत्म। ओह ये तो मेट ही हो गया भाई।
हाँ मुझे समय आना की गेम याद आ गई यार।
कौन सी वाली भाई?
हाँ समय की गेम अगेन ही प्लेड अगेंस्ट मैग्नस, नो किंग्स इंडियन वाली।
यस
याद है?
यस यस यस, याद आया भाई। बट ये देखो ना यार, 34 मिनट्स, दैट्स इट यूज। 56 मिनट्स पेंडिंग है यार, वो चला गया, किया हो गया भाई, मेरा हो गया, तुम लोग देख लो अपना। बाकी सब आई एम प्रीटी श्योर अभी भी खेल रहे होंगे। आई वांट टू सी जस्ट आर्यन तारी क्या कर रहा है। ओ आर्यन तारी हैड अ ड्रॉ इट सीम्स।
I think
नहीं 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 नहीं,
my camera is having some issues. We can keep the screen, I think. 1 मिनट तक के लिए फिक्स करता हूँ मैं।
आराम से आप कर लो, तब तक मैं
हाँ।
चैट को दिखाता हूँ आर्यन तारी की गेम में। राउंड अप कर दो भाई, अभी तक कुछ हुआ ही नहीं यार राउंड अप करने लायक। आई विल शो यू द गेम्स कि क्या क्या चला है सबका। एक बार साहिल भाई वापस आ जाए, क्योंकि कोई भी मैच में गेम अभी रिजल्ट नहीं आया भाई। एवरीथिंग इज वेरी इक्वलिश। जस्ट गुकेश इज बेटर, विदित इज स्लाइटली बेटर, बट अभी फिर ही हैज लॉस्ट द एज, एंड देन देयर इज प्रग इज लिटिल बैड इन द पोजीशन। एसएल का ड्रॉइश है, एंड मोस्टली अदर गेम्स आर ड्रॉइश ओनली इन द मेन सेक्शन। जस्ट मैग्नस बीइंग मैग्नस। गुकेश विनिंग, यस गुकेश इज विनिंग गाइस, गुकेश इज विनिंग। वो भी देखना है हम लोग को, वो तो देख ही रहे हैं हम लोग रेगुलर। यहाँ पे H4। ओके आर्यन तारी का भी ड्रॉइश है करंटली। भाई तुम पर देखो यार क्या डिफरेंस है भाई दोनों में। ओके किसी का मैसेज, आई एम इन वेटिंग रूम। निरंजन भाई कैन यू लाइक साहिल टिक्कू को एंट्री दोगे क्या? निरंजन भाई, निरंजन भाई। ओके ओके थैंक यू भाई। बोर्ड 3 को के लिए देखते हैं भाई चैट।
हाँ
मैंने सॉरी टीम 3 आ गए भाई क्या?
हाँ आ गया मैं भाई,
भाई एक राउंड अप चाहिए था सबको। शैल
बिल्कुल
वी
बिल्कुल
जस्ट गो थ्रू ऑल द गेम्स वन बाय वन एंड जस्ट गिव अ राउंड अप टू एवरीवन?
ठीक है।
ठीक है,
सो आई थिंक वील
स्टार्टिंग
स्टार्ट
फ्रॉम
विद
वुमेन सेक्शन से शुरू
हाँ
करें क्या?
start with women's C section, then we come to open section, and we also look at the games of
ओके
US and so on.
लेट्स गो लेट्स गो।
Let's go. So women's C section पहले चलते हैं।
हाँ दिस हम्पीज गेम भाई। ओके एक सेकंड भाई, इज इट फाइन नाउ? चलो
Awesome,
भाई,
awesome. Let's go.
हमारे टेक्निकल हेड हम लोग को कुछ चीजें बता रहे थे चैट। लेट्स गो भाई।
हाँ so women's
हाँ
section में चलते हैं।
हाँ हम्पी से शुरू करते हैं, लेट्स गो।
ठीक है चलो।
तो ये करंटली द पोजीशन फॉर हम्पी विद द ब्लैक पीसेस एंड
Dead
क्या
draw,
लग रहा है
yeah.
भाई? डेड ड्रॉ राइट?
Dead draw. So 1.5 of each. Let's go to second
हाँ
board.
लेट्स गो टू सेकंड बोर्ड। वेयर इज हरिका? लेट मी सर्च एक सेकंड। देयर यू गो हरिका गाइस।
Harika, I think there's one weakness on B2, which is black will attack heavily, but it's just one weakness and it's possible to defend this. So I would say Harika should push. There's pressure on D7, F7, H7, and all these squares, and rook is also can come to E7 later on. So I think Harika, I would give her 50% chances to win, 50% draw, most likely.
Okay.
Hey, Chetan bhai, thank you, yaar. Tikku OP, thank you, bhai. Chesscom India League. Oh my God. Chesscom India League क्या है?
ये तो मेरे को भी नहीं पता भाई। ए तानिया is just
Tanya is completely winning,
by-
yeah?
हाँ
Oh wow, look at the pawn on C6 and the bishop on D7. So Tanya being the star of this team, yeah, so
Wow.
far.
हाँ भाई
Again and again and again. No, be opposite color bishop पे like winning position लाना is not easy.
yes
So Tanya is winning. That's 2-1 in India's favor. Can we look at the final board right now? अभी round up करते हैं, हम deep में बाद में जाएंगे.
ठीक है। सौम्या,
Let's go to Soumya नहीं. I think it is
sorry सौम्या नहीं, sorry
Vaishali. Vaishali has the black pieces and not completely clear. It's very, very unclear, yeah. Because I think white's pieces are bishop queen are kind of decent place, but then black's pieces are like black is also slowly coming to the like rook can come to e7, put pressure on e4. Knight on c7 I don't really like. So I'm not really sure who's better. I have no clue because it like black's pieces are very cramped lag rahe hain. Like I can't do much with my pieces. I'm just waiting ki white kya karega, samajh rahe ho? So I would say white is slightly better. Like I don't like my pieces too much. The bishop on b6 is awesome. The rook on a8 is awesome, but baki pieces are like kind of stuck. So I would say slight better for white, but I think Vaishali can hold this and Tanya is completely winning. So I think Harika also has some chances. So clearly India women A looking like on the path to victory. Let's go to India women B.
Okay, B में सबसे पहले देखते हैं, एक सेकंड, वंतिका.
Yes. शायद बहुत सारी गेम जल्दी राउंड अप करने वाले हैं, इवैल्यूएशन देख के जल्दी से. So Vantika is playing against Zana Zagizne, and if you look at the position, it's 4 pawns each and 4 pawns of black as well. But I think the bishop on G7 is pointed straight at white's king, and that can be influenced. Knight on F4 is also kind of a good piece, and it's a broken structure है ना, F2 H2. This will definitely harm Vantika a little bit because F2 pawn is very weak. So she plays knight e4, basically stabilizing the center, and F2 pawn is not defended. But still, the bishop is still very, very strong. And your bishop on b5, it can be attacked with a6, b5, and ek do tempo free ke milenge for black to even advance her pawn. So I think Nana Zagizne looks slightly better. Can we go to board 2, Padmini, now?
Next time, can please see Soumya first. By Soumya pehle milenge.
Soumya, of course, sure. Soumya has 2 minutes on the clock. An opponent has 30 minutes, looking really, really difficult for Soumya here. She's played queen to b1, but black is going to advance g4 on a good day, I think, and it looks rather difficult, yeah? King on f1 looks very sus. Apart from the bishop on g7, all black pieces are very active, and white pieces are very passive. So I think Soumya looking in a difficult spot. Let's go to the next board.
Next board is Padmini.
Okay, let's go to Padmini's game.
Let's go. Padmini आ गया भाई.
So Padmini's bishop on f3 is very interesting. Yeah, so वहाँ पे white का h4 pawn है. अगर वो pawn मिल जाए ना, suddenly we can start pushing the h pawn. So ideas like queen g4, queen takes h4 make a lot of sense. But right now, black's queen side is kind of very weak, right? Because king b7, there is knight c5 check, losing the queen. So you can't play king b7. And then the rook is also hanging, so queen cannot move. And white has doubled up on the c file. So as of now, white is rather holding everything on the king b7. I meant king b7, queen knight c5.
Yeah. उसने खेल दिया king b7.
She played king d7. Okay, so makes sense. But I think white is definitely slightly better on the queen side. And right now, Padmini maybe practically slightly worse, I would say. If the queens are off the board, maybe it would be better situation. Like h4 pawn chahiye, but wo nahi mil sakta hame. And white seems to be slightly better, I would say. So let's go to the last board, Divya Deshmukh.
Next second, yellow.
Divya's position, she's also playing a stronger player. F5 played. Even if white just takes, the e6 pawn seems to be very weak. And yeah, it doesn't seem so great for Divya either, I think. Chad, unfortunately, India team 2 seems to be worse on all 4 boards. And I think they will have to do something dramatic to come back in this match. So I think team 2 definitely struggling. Can we have a look at team 3 very quickly?
Yes, why?
And we can maybe make the board a bit bigger in size. I think it is possible. Maybe.
Isha,
we have.
Drew.
Okay, so Isha already has drawn. Okay, very drawn position. So half each. Let's go to the next game.
एक second.
Are arbiters watching to see if the coaches are secretly helping the players? I think it's impossible because opponents are also there. So if the coach tries to help any of his teammates, they will notice and they will complain. And there are cameras everywhere. So they will not get away with anything. By the way, Vishna Vasnawala is slowly coming to A4. But it looks like it's like a position jahan pe anybody could win. It's not drawn yet because king comes to A4, and if the black king gets to B3, it's completely winning. So white has to stop it. White has to stop it at all costs, and it's a double-edged position. White has the bishop, by the way. So bishop against knight is usually stronger, but black also has a pass pawn already. So I think it's roughly balanced, but white has to be a bit careful as well. So I think this should be... Exactly. So that's the problem for black somehow. Ki you want to put the king also and the knight also on A4. Both squares, दोनों piece एक square पे खेलने हैं.
एक second, next देखते हैं.
विशाल हान कह रहे हैं commentating is not so good, dear.
ये क्या है भाई?
Okay, thanks Vishal bhai yaar. I will try my best along with B-Stats to improve the commentary. Thank you, bhai. So I think let's go to board 3, Pratusha against Tarao. And here I think Pratusha is better because there are a lot of weaknesses. A5, C5, everything is weak. And black has played g5. That will only create more weaknesses because I don't think black has an attack. So even knight b6, knight d5 is possible. And I think Pratyusha will win this game. Let's go to the fourth board.
Okay, एक second.
Fourth is okay. We saw it. So I think Nanita, yes. Nanita. Nanita is playing against Liberato Kathy Goulart, and I do like her position. I think because there's a lot of attacking tactics here. Even queen takes c3 is possible after the knight moves. So, and wait a sec, doesn't she have 2 pieces for the rook? Oh wow! So then it's much better, yeah. It's much better. So Nandita should win this game. So I think Team C should win. If Nandita wins, and it looks like Team C might just win this round. That's a great thing. So let's go to the open section now. I think Team B is struggling.
And Humpy has already drawn the game.
Humpy has drawn. Awesome. So Humpy can we maybe
एक बार अगर scores update कर देंगे तो मस्त हो जाएगा. Okay, यहाँ पे बताओ, यहाँ पे शुरू करते हैं टीम सी से. I think इंडिया सी से.
बिल्कुल. Let's go.
ठीक है. Let's go with Surya.
Humpy drew a game, I think.
Yeah, this is Surya's game, bhai.
So Surya is having the black pieces, and white के पास एक active rook है e6 पे, bishop active है, and just because white has 1 extra pawn on the king side, his king feels a bit more safer. And उसके 3 pawn है, black के पास 2 हैं, but then black also has a potential pass pawn on the queen side. So I think it's roughly balanced, and most likely a draw. Although Surya has more time, so I expect him to push, but I think it's a diagonal है ना, a2 g8. It definitely is in white's favor, so white should be fine as well.
और DI भाई ने भाई एक सुपर चैट भेज दिया भाई, आप पढ़ लो भाई स्टाइल भाई.
अरे भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. और 1000 रुपए भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट DI, थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई. कमेंट्री ओपी इंडीड, ये भैया बात. कर ली इंप्रूव भाई, वी इंप्रूव द कमेंट्री ऑलरेडी. वी इंप्रूव द कमेंट्री ऑलरेडी. इतनी फास्ट. 1000 रुपए सीधा भाई जेब में.
फीडबैक पे एकदम काम करता है तुरंत ही साइड टिक को.
देखा भाई, हम इतना फास्ट है हम लोग भाई. थैंक्स अ लॉट भाई.
आपके पास और कोई फीडबैक है गाइस तो दे सकते हैं आप. Okay.
Thanks a lot, man.
Let's go to the next game.
एक जी कह रहे हैं, I want to tell everybody Sahil is the best person ever to born on this planet. Oh my God, thank you कोहली जी. वाह भाई, इतना बड़ा compliment. ये तो मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड ने कभी नहीं बोला मुझे. Thank you यार. Let's go to the games, भाई. Now we have Karthik and Murli against Selena, Sarela, Pablo, and
सारा crammed up है ना position कार्तिक का.
हाँ, मतलब it's like, you know, this pressure on f7 and ये g5 जो खेला है, it's not doing much because white's king is very safe.
Yes. कुछ कर भी सकते हैं इसका. ये push करेंगे, ये भी करेंगे तो ये कर दूंगा ना मैं. इस तरह से close नहीं कर सकता.
And white is a pawn up, by the way. You're missing that.
Oh.
c3 pawn hanging, of course. c3 is hanging, but it will take time. And yeah, it looks a bit slightly worse, I would say. Yeah, मतलब bishop pair है white के पास, rook on the d7th rank, and it looks fine. So Karthik will try to equalize. Time pressure में आने वाले हैं. Let's go to the next board and see what's happening.
Okay, let's go to Setu.
Oh wow, this is not clear at all because knight takes g5 played, and it feels like white should have something crazy, but you can't take the knight because queen is hanging.
Yes,
but can we just play queen g2? There's queen g2 possible है क्या? Queen g2 is possible, right?
Or queen g2 is possible. Indian says queen g3 and g4 is better.
Okay, queen g4 also looks very tempting indeed.
Why अच्छा ये अच्छा नहीं है उतना. But g3 and g4 is better. Why? So
I think queen g4 also has the option of like queen e6 check. That's why I thought it might be better. But I'm not really sure if that's significant here.
Yes, that's the case. Why? And here it says that Indian says कि यार give up करना पड़ेगा.
But then it is awesome, right? Then white should be better. Now I'm wondering if I should take the knight on g5 or should I take the rook? I'm confused.
Because I will take the rook.
But then queen f6, rook a1, queen. But white is still winning, man. White is still winning. I think rook a1, queen f6 खेलना पड़ेगा ना.
Setu bhai is better, clearly better.
Yeah, clearly better. I think Setu might just win this chat. So let's go to the final board.
एक सेकंड भाई, एक सेकंड।
Indeed. अधिमा गेम, हाँ of course we'll go to that.
ये क्या हुआ? अभिजीत भाई का गेम खत्म हो गया?
ये कल का है भाई, अभिजीत भाई नहीं खेल रहे यार आज।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, वो पुराने खेल रहे हैं ना अब तो।
हाँ,
एक सेकंड चैट, एक सेकंड। ये लो मुझे मिल गया भाई।
स्टैंडिंग स्ट्रॉन्ग सत्यम इंडीड।
पता है, पीछे से ना निरंजन है, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया भाई, मैं कौन बोलो।
यहाँ पे तो
ये
this is
cute
this
है।
is over, right? This is completely over, right? This is completely over. 3 pawns extra on the king side, a6 falling. So chat
हाँ,
team C India will win today, I think.
A6 is falling, ये देखिए ये
A6
मार देगा।
B3 and rook B6 and 3 pawns up. Simply khatam. This is
हम्म,
over, chat. So Puranik is winning. I think Puranik has played some amazing chess. I think he should be definitely playing all the rounds. ऐसी feeling से आ रही है मुझे. तो let's go to
भाई निरंजन भाई, आपको टेक ओवर करना पड़ेगा, मेरे को एक वो है भाई, वॉशरूम जाना है भाई।
So let's go to team B now and see what's happening. I think team B की बहुत critical match है. Open. Let's go and see. So we have this position. We saw it till 96. We saw. Let's see what has happened since then. Gukesh, let's open it up. So after 96, he played the move knight b3 check, king b1, and then king b6 was played. Then rook c2 by white, which was another slight inaccuracy. Black played rook to h4, attacking the e4 pawn. And if e4 falls, then suddenly black has selected pass pawns. Yeah. So then white played rook to c4 to attack the a4 pawn instead. Black took on e4, white took on a4, and now knight to c5 played by black. He's trying to exchange knights basically and head off into a rook endgame where I think he, with the connected pass pawn, should be winning. He should be winning. He's simplifying the position where he's better. That makes a lot of practical sense to me. And I just don't see any. Maybe rook b4 check is the only way to try and maybe at least not take on c5, because that would give undouble black pawns. So rook b4 check maybe from Shirov will happen soon. Gukesh will in chat. He should win. He should win this. Let's go to the game of Nihal now on board 2 and see how he's doing. So Gukesh +1 for now. Nihal's game is pretty much same. Nothing much has changed. I think he played knight. He transferred his knight to b3. It's going to go to c5. a5 is a bit weak, so he has kind of improved his position a little bit. a5 is attacked, c5, and if a5 falls, the a pawn will run. But the issue is the bishop also attacks a4. If I take on a5, he'll take on a4, and that should again kind of simplify the position to a draw. So this is looking more and more like a draw, although Nihal is 10 minutes on the clock. So I hope Nihal can still put some pressure quickly. VD has drawn apparently. Has VD drawn? Let me check. Yes, can I quickly switch to VD's game once? Because VD has apparently drawn in the endgame. And yes, it's in bishop endgame, opposite color bishop endgame, not much to do indeed. So draw for VD, that's very interesting. And now we'll have to see who will be the guy to actually win the game. Yeah, he exchanged rooks, queen b1 check, queen c2, queen d2, and everything was traded off. Yeah, very, very simple draw. Let's go back to the open category B section and see what's happening there. We go to Prag's game now. Nihan's is equal, Ukesh is winning. Let's go to Prag's game, who was worse as we saw earlier, and see if Prag is somehow coming back into the game. Okay. So the king is on g6, which is not a good sign. At least the rooks have been traded off, so the chances of getting mated are lower. But इतना आसान नहीं लग रहा भाई, थोड़ा तो डर लग रहा है मुझे. थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है भाई. ये king कहां से घुस गया पता नहीं. Knight against bishop is a clear advantage for white. The queen on g8 is more active than the queen on d7. And black has double pawns. The king is vulnerable on g6. Whew, this looks a bit weird, man. I don't know if Prag can hold this. Hopefully he can hold. Prag is now 2710 indeed, and now if Gukesh wins, he will be clear India number 3, clear by a margin of at least 3-4 points. Indeed counter लगाओ यार साहिल भाई. अरे यार इंडीड काउंटर लगाने काउंट करते करते एक बंदे को अलग रखना पड़ेगा भाई, unfortunately. So I think Prag is low on time as well. He's 13 seconds. कितने moves हुए हैं? 41 moves. Okay, so he has gained time on the clock. So time is not a worry now. but I still feel it will be a miracle if he saves the game. Can we go to Adiban's game now? See what's happening. So far, one board better, one board worse. We have Adiban's game where he's played the move d5, and he's trying to create a pass pawn, and he seems to be slightly better with the two bishops. The bishop on b2 opening up towards black's king. That is a plus point clearly. And if the e file opens up, the queen can head off to e7 and e8 squares once knight moves. So white slightly better, and the counter attack on f2, g2 is basically non-existent because bishop defends g2. So black has no counter attack. Prag has 20 seconds. Yes, but we have reached the time control there. So 40 moves pahunch chuke hain chat. So I think Prag is absolutely fine. So far, chat, Adiban slightly better. Gukesh much better. Prag much worse. And I think Nihal is drawing. So far, still looks like it's in favor of Team B of India. Can we go to Gukesh's game once more? I want to see what he has played. We have a few moves there.
Gukesh का game देखना था.
Can we go to Gukesh's game again? He gave the rook b4 check, the move we are looking at. That makes a lot of sense. And now, well, king c6 looks like the most obvious.
ये नहीं हुआ भाई, ये नहीं हुआ.
ये नहीं हुआ क्या?
अच्छा हुआ, rook b4 check, king to
king
c6,
c6
rook c1
sense.
and rook to e2 भाई, ये खेला गया अभी तक.
Yeah, rook e2 is very active. Yeah, matlab basically putting pressure on b2, preparing to push the e pawn and the d pawn simultaneously. And as you can see, white never wants to take on c5 because that would undouble the black pawns. So ये जो पूरा प्रेशर c5 पे है, ये सिर्फ नाम का प्रेशर है भाई.
हाँ.
कोई प्रेशर नहीं है भाई यहाँ पे.
ये लेते ही ये मार देगा भाई.
VD has drawn by the B-side. He has drawn.
हाँ, मैं सुन रहा था भाई.
हाँ, तो this means कि Gukesh is completely winning. बस time का चक्कर है. How many moves have been played? 35 moves. I think 5 more moves to go for Gukesh. Let's see what Shirov plays. In fact, यहाँ पे one of the best moves is white का rook takes d4.
क्या rook takes d4?
हाँ. After e takes d4, knight takes d4 check with the fork, king d5, knight takes e2, and rook takes e2. Can we have that variation on the board?
Yes, भाई अगर आप धीरे बोलोगे तो.
हाँ, rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4.
The pawn.
ये pawn.
नहीं भाई, दूसरे से d4. Yes.
ये.
हाँ, e takes d4.
E takes d4.
Knight takes d4, forking the rooking in the rook. Knight takes d4 भाई, d4.
Knight takes. अच्छा, knight takes
d4. The
d4.
pawn. हाँ. King d5.
King d5.
Knight takes e2.
Knight takes c2.
And rook takes e2. So basically, white gets rid of all these pawns, but basically black is a piece up now. And pawn hai piece ke liye, even though Indian is stressing this, it should be easily winning for black. The only thing is हमें एक pawn कम से कम बचा के रखना है. 2 pawn actually down है हम. So एक pawn, ये d pawn मरेगा नहीं. And the d pawn survives.
D pawn तो नहीं मरेगा.
We should win this game.
ये pawn तो हम उठा लेंगे ना इन दोनों में से.
हाँ, we'll pick up the h2 and f5 pawns. He'll pick up g7. And then it'll be like 1 pawn and knight against 2 pawns, which should be winning because it's a pass pawn, right? So it should be winning. So it will also not work for Shirov. And I think any other solution is too slow because black will play king d5 soon and then it will be over soon. So I think Gukesh should win this.
Mm-hmm.
Can we quickly go to the open section once? Because B section pe uske baad immediately aayenge hum. Because VD has drawn, can we look at the other 3 games? What's happening there?
Okay, let's go by.
हाँ भाई, Shivash, I think he will be India number 3 today. So we have Harikrishna's game. Harikrishna has 4 minutes. Daniel has 8 minutes. Time pe thoda pressure on Harikrishna. But looking at looking at the knight coming to c5, it seems like white is tiny bit better maybe, but nothing spectacular. Yeah, and I think still I think roughly balanced. Nothing much has happened. I think it should be balanced. Knight on d5 makes a good impression on me. It looks like a strong piece. Controlling the center. So equal in this position. Let's go to the third board now for Arjun.
Let's go by.
Oh, by the way, Arjun, he played that move, yeah, queen d6 check. He went for that variation, which one you mentioned. So he played queen d6 check. We have this endgame where he has the bishop pair and black ke paas simple plan hai, king e8, king d7 to pick up this d6 pawn.
And he has played this.
Yeah, so I think that is black's plan. But white would, of course, somehow try to defend. I'm not sure how. King e8, what do you play here? It's not clear, right?
King e8 खेल भी दिया भाई. King e8 he has played.
Oh, wow. And there's this variation. So let's say king e8.
हाँ.
Okay. Now you play a move like bishop to f1.
Bishop to f1.
Okay. The idea is to control this square g2 and h3, and once you plays king d7 to attack the d6 pawn, now you play king to e3, and the knight is attacked.
Oh.
And if you move the knight to g6, then comes f4.
f4 पे fork हो रहा है.
Threatening a fork. The knight has, let's say, knight goes to c5, and now e5, and I defend my pawn.
Knight goes to c5.
c5, दूसरा knight.
Okay, this one.
And then c5, and then e5, and we save this pawn.
Oh wow.
So and we have very strong bishops. Second bishop coming to h3, and this looks almost winning for Arjun. So I think
कुछ हुआ है भाई यहाँ पे पहले ही move हो गए हैं. King
let's see क्या हुआ है. Let's see क्या हुआ है.
King e3 played.
King e3. Okay, they're repeating moves क्या? Oh, they repeated moves once. But the thing is, that's why bishop f1 to prevent this check. Will Arjun try bishop f1, chat? He can totally try this.
He can definitely.
Depends on how he feels about his position, yeah. अर्जुन का डीपी क्या कूल है भाई. डीपी तो कूल है भाई.
पर किंग सॉरी बिशप खेला इसने, ठीक है. एंड ही कैन प्ले सिंपली
because king is coming anyway now.
g5 मारेगा भी तो.
हाँ, अगर g5 खेलोगे you have to be careful. I just take on g5, f takes g5, and now e5, and I again save my pawn. And once I save my pawn, I think एक बार लाइट्स के बिशप गेम में घुसेगा ना, it will be very serious for black. Black के पास ही पास pawn है, but white के पास भी है, so it will be very double edged. And bishop usually he plays bishop f1. He played it. He plays bishop f1. हाँ, उसने टाइम गेन करने के लिए एक बार खेला, and he plays it. He's going for the win. Let's see what happens. भाई अर्जुन भाई crazy. Chad, what do you think? Will Arjun win this game? Black under pressure. Okay. Prag, we'll go to that game as well very soon. Bye.
Prag saved himself. लिख रहे लोग.
Can you quickly look at SL's game once, एक बार, very briefly?
हाँ. ये तो रहा ड्रॉ हो गया ना SL का गेम.
SL का ड्रॉ चुका है क्या?
हाँ.
अच्छा, they agreed to draw. So SL is drawn, VD is drawn. Only two players are playing, right? One each.
Yes.
So and Hare Krishna is equal. So I think Arjun has to strike. Yeah, he has to strike with the white pieces. So this is the section chat. Arjun के हाथ में सब कुछ है. Hare Krishna has to at least hold, and then Arjun has to strike. So let's go back to the B section and see how it's going. We started the Prag game. Chat, see, Prag is trying to activate his bishop. अगर वो bishop activate हो जाए ना, and then somehow he brings his king back. By the way, question for you, chat. Can Prag play the move queen to f7 here?
Yes, why not?
Hello? Chat, खेलो मजा लोगो. Chat को answer करो. Can you play queen f7? That's the important question, no? Here, I think that's the main thing.
लगता है मेरे को तो ठीक ही लग रहा है. कुछ है क्या टैक्टिक है क्या?
नहीं, मैं वही देख रहा हूँ. I'm trying to understand as well if it's possible or not.
Yeah, it's possible, I think.
No, कह रहे हैं. Actually, लोग भी सोचो मेरे को पहले लगा. Basically, क्या है? This h5 check. But luckily for black, there's king f6 now.
पर f6 है ना.
हाँ, and you keep the defense. And now I will not trade queens. I will simply move the queen away, let's say to c8 or b8 or whatever. And the king is still awkward. Yeah, the king is still awkward. So, and then queen h5 is also hanging. So it's not clear at all what's happening in the game. So let's see what happens. Knight e2 played, and we'll see if he goes for queen f7. He can play any move he wants. Yeah, not any move. Yeah, king is very awkward, man. Like queen f7 looks like the most logical move, but I'm a bit scared of like h5. Gukesh Pass with it rating WTF. Yes, Gukesh, if he wins, he crosses VD. VD is 2710 chat, 2712 in fact. After king d7 play bishop
एक और चीज कर सकते हैं ना, ये करके अगर ये कर दूं मैं, तब तो इसका फिर क्वीन इधर ही बैठा रहेगा.
हाँ, but the thing is,
तुम्हारा पीसेस इधर ही बैठे रहेंगे.
हाँ, king g6 पे ना बहुत awkward है. I really want to ask the white queen to move, रास्ता खाली करे ताकि मैं king h7 खेल पाऊँ भाई. That's what I want to play basically. So can we go to the Gukesh game briefly? Because I think this is going to be a very long game.
ये क्या हुआ भाई?
Gukesh game, if we go to right now, after rook e2, he played the move h4, which is not really solving any problem at all. And Gukesh,
अच्छा भूल गया था क्या? Sorry.
He played h4, And now king d5 played. So basically asking white the question कि भाई knight का तुमने करना क्या है, क्या plan है भाई knight का. So he plays rook to b5 कि भाई मैंने plan करना ही नहीं अभी, मैं commitment करना ही था, I don't want to commit right now. And then black says king e4. अब तो commit करना ही पड़ेगा भाई, वरना मैं दूसरे के साथ भाग रही हूँ. So now I think king e4 आ चुका है. And the d pawn is very close to queening. I think next move will be d3 by black because king is perfectly safe.
मैं white अब मारना ही पड़ेगा ना उसको.
मारेगा तो yeah, but he will get the pawn of course. You can get the pawn, let's say dc5 and rooks.
क्योंकि ये pawn तो नहीं बच रहा ना, ये मारने के बाद क्या करेगा इधर knight अकेला.
हाँ, so let's say knight c5 let's say.
हाँ.
pawn से मारा.
pawn से recapture.
Let's say rook b takes c5. इससे मार लो, एक ही बात है. And now I can start pushing my pawns. Let's say d3. So the thing is, even though material is now, you have an extra pawn on the board. You have 4 pawns, I have 3. It's more about my pawn is 2 squares from queening. And not only do I have the d3 pawn, I also have the e4 pawn.
और king भी बहुत close है ना यहाँ पे.
King be supporting the pawns, exactly.
Yes.
And the king is coming to e3, then rook e1 check, d2 d1, and I will queen. So I think Rakesh is completely winning. He took the pawn on c5. It happened. Yes, played. Can we have the camera on a bigger screen? It'll be fun to see because I think time pressure में दोनों है. 38 moves हो चुके हैं.
38 moves, 2 more to go for time control by Rakesh won almost guys. Almost.
Yeah, actually, two. That's also possible.
भाई Rakesh क्या खेल रहा है bro?
भाई he might even, and if I check Harikrishna's rating right now, let me check his live rating because VD ko to he might just cross today. Harikrishna's live rating is 2724. So he'll only be like 2 games behind Harikrishna now. 2 wins behind Harikrishna. India number 2 literally. Oh my god. Why Rakesh is crushing everyone.
Yes.
He takes on c5 with the c rook. What you played bees by. And now it's about pushing the d pawn. He played d3. He played d3 chat. d3 on the board. d3 on the board.
Yes, d3 is on the board.
Chad, Rakesh is going to be India number 3 soon. It is insane. Oh my god, that is insane.
Hey, he played even king to c1.
King c1 played. Wow. So king is, I feel that is very suspect because it tries to stop the king, but this just looks lost to me, Chad.
Rook e1 check पे क्या खेलेगा?
Just king e3 or king f3, no? King e3 I can't play. King f3 now. King f3 I think looks very strong because I want to play king e3 but I can't play it. So king f3 and then e4.
King f3.
The idea being that the second rook defends e5 and the plan is e4 and the game is over, chat. Chat, Rakesh is going to be India number 3 soon. Or do we have...
Why not सीधे यहाँ check? ये करेगा.
Check दोगे तो यार, I think it might be a bit hurried, right? d2, I think king d1 might be an issue. And then suddenly, I think white is back in the game. He played king f3. He played it. He's completely winning.
Left from the board by.
And he left from the board in confidence by. He knows it. He knows he's winning by. Gookie opened the chat by.
Rakesh actually went to watch सबके games, I think.
Yeah, I think he's seeing कि क्या result आने वाला है. Chat जल्दी से Gookie ओपी सब spam कर दो भाई. Let's go भाई.
Wow.
What a spectacular run for Rakesh, man. We have to admit, like, he has risen from, like, जब Olympiad की team आई थी, like, he was not even good enough for team A. Uski average rating was lower than Sasikiran and SL, who have a rating of 2665 or 2648. And now he's literally India number 3. So what crazy chess he has played, man. It's insane.
Incredible, man.
He went from 2650 से कम rating से 2714 तक in like 4-5 months.
Hey, Rakesh bhai is also in the chat writing.
अरे Rakesh भाई क्या crazy खेल रहा है भाई. Rakesh भाई, we need an interview from Rakesh, man. We need an interview from Rakesh, man, है ना?
Yes, definitely.
Definitely चाहिए भाई कल.
Chat में लिख रहे एक बंदा भाई Rakesh got activated by.
and he's literally, he's so confident. He's roaming around and checking, बाकी लोग कैसा कर रहे हैं? They seem to be okay, doing okay. Yeah, it looks like all cool. भाई Rakesh भाई, we are going to watch this game भाई. He's roaming around, yeah, मतलब पूरा confidently opponent के side में जाके भाई.
I think वो सबके अभी games check करके आ रहे होंगे कि क्या boards पे क्या चल रहा है. Because now he's very confident of winning this, right?
Can we increase the side of the board slightly? थोड़ा सा increase कर सकते हैं by 20% we can. Cookie missile activated. I think.
And also they have reached now 40 moves. So he has a lot of time. So he's going and checking everyone's game, I think.
So Gukesh seems to be completely winning, chat. Can we have a brief look at tuck at all the remaining 3 boards quickly? I think time में सब हो
Yes,
गए,
bhai, yes.
है ना? Let's go to Nihal's game. What's happening there? Chat, India team B is ranked first right now in the rankings. By the way, Nihal has got this position where I think there is queen side pe black is better because he has the pawns. B3 pawn can be attacked by the bishop later on, but center mein white has the edge because the pawn is fixed on D5 and king side maybe the pawn is fixed on H5, G6. So the game is dead equal. I think this will end in a draw. So that's half each, 1.5 half in India's favor. Can we go to board C now?
Yes, bhai.
Yahan pe clearly Prag is still worse. He's low on the clock. His king is stuck on G6. I do think he can save this game now because white is not able to find the best plan. But still, we have to, let's assume the worst case scenario for now that Prag somehow does not able to hold. So 1.5 half it was. Let's assume 1.5 each. Let's go to the 4 board now. Final board.
And this is the final board, Adiban.
Adiban's game looks very interesting. He has a 2 bishops. Chat, dekho, open position hai. It's completely open. That's why the bishops can be stronger sometimes, and that's why he's better. Otherwise,
opponent के पास time भी नहीं भाई. 50 seconds.
Oh, 50 seconds. Let's stick to this game. He has to play 3 moves. Chat. 3 moves खेलना है. He's very nervous. देखो वहाँ देखो कोने में दिख रहा है ना? He's nervous. He's very nervous. He's shaking his hands.
भाई इस angle से वो हिकारू ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है.
Oh my God. Yeah. He looks like a bit true. He's very. Adiban looking very calm. He plays queen to G5. Queen G5 played. Now bishop C6 is a very strong move for Adiban. Will he find it? Because if black takes, then we take with the pawn. We get a passed pawn on the 6th rank. Bishop C6 is a strong move for Adiban. Will he find it? Chat, क्या लग रहा है मुझे? I think he might find it.
He will.
Because D5 is hanging. There's not many choices here. D6 allows bishop takes F3. That will lose a pawn. So he has to play bishop C6. Now only thing Ukesh has to care about is not to collab with Samay. Arey bye. I think Samay is not streaming too much. I think so he should be fine.
आज समय स्ट्रीम कर रहा है, so you never know भाई क्या करने वाला है वो.
True.
मालूम चले इंडिया बी के साथ ही बैठा है सबके साथ.
अरे.
Because he will be streaming from Chennai, right?
हाँ, true.
बिल्कुल नहीं लिख रहे चैट.
Chad, ये बहुत क्रिटिकल मोमेंट है. Adiban, if he can play bishop c6, he'll have a clear edge, and उससे इंडिया के जीतने के chances बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे because Mukesh is completely winning. Nihal is drawing. Prag is worse, so it's 1.5 in that case. So Adiban's game becomes very important.
हमें कैंप में कोई और भी दिख रहा है. रॉन बिजली. अरे रॉन बिजली दिख रहा है यार तुमको. जस्ट बिसाइड शिरोव क्या?
Come on.
Adiban is still calculating.
Shirov is so stressed, no? देखो वहाँ पे. Oh,
yeah. He knows it's lost.
And Adiban is देखो ना. This is lesson, yeah. Adiban does not hurry. He takes his time. And he's played something. He plays bishop c6, right? He played it, I think.
हाँ, मेरे को लगा bishop ही.
Yeah, I can see the bishop move with that. I think he played it. Yo, RNI ji, कैसे हो?
He plays bishop
he
c6.
Plays it, chat.
He plays.
Adiban also better now. What will black do? Black cannot afford to take. I think that will be very dangerous. समय ने तो Adiban को भी और निहाल को भी बिगाड़ दिया. पहले वो बहुत सही है. अरे यार भाई बिगाड़ा तो बहुतों को यार. बट आई थिंक 20 स्ट्रेंथ तो बढ़ती जा रही है.
ये क्या है?
शिरो ने मुंडी नहीं उठाई 15 मिनट से. भाई कैसे भाई पीस नहीं उठा तो मुंडी कैसे उठेगी यार?
Knight to h5.
Wow, he's going for counterplay. Knight h5. Very, sus move, I have to say. Because now
he has not played भाई. मैंने खेला है भाई.
मैंने खेला है क्या? अरे भाई.
हाँ भाई.
Please भाई मुझे मैंने कहा ही था sus लग रही है. Oh, he took on c6. Gave Adiban a pass pawn. Knight e6.
Oh,
AD is completely winning. AD is completely winning. Chat, AD is completely winning. Team B is going to defeat Spain. Oh my God. Wow. So Team B continues the crazy run. Bhai Sahab. What the hell is going on? That's insane. What crazy run. Queen e5 is the only move for Adiban. Can he find the move queen to e5? Chat, 40th move hai. One more move to go. He's completely winning. Come on, Eddie, queen e5. The idea being कि queen वहाँ पे attacking play है. We can play queen e5, force the queen to move or exchange itself, and then we can simply queen the c pawn.
अब फिर ये push करके बस खत्म है.
Exactly. पहले count. If he plays c7 directly, I think knight takes c7 is the issue, and knight on e3 is also hanging. So come on, Adiban, queen e5. winning on the spot.
And then what do you do?
Just push the
Then
C
you
pawn.
just
It's
resign.
over.
नहीं अब black के लिए मैं sure black क्या खेलेगा?
हाँ, queen
Knight
e5.
E8
You take the
खेलेगा
queen.
तो
Let's say bishop
there's
takes.
this.
Knight e8 is the only move, and then knight to d5, and you simply win the piece for the pawn. Right? It's over. Knight to e8. I think knight to e8.
Knight to 8.
पीछे 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 एक move पीछे भाई, एक move पीछे.
अच्छा sorry.
एक move पीछे भाई.
अच्छा
Bishop
यहाँ
you can
पे
knight to e8.
oh,
Knight
knight
d8
to
के बदले
E8.
knight to e8 and then knight to d5.
Knight to d5. Oh yes. And then
I force to c7 and I win the piece for the pawn.
Oh wow.
Chat update. Hari Krishna has drawn सारी चीजें अब पूरी की पूरी are in the hands of Erigesi, Arjun and team A. But फिलहाल we'll stick to team B. What's happening there? Hari
Just we
Krishna
have
has drawn.
to see queen to e5. Come on Adivan, let's play.
Come on, Eddie. Let's go. We need queen to
भाई
e5, man.
मैं तो कैम में देख रहा हूँ भाई. कैम में if he picks up the queen भाई.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, let's go भाई. Pick up the queen Adi.
Come on. Adiban, you can do this.
Hari Krishna also drew by the way.
Nice dress, Adiban. Let's go. Nice move. Chat team और भी.
उसका हाथ queen पे गया था भाई.
Come on. Queen e5, Eddie. Come on.
And
Chat,
then
will
he
he
stopped.
find it? Yes or
Come
no?
on.
What do you
But
think?
he found it. He's just recalculating.
What do you think? Chat, will he find it?
He found it. I'm sure भाई. उसने queen की तरफ हाथ बढ़ाया था भाई.
अरे क्वीन की तरफ हाथ बढ़ाने के खेलना भी सही जगह है ना. Come on, Eddie. Yes. Queen e5. Find it, Eddie. Come on. He touches the queen. Queen कहाँ चलेंगे? Queen
He touches the queen.
अरे भाई चलो यार.
And he touches the queen and plays.
And he plays it. Yes.
He
He's
plays
completely
queen E5,
winning
bro.
now. Queen e5. 40th move पे game over. भाई क्या बढ़िया खेला है. Brilliant move. Queen e5. Double exclamation mark. AD is completely winning, bhai. AD is completely winning. I think Team B is going to defeat Spain, the stronger team.
Wow.
Chat, Spain is the 4th seed in the tournament. Team B is 11th seed. So AD is completely winning. So I assume AD will win. I think he's figured out everything. It's over, chat.
Bhai, Hari has drawn and Arjun, that's the only game that is pending and people are saying that he's winning.
Chat, quickly, let's go to Arjun's game and then let's keep the video footage. This only will come back quickly. Let's go to Arjun's game briefly. What's happening there? Can we see what's happening in Arjun's game?
Yes,
1.5 each in Team A India. Arjun's game is going to decide everything now.
Bhai, what you said is being played, bhai.
Oh, King D7. He played King E3. G5 takes E5. Okay.
And this is
Wow.
a question by
He's completely winning as well. Bishop H3. It's over, chat. Arjun is also winning. Team A and Team B are both winning for India in open section. That's absolutely awesome. As you can see, Bishop H3 incoming, chat. And once that happens, right now King F5 is not possible because of 93 check. There's a fork. That's why Bishop H3 first. And then King F5. And we pick up all the pawns. Which are connected pass pawns there. They will queen, chat. So Arjun winning. Let's go to Team B again and see what's happening in the Prague and Gukesh and Nihal games.
Let's go, bhai. भाई गुकेश का पहले देखे क्या? Let's see गुकेश का पहले ना.
हाँ गुकेश में चलते भाई. Let's go गुकेश. चैट आज तो मजे आने वाले. लगता है वो प्रोबेबिलिटी वाले को अपनी वेबसाइट बंद करनी पड़ेगी भाई. आई थिंक इतने कम परसेंटेज उसने दिए थे भाई. मतलब शर्म करो भाई जो भी नाम है तुम्हारा. एनीवेज इंडिया सी आल्सो विनिंग. दैट इज ऑसम.
वाओ.
We have the Gookie game here and Shirov को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है भाई.
No progress.
खेलना क्या है? He has reached the 40th move. That's why he's thinking for a long while, but he's not been able to come up with the move. He's shaking his pen literally. भाई pen हिला रहे हैं भाई अपना. That is not a good sign भाई जब pen हिलाना पड़ जाए.
1.5 minute left on his clock. मतलब additional 30 minutes उसके बाद मिलेंगे, ऐड होंगे. ठीक है. But right now they're winning. And team C में क्या हुआ है? Team C में भी can we update the scores? Because
yeah, I think we can update. Let me quickly up. एक काम करते हैं Restart भाई. You stick to this game. I will let you know all the scores.
Okay, let's go.
है ना? So I will open it up and I'll let you know one by one. I'll let you know all the scores.
has already won, bhai.
अरे awesome.
Bhai, can we see the game? के final
that would be
position
awesome if we can see the game.
एक second bhai, एक second. Of course we can see, bhai.
हाँ, awesome.
This is Tanya's position, bhai.
Chat, Tanya has won.
Oh, it's over.
And the best part is, I think, Vaishali is also winning. Tanya has won, I think, right? She's won, right? And Vaishali is also winning. So India A will win 3-1. We don't have a result, yeah? Are you sure? Okay. Okay.
At least there is no update. There is no
Okay, but she's
update.
winning, yeah.
Yeah, but she's completely winning.
Completely
bro,
winning. Okay,
completely.
ठीक है. I think just bishop e8 should be winning, right? Bishop e8 and b8 queens.
Mhm.
It should be completely winning, I think.
Yes.
So Tanya is winning, chat. That is awesome. Vaishali is also winning. So India, I think one should win 3-1 most likely. Now India 2 may, I think all 4 games are still going on. Divya is, I think, Team B is struggling, chat. We're losing on almost all the boards, I think. That is a bit problem. Vantika is drawing, but all 3 boards we're struggling. Then if we go to Team C, I'll let you know very quickly, yeah, what's happening there. India 3, let me open and check. India 3 is leading 2-1. And in the final game, let me check briefly. Oh, India 3 is leading 2-1 and we are losing in the final game. Pratusha is losing right now. So I just checked, but of course there might be some issues because clearly we were in the previous game as well. But as of now, it feels like it's 2-1.
We can update. I think it is 2-1.
So in the men's section, chat, India A has 1.5, and Arjun is completely winning. So that means India A should win the match. Then we go to India C. India 3 was playing. I think they were also winning at some point. Let me confirm what the score is right now. Yeah, India 3 is 1.5, and Sethu is winning. So they will also end up winning 2.5, 1.5. I think we can update the score of the third team as well. Acha, okay, let me check. True.
Okay.
So Sethu is winning, right? Sethu is still winning. Yes, he is winning. I think knight is coming to g4. And then h6 bishop is basically trapped, yeah? It's literally trapped.
Yes. It's literally trapped.
ठीक है. Somebody saying Tan. Okay, we'll see, man. We'll see. So, by the way, he played the move rook to c3 in the game of Gukesh.
Okay.
Shirov has played rook to c3, pinning the d pawn, but I just don't see how it helps him too much. I think it should be an easy win for Gukesh. I mean, e4 looks very tempting.
He has played rook to c3.
E4 looks winning on the spot, right? I mean, what's the issue with E4?
Nothing.
E4 is fine, right? Defending the pawn on D3?
Yes. Rook, E4 is fine, and Indian says rook to D7.
Yeah, the idea is just to push the D pawn. Rook D7, D2 check, and rook E1 check, yeah, and it's over. So I think Shirov is running out of ideas now. India बहुत सही खेल रहा है. Indeed, India is playing really well today, and we are having good results on almost all the boards.
Yes.
We have. I think it might be a draw, right? On Nihal's board, let's confirm. Yep, it's a draw, chat.
Yes,
Nihal has drawn.
It's a draw.
Nihal has drawn. The first result in Team B, chat. It's half each. That's updated, half each. Can we go to Adiban's board once and see if that happened? Queen e5. What did the opponent play?
Knight to c7. He played knight to e7.
Okay, but that okay. The idea being that if bishop c7, now I have knight e8. That is the basic idea there. So how can Adiban break this? Knight to c7. I mean, you could. The queen c7, queen e3 is a bit complicated. Yeah, it's a bit complicated, man. King h2, I guess, should be winning though, right? I'm not sure.
ये diagonal तो अभी protect कर रहा ना मैं.
हाँ, exactly.
And even मैं bishop भी ले आऊँगा ना, हाँ. Bishop f6 के बाद check देके ये push भी कर सकता हूँ मैं. नहीं ये push नहीं कर सकता हूँ, फिर तो perpetual हो सकता है.
No, I think if the queen is diagonal pair, it should be winning, yeah? That the queen is diagonal pair.
Yes.
But maybe there are better moves as well, because the knight on c7 is still hanging, right? If I just move the white knight somewhere, I don't know, where do I move it though? Knight f5, for example?
He has captured on c7.
Okay, he took on
He's
c7.
going with this line.
He's going with the line, okay.
This might be happening with us.
Queen e3 chat, sub forced chat abhi.
And यहाँ पे क्या खेल सकते हैं?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking knight f5, knight g4, but okay, this is the forced line. King h2 must be played now.
हाँ, king
h2 time control.
क्या?
हाँ वही है. I think the white plan is simple. Yeah, bishop f6, g f6, queen d6, and push the c pawn. Khatam. Simple plan. In fact, also queen d8 check and queen takes s6 can be a plan sometimes. So I think, like after g takes the first, king f8 did he play?
No. I am just playing the Indian move. By Indian move.
Achha, okay, my bad. King
Because
f8 looks very difficult. I mean, that looks like a non-human move, I would say. So unlikely he'll play it.
And you have to come back king to h1 first.
Pratham bhai push team all draws. Nahi Pratham bhai, 3 draws and Arjun is still winning.
Yes. 3 draws and Arjun is better, completely better. And in India B, Nihal has drawn. Other 2 games are almost drawish a little, and Adiban is much better.
Just as an
Sorry,
update,
Gokesh is also winning.
Just an update, Anish Giri has won his game. Just want to update there. And Arjun is still winning. He's still winning. Awesome.
है गोकेश के गेम में कोई progress?
Yes, stuff has happened. E4 was played.
E4 is played.
And he played rook to
d5.
And now b4 played.
And now b4. King to e3 and b4.
But to be honest, this doesn't change much, right? I mean, how does it change stuff? Like b4 pawn is not really going to queen. I mean, not in a million years. Only provides a safe square for the king on b2. Apart from it, it's not doing much, right? Not doing much.
भाई अब तो रुक इवन चेक दे सकते ना. मैं रुक इवन चेक दूं. वो कहाँ हटाएगा?
The pawn is pinned right now. That's the main premise, that you can't push the d pawn.
But king तो दूर हटाना पड़ेगा ना. King कहाँ जाएगा? King b2 यहीं जाएगा, और कुछ तो जा नहीं सकता है. And now can I the king इधर करके फिर push करना शुरू करूं?
हाँ, indeed, king e2 and then d2. Yeah, simple moves.
निहाल का देखिए, निहाल का तो ड्रॉ हो गया.
हाँ. Can we go to Prag's game? Because that was the game we were worse, right?
Yes.
Let's go to Prag's game. What's happening there? Oh, so Prag seems like the knight has gone back. The queen has gone back.
And bishop has come here.
It's a bit activated now. Looks better than previous position.
अभी मैं ये करके इस पे अटैक कर सकता है क्या?
हाँ, but yeah, I think it's white to move first, and that is up our sleeve. Queen f7 surely. I think Prag is coming back to the game, chat. Clearly, he's coming back to the game. Clearly, I think this is the best position he had for a while. Right?
Wow. Yes. Of course.
So Prag might draw this. Can we go to the game of Adiban once and see what's happening? King h2 hasn't played in that game. Adiban has played King h2, and it's all about what does black play now.
Maksudulu किस country से है?
He's from Iran, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
And what is like state of Iran? ऐसे कुछ पता
Iran
है
is not playing so. I mean, they were playing okay chess, but they were not in the top categories. I think Firuzja was from that country as well, no? But they couldn't. He left.
King h2 is played, and we are still waiting on this.
So
Arjun देखे?
let's go to Arjun briefly. He played bishop h3. Wow.
नहीं, he has not played.
He not played, क्या?
Knight to d5 के बाद अभी तक कोई भी move हुआ नहीं.
चल रहा है. Okay.
Yes.
ठीक है. Can we have a brief look at the US score? Because I'm very curious what's happening there. So we already saw 2 players draw in the US team, and those are let me confirm which 2 those are.
Caruana.
So, I think Caruana's game has ended in a draw. Yes, Caruana has drawn. Aronian has drawn. Wesley So has drawn. Wow.
Oh.
So all the 3 top seeds drawing, and Dominguez against Rothstein being the only game going on right now. Can we go to that game?
Yes. Pause bhai.
So can we have the board and we'll see the position? Yeah, it will be interesting.
Yes. लगा दिया. Dominguez is winning.
So we have 2 pass pawn for Dominguez. Black has some counterplay on the king side. But it doesn't seem to be enough, because bishop on e4 controls everything. So Dominguez is saving the day for US. I think he might just win this one. Although it's not over yet. Maybe he some chances like rook moving somewhere and rook to check ideas. But most likely Dominguez winning this, and US barely surviving, because top 3 boards get draw away. Fir se again, like nobody could win. Yeah. Caruana losing a lot of rating, by the way. Lot of rating. He was world number 8 yesterday. And he's world number 9 now. Wow.
Oh.
So Caruana is slowly moving out of the top 10. He was literally world number 2 before the candidates, right? Before Dinglen went that crazy streak pe China mein. He was world number 2. And now he's world number 9. Wow. So I think US will win. Let's go back to the men's B section of India.
Excellent. Bye. Gukesh game, no progress made yet. Let's go to Prague.
Prag's position has moved forward. I think it's definitely in our favor. I think like it looks like the worst is over at least. Like white will always be better here, there's no doubt, but I think the worst is over. King is safe on h7 and queen is also activated. He plays bishop to d8 all the way back.
He plays bishop to d8 and I think everything is fine now in control now.
Yeah, looks okay.
And आप दीवान का देखिए क्या दीवान का भी देखना.
Caruana started vlogging. Fabi has been top 5 for almost a decade now. Exactly, man. It's very surprising. News आई Nepo is converting his federation to India. नहीं यार, I don't think so.
आदि के पान के गेम में his opponent is still
आदि
thinking
पान?
he is trying to find.
मैं सुना आदि के पान के गेम में.
ये क्या पान क्या होता है भाई? India 3-1, 2.5, 1.5. Setu has won already, it seems like. Setu का game देख ले. Yes, Setu has won, guys. Setu has won. It's official.
Yeah, Black resigned.
Black just resigned in this position.
Okay, so that means India 3 wins. Chad, that's the first team victory, I think, there.
Wow.
Can we go to the women's section? We don't know what's happening there, right? Can we go to the women's section one by one? All the 3 categories. Which games are remaining?
Okay, Harika drew.
Okay.
Humpy drew. Tanya का अभी तक officially नहीं आया, but she is in completely winning position.
Okay.
Let's open that once. ये गेम खुल क्यों नहीं रहा है? खुल गया, मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा.
शुरू अपने पीक पर ताल like मगर हाँ यार वही ना like age definitely has some influence on your play. Tanya won according to FIDE website, so they're saying Tanya has already won. And यहाँ पे भी दिख रहा है क्या? Okay, this is Nandita's game though. Tanya won. She even had an interview on CBI. Oh, so Tanya has won, yeah? Apparently. interview दिया तो over हो गया होगा.
मैं नहीं खोल पा रहा गेम, पता नहीं.
I think Tanya might have finished the game. I think interview दिया है तो भाई खत्म हो चुका होगा. So Tanya, if she has won, then India has already won, right?
Yeah, Tanya has won, Humpy has drawn, Harika has drawn, and Vaishali का क्या हुआ गेम में?
Vaishali जीत गई ना? I think Vaishali must have won.
Vaishali won ना? Then yes, we have won then.
नहीं Vaishali का
draw हुआ होगा.
नहीं, this is last round. Let me check.
Vaishali का गेम इधर देखो. No, Vaishali is
still playing, yeah?
Worse, bro, in this position, bro.
Vaishali is black.
अच्छा, sorry. Black
let me confirm. एक second.
Black वर्स ही तो है, सही तो बोला था मैं.
Black better है भाई.
Black कैसे better है?
भाई because Queen D5 दो pass pawn है Black के पास भाई. This is not the current position. Game आगे जा चुकी है भाई.
अच्छा आगे जा चुकी है क्या?
हाँ
गेम आगे तक दिख रही है ना भाई.
हाँ Vaishali is better. Vaishali का result नहीं आया अब तक, but it seems like she has won the game because opponent time. No, she's still playing. I guess she's still playing. Vaishali is playing, but she's better.
Vaishali is winning by chat कह रही है.
हाँ, so I think women's team A should win. B में क्या चल रहा है? B में क्या गेम खत्म हुई है? B में I think
निरंजन भाई आप करो एक बार, मेरे से हो नहीं पा रहा है ये, पता नहीं क्यों क्लिक करने पे गेम नहीं खुल रहा है. टीम बी का हाँ नहीं वुमेन सेक्शन.
पद्मिनी है. अच्छा नहीं, पुराने हैं. ओके, it's not a bit clear here. Team B was struggling against Georgia, right? As far as I remember.
यही है.
हाँ, they were struggling against Georgia, I think. Nana Zakid ne, okay, Padmini's game looks clearly worse. I think her king is quite open. It is lost. So this is a point gone.
नेक्स्ट पेज अनरेस्पॉन्सिव हो गया है गाइस अब. B team is losing. Yes, correct, guys. Favi's peak rating is 2844, which is greater than everyone except Kasparov and Magnus. That's true.
True,
That's true.
true.
But you also see the current state, na? Okay. Like, why is it not?
अगर नहीं चल रहा है, we can go to the men's section. कोई चक्कर नहीं है, because वहाँ पे भी progress हो रही है बहुत.
Yes. I think ये women's section में थोड़ा तो issue आ रहा है.
हाँ, let's go to men's section. Let's go to men's
You
section.
can just check these games.
Let's go to men's section. And let's go to the game of. Let me check first if.
मैं सबका देख रहा है एक करके भाई कि किसका क्या progress हुआ है भाई.
हाँ, अर्जुन में कोई progress नहीं हुआ है. It's the same position.
Mukesh, no progress.
हाँ, Arjun no progress so far.
Okay. Adiban.
No progress.
Adiban, no. He has
Queen
played,
E8 played by black.
Queen E8 was played and.
I mean, but this should
okay,
be
just Queen D6 and push. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Queen D6 looks winning. I'm wondering if you can also take on F6, then play Queen D6.
On F6.
Yeah, and
also you can capture here and then you can push.
Yeah, also Queen takes B6 is possible, by the way.
Because B6 नहीं तुम लेना चाहते ना? Because अच्छा हाँ, because ये
check
तो
नहीं है, because Bishop
protected
controls it.
हाँ,
So
Bishop controls
also
it,
this is
okay.
possible. I think all possibilities look winning.
Because
pass pawn इतना advanced state should be over.
But it's better यार. Bishop captures and then push. Why to like keep the pieces?
The thing is, Bishop F6, G6, Queen D6, King G7. That's the issue, I think. King G7, Queen D6, King G7.
Queen D6.
Queen D6 from white.
Queen D6.
King G7. Now what do you
G7.
play? Now what do you play?
Oh.
C7 खेलना पड़ेगा, I think.
C7.
C7.
And now?
The question is, you can't promote directly. And if you play Queen D8, then I have Queen E5 check. And that's a draw. So maybe you have to play F4 first, and then you can slightly play Queen D8 maybe. But
F4
but even then I will have Queen E3 ideas. It's not crystal clear. I think it should be winning easily. Maybe just Queen G3 check and Queen G4 over.
Check.
Queen G3 check, King moves, and Queen G4. It's over, I think. Oh no, Queen E5. Oh no, no, it's not over. Queen E5 check, and then again black continues. Yeah.
मैं तो confused हूँ, तो इतना जल्दी बोलता
है. No, I
think
even that's not winning. That's not winning. Let's see how it goes, though. Let's see how it goes.
यहाँ पे Queen C8 खेलना पड़ेगा बोल रहा है भाई. इंजन तो.
Queen C8.
ये तो बुरा है. Queen D8 and then just खत्म. But यहाँ पे black का मूव ना, black के पास है क्या खेलने को?
हाँ, ये भी है भाई. Let's say H5.
H5. Okay, H5.
Yeah, B5. Let's say B5. B5 makes more sense.
चलो B5.
हाँ.
And
what do you play?
I actually don't know. अच्छा हाँ, यहाँ पे Queen F4 खेल के ये थ्रेट चेक देके यहाँ पे प्रमोशन.
हाँ, बट करो वो क्या करोगे यहाँ पे?
Queen F4. Do you have nothing to play?
हाँ, so let's say B4. Check and promotion हो रहा है. Oh my god. So let's say
B4.
Okay, this is over. Yeah. So maybe H5.
H5. Okay.
Just Queen F5 wins. Yeah.
Queen F5.
खत्म हो गया ना? Queen F5 wins. ठीक है. Arjun game is he's still thinking. Yeah, it is winning.
Queen F5 पे ये यहाँ पे कोई check नहीं आ रहा है.
हाँ, it is winning. It is winning for Arjun as well.
It's over.
भाई सागर ने समय के ले ली तान्या के नाम पे. Okay, I have no clue about that यार. मुझे पता नहीं भाई ऐसा क्या चल रहा है. Gukesh game is over, by the way.
Gukesh game is over.
It's over. He won. Let's go to that game quickly. So we saw it till B4. What happened then?
Nothing happened as of now.
But then he resigned. He resigned.
But maybe calculator resigned now.
Something must happen. Gukesh has won the game. It's over. So that means it's 1.5 half in India's favor already. Yo Laksh bhai, kaise ho yaar? Let's go to the two boards now. Let's go to the Adiban game. What's happening there? If Adiban wins, it's over, yeah? If Adiban wins, it's over already. Let's go there. If Adiban wins, then Prag's game does not matter too much, chat. India will win the match 2.5
And
and
he's winning, yeah. He's winning.
He is winning, but let's see how he finishes off. He played something.
He played?
He played something. Yes, he played something. Gukesh 5/5, and let me check the live ratings by the way.
Live ratings. मैं live rating ऐसे तुरंत update हो जाता है क्या?
हाँ, I think अभी 2 मिनट 1 मिनट अपडेट हो जाएगा 1 मिनट के अंदर. Oh my God, Gukesh is India number 3. Wow, for the first time, chat.
You can see Nihal congratulating him, it seems.
भाई साहब, गुकेश क्या खेल रहा है यार?
Wow.
Because screen पे दिख रहा है ना, Gukesh is not there.
Screen पे है तो Gukesh is not
Things
there.
are on the black.
Pieces are black.
27 chess पे.
We are checking.
So because वहाँ पे I checked yesterday, he was like 2708.8 and VD is 2710. So he wins, he gains 5 points, right? He becomes 2714.
Yes. Let it update and then we can check. आदिबान के गेम में क्या अभी तक मूव नहीं किया गया, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. Oh, Adiban game is also over.
Wow, so he won क्या?
हाँ, he has won.
Oh, so Team India has won already on second board,
Yes.
so they go through. भाई साहब, Team V क्या खेल रही है भाई? Spain is such a strong team.
Wow.
They're the 4th seed in this event. 4th seed. क्या धो डाला भाई?
Now it matters no more. It seems like Team India remains at the top. India B, right?
Yeah, indeed. भाई साहब. And the thing is, now if Prague holds, like it's all about Prague, yeah. मतलब draw
Yes,
करेगा
yes.
नहीं करेगा.
And I think he is holding it, pretty not comfortably, but he is.
भाई साहब. Wow, man.
Yes,
Gukesh,
Adiban
man.
wins, guys. Gukesh wins. Nihal draws. Pragnananda almost holding. So already India B has won, and they remain at the top of the leaderboard. It seems like. भाई अब इनका किसके साथ मैच होगा? I'm so curious.
I think अब US के साथ होगा सीधा मुझे लग रहा है. I think.
But US has drawn and everything, right?
No, but they will win now. No, so I think okay, it's not guaranteed actually. US नहीं होगा. I think depends on what the other teams do. But we'll have to see. I think, for example, अगर कोई और टीम हुई जिनके फुल पॉइंट्स हुए तो उनके साथ होगा. बट अगर नहीं हुई कोई टीम तो जो 1 पॉइंट पीछे है उनकी टॉप सीट से होगा, and that is the US. So it depends on other teams score now.
It is going to be fun, guys. And Gukesh की रेटिंग 2714.1 हो चुकी है on live. Is it? Chat saying, भाई.
Yeah, it is done. 27.
So Gukesh is the new India number 3. It seems like
2714. Bhai, Gookie OP in the chat. Bhai, deserves it. Bhai,
Gukesh
deserves it. He deserves totally, man.
5 out of 5.
Bhai sahab, क्या खेला है भाई?
Such a strong player, Shiro. Playing with the black pieces, bhai.
Crazy, man, crazy.
Wow. एक बंदा पूछ रहा है अभी प्रग ड्रॉ क्यों नहीं ऑफर कर रहा है, सेइंग क्या ही करेगा अब जीत के.
भाई साहब, crazy यार. क्या टीम है, man. What a team.
Gukesh has gone super saiyan mode, bhai. True. And can you see अर्जुन का गेम में क्या हुआ?
India B से A भी हो सकता है. It is possible that it might happen. It might happen, chat. It might happen. Gookie नहीं, Goku.
Oh, Arjun
yeah,
has played bishop to S3, bhai.
Okay. He played it. Oh wow, he played it.
Yes,
Yeah.
he has played bishop to S3. भाई बिशप टू S3 इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग क्यों है? मैं ये नहीं कर सकता क्या? मार के चेक. Oh, this is just lost. Why? King F5 and then kick F6. Wow. Future world champion कह रहे हैं सब.
Okay, so I think this looks, yeah, indeed, India A seems rusty. I think rusty नहीं है. I think it's just a more stable team. Like, मतलब, it's like, they will have those slight advantages. They'll try to push it. Team B क्या है? It's just crazy, man. They are like youngsters. उनको घंटा फर्क पड़ता है सामने कौन बैठा है. That's the thing. कौन बैठा है भाई आगे तुम किसी को बैठा दो.
Keep pushing, भाई. वो लोग
हाँ.
हमेशा they keep on trying and eventually they win.
हाँ. You can see Vaishali right there in that final position where she's having a very strong bishop on e4, looking towards white's king. So Vaishali should win with 2 connected passed pawns there. Her king is a bit weaker, but she should win this. बच्चे अच्छा खेल रहे हैं. Exactly. बच्चे अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यार.
भाई बच्चे नहीं है भाई, वो बाप हो गए भाई सबके.
अरे I should have also defeated like निहाल नुकेश कुछ साल पहले. फ्लॉन्ट कम मार पा रहा हूं मैं. खाली प्रग का फ्लॉन्ट मार के मजा नहीं आ रहा.
डिफीट ओनली प्रग. अर्जुन के साथ क्या हुआ था? ड्रॉ. अर्जुन
के साथ मेरा ड्रॉ हुआ था. हाँ.
ओह.
और फ्लॉन्ट नहीं मार पा रहा मैं यार. शिट यार. दो प्लेयर बच गए. अरे यार. यूएस के साथ करेंगे क्या? वही तो है ना. बट यूएस टीम इज नॉट प्लेइंग सो वेल मैन.
भाई you never know, they can surprise.
They can defeat the US team. So far as they're playing, it's totally possible.
Like Spain is also very strong. ये नहीं था कि अभी हार गए तो तुमको ऐसा लग रहा होगा, but they are the 4th seed. Very strong team.
Yeah. And Gukesh is literally, if Gukesh, let's say chat, Gukesh plays Caruana and defeats him, he will, and by chance Hari loses, touch wood now, aisa, he's India number 2. Wow. It's that close.
एंड वैशाली का गेम अभी तक अपडेट क्यों नहीं हुआ chess.com पे?
आई थिंक कोई एरर होगा. इफ इट्स नॉट अपडेटेड कैन वी चेक आउट. आई थिंक प्रग की गेम एक गेम रह गई है बी कैटेगरी में. सी कैटेगरी इज ऑलरेडी ओवर राइट फॉर ओपन सेक्शन. ए कैटेगरी में 1 गेम रिमेनिंग अर्जुन. सो 2 games remaining in the open section. Women section में वैशाली is still playing. That's the only game in the A section. B section में कौन सी गेम पेंडिंग है? Are there any games pending?
एक सेकंड चेक करना पड़ेगा मेरे को भी.
US against, I feel confident about India. Yeah, now we feel much more confident, right? Before the Olympiad is not so clear. India number dash at the end of India number क्या भाई? India number क्या?
India number 1 तो नहीं हो सकता भाई. नंदिता का गेम और हो चुका है. हाँ. I can play.
So I'll tell you.
Yes.
So let me quickly open it up.
US के against I feel confident about India. भाई confidence का पता नहीं मेरे को, पर I will be super excited to watch that game भाई.
Yeah, Queen C4 के बाद it is Rook takes E4.
Rook takes E4.
Yep, Queen takes E4, Queen takes D5.
Queen takes D5. Okay.
And then Queen to C2 played.
Queen to C2.
C4, pawn takes.
C4, pawn takes.
Queen takes C4.
Queen takes C4.
Rook A C1.
Rook A C1.
Bishop to E4.
Bishop to E4.
Queen to A4.
Queen to A4.
King to G7.
King to G7.
Yes.
एक second, G7 ना. Yeah, sorry, King to G7 ना.
Not Rook, King.
Sorry, King G7.
Queen to E8.
Queen to E8.
Queen to D5. I think Queen D5 was a slight mistake here. She should have played the move C2 and went for it. She played the safe move Queen D5 to prevent this Queen E5 check. And now Rook to D1 played by White, which is a good move. Rook C to D1. Yes, Rook C to D1.
Rook to D1.
This is a very interesting move because the Queen is attacked, and if you move, then Queen E5 check, and the Bishop in E4 also has to be defended. And they have very limited time, I think. Black has 21 minutes. Oh, they've just used the time control. Oh. So they have a lot of time now, I think.
Yes.
VD playing, yes. VD has drawn. मेरा
drawn, guys.
US में अधिबान को खेलना चाहिए क्योंकि उसको टॉप प्लेस ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस है. It depends, man. It depends. Like for example, अगर आज let's say अधिबान खेला है, so रौनक के खेलने के chances अपने आप कल बढ़ जाते हैं because they want to alternate, yeah. So let's see what happens tomorrow. किसके साथ मैच पड़ता है? It's still not clear कि US से पड़ेगा because if there's any team which has full number of points, so उसके साथ मैच पड़ेगा. US के साथ नहीं पड़ेगा.
And the good thing is कि दोनों बहुत ही अच्छे फॉर्म में यार.
हाँ.
Like रौनक हो चाहे अधिबान हो.
हाँ, दोनों अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
Incredible chess.
Indeed. So Chad, I think Vaishali will win this game. She looks focused and time भी है दोनों के पास, so there should be no issues.
यही पोजीशन पे इसके आगे कुछ हुआ है क्या? इसके आगे नहीं हुआ. They are thinking, right?
यही पोजीशन है. Rook C D1 and she's calculating.
Okay. Bishop capture on G2 check is the best move they are saying, right?
Yeah, so Bishop C2 is obvious. I think the key
इधर आ जाएगा.
But
And
then
now
bishop g2.
what? यहाँ पे खेलना पड़ेगा king. यहाँ या
हाँ,
फिर
king
यहाँ.
to g1. Yes.
King to g1. Sorry. King g1 तो खेलेगा पर queen to b7, right? Or do you want to exchange the queens? Oh no.
Yeah. So एक second.
Queen to e4 बोल रहा है. Oh, they want to exchange the queens then.
Yeah. So basically, I think bishop g2, king g1, and then queen to e4. Basically, we have the two passed pawns. So black wants to basically trade queens. But the thing is, after queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, there's rook to d4.
Rook to
Oh,
d4.
she took on. Oh wow! She played something. Rook takes f4. She played.
Rook takes f4.
The thing is, if you take on f4, I take on d1 mate. And now white has a draw, queen d7 check. Only move, I think. Queen to d7 check. She played rook f4, right? I think she played rook f4.
Excellent. Rook f4 is दिख रहा है. Yes. Rook f4.
Now queen d7 is the only move for white to draw this game.
And क्या खेलना पड़ेगा उसको? Sorry.
Queen d7.
Queen to d7.
Queen takes d7 check. Rook takes d7 check. King to h6 and rook takes f4. And white has basically two rooks for a bishop. But then c2. Rook takes f4. But I'm not sure if black c2 now.
But ये पीछे चला जाऊंगा मैं.
Rook c7 and now b3.
Oh. But अब क्या करूँगा?
And it's like black is drawing this game. But the thing is, कि मतलब ये देखना white के लिए इतना आसान नहीं है.
अगर d4 खेलूंगा तो मैं पुश कर सकता ना सीधे मारने की जगह.
हाँ, अगर e4 मारोगे तो b2 and I win the game.
Oh. Crazy.
So this is very sharp tactics. I think Vaishali went for it, assuming कि ठीक है अगर ये हो, इसे देखा होगा ये सब. She thought कि अगर ठीक है गलती होगी ठीक है तो I draw the game and if my opponent doesn't see this, I win the game. Simple. And I assume her opponent has seen this because otherwise it's just lost. Yeah, it's just over then. If her opponent has not seen this, it's over.
हाँ, of course ये seen यार. Back rank तो नहीं होगी यार. Time भी है उसके पास.
हाँ, she has time. That really helps. अगर time नहीं होता तो she might blunder here. Yeah, she will clarify everything and she should be able to figure it out. कोई अपडेट दे सकते हैं in brief? Basically, most Indian teams are winning apart from women's B team. I think everybody else is basically winning, right? Yes. As far as I can remember. I think women's B team is struggling. Baki sub I think is looking good for Team India today.
India A has won. India B has won. India's हाँ क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? Done. हाँ तो India A has already won. India B has already won, right?
India A is not won, no?
Okay, Arjun का game still pending. We can just have a look at Arjun का game. But he's positionally he's winning. Arjun का ही game है ये open. यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
Knight d4 check was played.
हाँ, Knight d4 check ही खेला उन्होंने. यहाँ पे ये King to f5, Knight to d4 check. And now what do you play?
I mean, I think King g5 looks good enough. Taking the pawn with check. I don't see any issues there.
Yes, King g5
check. And the king has to go to, I don't know, e8, d8 कहाँ जाएगा? And then just bishop g4. I save the check. And then I have three connected passed pawns along with two bishops. This is just a joke, yeah? This is over.
Bishop g4, ये भी pawn मरेगा ही and then...
Oh, it's over. It's completely over.
Over.
It's not even a game. Like, it's not even a game. Like, the only reason he's playing is probably on, like frustration. Yeah, it's over. Women's C team losing, really? That's a surprise. I thought they will not.
Women's C team already two points, right? They can't lose it. There has to be a draw, right?
That's weird. I thought they were fine. Indian men BK results. Yeah, Gukesh has won. I think Nihal
has draw.
Adiban won.
And now then Prague ka game
Prague is still playing. And he is worse. We can have a look at the Prague game.
एक सेकंड भाई, Prague का यहाँ पे खुला था, वो कहाँ चला गया? या फिर मैं ही अंधा हो गया? Let me check chat. हाँ, ये रहा भाई Prague. These Prague games, guys. Let's go.
And Gukesh, well, has kind of become India number 3, yeah? At the age of 16.
Yes.
At the age of 16, he's India number 3, dude. Imagine.
Wow.
16 साल की उम्र में लोग यार मतलब सोचते हैं कि यार मतलब कॉलेज की तैयारी कर ले भाई, कौन से नॉर्मल ले, कॉमर्स ले. And this guy is already leading the country, man. This is insane.
Can Prague offer a draw?
He can offer a draw. I think moves हो चुके होंगे इतने. But the thing is, he knows the opponent will never accept. Because the thing is, it's like 2.5 half flight. It's over. So opponent को कुछ risk नहीं है. Like he will just play on for his own benefit now, rating के लिए, and so on, and board prize and so on. So there's nothing to gain for his opponent. Yeah, he might just play on for no reason.
एक बंदा लिख रहा है, अरे इतना पर्सनल जाने की जरूरत नहीं है टिक्कू.
USA results. I will check USA results. Let me check what's happening there. Wesley So drew, Aronian drew, Caruana drew, and last time we saw, I think Dominguez was winning,
Dominguez
right?
was winning, yes.
I'll just confirm this. What's happening there?
I can open the game.
Open kar lo fir.
ये लो.
What's happening here? Oh, it's pretty much the same. Did something happen since then?
अभी तक अपडेट तो नहीं है, at least. We don't have the
So
update.
this should be equal, yeah. This should. I mean, this should be winning, yeah, completely winning, yeah.
This should be winning.
So Dominguez will.
दो pass pawn है, guys, and just here to consolidate कि king safety रखे और उसके बाद push करना शुरू करना. That's it, right?
A or B का match in probability क्या? I think it's lower than, let's say, in B and US का match होने का. अगर most likely B का match किसी से भी नहीं होगा, US और India A team से. It will be against some other team. Let me check if there's any other team which has won today, because जिसके साथ होगा, that's the team India B will play.
By the way, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या साहिल कि because these are youngsters, तो लोग other people also try to push more कि शायद हम लोग जीत सकते हैं, जो strong players होते हैं. But when there is like hurry or they don't try to push more, they try to play safer lines.
Because
and that's why उधर ज़्यादा draw होते हैं.
The thing is, these youngsters are not scared of entering complications. So if, for example, let's say कोई Carlson है, ठीक है, and he offers some complications, जो adults होंगे ना, they will get scared कि Carlson से मैं enter करूंगा तो I'll most likely lose. Let me not do it. But ये कहेंगे ठीक है भाई, चलो चलते हैं, देखते हैं क्या होता है. And then suddenly Carlson has to prove that कि जो complications enter करी हैं, it's in his favor. So that's why you can see they are winning. Team में क्या हो रहा है, 3 लोग draw कर रहे हैं, and then one is winning. But यहाँ पे सारे win के लिए खेल रहे हैं और एक कोई गलती से हार भी रहा है. So that's the thing.
Awesome. भाई एंड सबको जो भी ज्वाइन किया है भाई, सबको लाइक कर दे यार. 600 लाइक हो गए. वैसे कैन वी आस्क गिव अवे क्वेश्चन एंड लेट्स रीच 700, उस पे एक और देंगे भाई. साहिल,
ओके ठीक है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
मैं कुछ पूछ लूं क्या?
पूछो पूछो, बिल्कुल पूछो.
आदिबान का जो ओनली विनिंग मूव था, ठीक है, इन द पोजीशन, वो क्या था भाई आज के मैच में? भाई
कौन सी पोजीशन में? लेकिन
कौन सी पोजीशन में? मूव नंबर बता दूंगा तो वो तो जाके देख लेंगे यार. भाई उससे पहले तो ड्रॉइश ही था वो, लाइक दैट मूव वाज लाइक द.
जा देख, चैट ने बोल दिया है.
यार दे हैव ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यार.
Saifur was the first guy.
Indian engineer मतलब
नहीं, Saifur was the first
दिख रहा है. Saifur has won by queen to e5 is the correct move, the winning move भाई. We can just show क्या once.
हाँ, we can.
आदिबान, where is आदिबान? ये रहा. ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? मेरा फिर से भाई माउस पागल हो गया भाई. निरंजन भाई बंद कर दो भाई. पार्सेक प्लीज.
माउस ही पागल होता है भाई. नाइस.
हाँ यार, मिल ही नहीं रहा है, फिर वो हिल ही नहीं रहा है, इधर उधर जा रहा है. हाँ, अब इसमें क्वीन टू e5 वाला मूव दिखा सकते हैं क्या?
VD has great feature in vlogging. What about Hari? अरे भाई यार, कहाँ से भाई, कब तक खत्म होगा? आई थिंक VD को अपना नाम चेंज करना पड़ेगा क्या? V से हटाना पड़ेगा, तभी लोग रुकेंगे. और कोई तरीका नहीं है.
या एंड यहाँ पे खेला क्वीन टू e5 इन दिस पोजीशन गाइस.
बेसिकली सारा काउंटर प्ले हटा दिया because queen has to move now, and c7 भी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हम, and that's why it was over.
What is the score chat? Score आप नीचे देख सकते हो. इंडिया ए में 1.5 आउट ऑफ 3 अर्जुन का गेम अभी भी चल रहा है. इंडिया बी में 2.5 आउट ऑफ 3 अभी सिर्फ प्रक का गेम बाकी है, विच इज ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल, बैलेंस हो गया थोड़ा सा. एंड इंडिया सी में 2.5 आउट ऑफ 4 दे हैव ऑलरेडी वन. एंड अगर वुमेन सेक्शन में जाएंगे तो 2 आउट ऑफ 3 एक गेम अभी चल रहा है, दैट इज वैशाली. इंडिया बी का भी मेरे पास भी अपडेट नहीं है कुछ. एंड इंडिया सी 2 आउट ऑफ 3 भाई. इंडिया बी का कुछ अपडेट है क्या साहिल भाई?
मैं चेक करता हूँ इंडिया में क्या चल रहा है. So first of all, Padmini is still playing. I'll just update. I think वो chess com पे कुछ चेक करा है. I'll just update क्या चल रहा है. Padmini's game looks like a draw to me. आई थिंक ये वाला ड्रॉ होगा.
भाई एक बार पार्सेक बंद करना पड़ेगा, एक सेकंड. कैन यू डिस्कनेक्ट निरंजन भाई प्लीज? थैंक यू. एंड सैफुर कह रहा है उसके बाद पैलेस मेंबरशिप किसी और को दे दो. किसी और को दे दे फिर.
ठीक है, तो इंडियन इंडियन को दे सकते हैं.
इंडियन इंजीनियर को दे देते हैं, उनका ले लेते हैं.
दिव्या इज स्टिल प्लेइंग बट शी इज कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट.
गाइस प्लीज कांटेक्ट निरंजन भाई, इंडियन इंजीनियर भाई, फॉर द गिव अवे. You will get it from Niranjan bhai. You can contact him on Twitter or Instagram.
बढ़िया.
एक बार एक्सेस फिर से निरंजन भाई प्लीज. हाँ आ गया, अब आ रहा ना, अब सही से आ रहा है.
टीम बी के लिए all games are going on. Vantika's game is a draw, so that will end in a draw. Padmini's game is also equal right now. Then Soumya is completely lost, so that will be one down, and Divya is also completely lost. So most likely we'll end up losing 3-1 in women's section in the B category. So far all 4 games are going on. The games are not over yet. So I think women's में I think C category में कोई game pending है. Let me check which one it is.
There's one game that is pending.
So C category में so far, let me check what's happening. Nandita has won. Pratyusha's game is still going on apparently, and she is better. She's better now. She was I think worse at one point. She's better.
Okay, the games can be opened by full दिया है ना Pratyusha का game ये रहा है.
हाँ, so can we move on from this? Like देखते कैसे हुआ ये?
Pratyusha का game, एक second. Only 39 moves are done. नहीं इससे ज्यादा moves हुए हैं यार. एक बार check करो आप मिसाइल में.
नहीं, basically Vishwa has drawn first of all. Nandita has won. Isha has drawn. So it's 2-1 I think in their favor. And last game चल रही है Pratyusha की. It's move number 45.
45 ना? Only we have like moves till 39 only.
39 yeah. So 39 में E4 था क्या last move?
Yes, E4 था last move.
हाँ, E4 के बाद Queen to at that point she was completely lost. Then she played Queen C1.
Queen C1.
Rook G6.
Rook to G6. एक second.
Rook A6 to G6.
Okay. Rook A to G6.
Queen C3 back.
Queen C3 back.
Bishop F3.
Bishop F3.
Yep. Bishop E1.
Bishop E1.
Yes, defending G2 with the rook.
Okay.
Bishop G7, attacking the queen.
Bishop G7.
Yes, attacking the queen.
एक सेकंड भाई. Bishop G7. अच्छा हाँ, sorry. Attacking the queen of
Queen A5.
Queen to A5.
And यहाँ पे she played the move E3, which was a huge blunder. यहाँ पे she had to play Bishop takes G2 apparently. And it was
क्या खेला उन्होंने?
यहाँ पर उन्होंने E3 खेला, which is a huge blunder because now Rook takes F3 is possible, and that would give Pratyusha I think at least equality. So Rook takes F3 is the problem.
और यहाँ पे अभी ये ले लेके मार देगी.
हाँ, I think that's pretty much it, right? Let me confirm this. I think that's pretty much it. If something else happened, let me check. Yeah, so after Rook F3,
Norway won 3.5.5. It seems.
Okay,
like.
E takes D2, Queen takes D2, Queen से मारा उसने, and then Rook G4.
अच्छा, Queen takes
and then Rook G4, and now Pratyusha is better. She has to simply play Bishop F2 and just I think push the A pawn. I think that looks like a simple plan to win the game. Rook G4, yes.
Yes.
I think
इसके बाद क्या plan है?
I think Bishop F2 खेल के C5 pawn attack कर सकते हैं, and then that also prevents Bishop D4 ideas. And then you can start pushing the A pawn, I guess. That looks normal. C5 मारने के बाद. So I think Team C will win of course. Pratyusha is winning now. Team B will lose, and Team A will win the open section. So I think that should be pretty much it.
Is Pratyusha winning or is still a draw?
Chat जितने लोग सबके सब हैं, सबके सब भाई एक बार ना हाई लिख दो भाई चैट में. Let's go. सबके सब भाई, जितने भी लोग चैट में भाई,
सब एक हाई कर दो भाई.
Let's go भाई. Let's go. कॉफ सिल्स पर बाबू खा लेंगे भाई. कॉफ सिल्स पक्का.
मैं अभी डिनर ऑर्डर कर रहा, एक सेकंड। हाँ, मम्मा का तबीयत खराब है यार।
हाँ ओके ओके। ये अभी ना बात, बार ड्रंक कह रहे हैं भाई, आप अपनी चिंता करो भाई, आप ड्रंक मत रहो, बार को छोड़ दो यार। अर्जुन 1 कह रहा है कोई, लेट मी चेक अर्जुन हैज वन और नॉट। ये हुई ना बात चैट, ये हुई ना बात, ये हुई ना फीलिंग भाई असली।
इंडियन इंजीनियर प्रतीक, आदित्य घाटिया, संस्कार शर्मा इज देयर, प्रतीक पाटिल, सो सिनले थ्यग, प्रतीक, अमन कुमार, समीर, शिवास, रिया, परबावेजा, अभय, पीयूष, विनायक, प्रतीक पाटिल, तुषार।
अरे बहुत लोग है भाई, ये हुई
बहुत
ना
लोग हैं
बात
भाई,
चैट,
थैंक
ये
यू
हुई
यार
ना अर्जुन ओपी
एवरीवन फॉर
इंडीड।
बीइंग हियर भाई।
इट्स मेट इन 17 फॉर अर्जुन नाउ। कैन वी गो टू अर्जुन्स गेम?
व्हाट?
हाँ इट्स मेट इन 17, लेट्स गो, इट्स ओवर।
Can he find it, guys? Meet in 17. Can we
आई
have?
थिंक आई थिंक उतना कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है भाई, मतलब 19 में भी कर लेगा तो चलेगा भाई। लेट्स गो भाई। ओके दिव्या आई थिंक मस्ट हैव लॉस्ट राइट। She was completely lost when we saw, I think, last.
Yeah, Divya is lost. But let's see this game ना एक बार। अर्जुन कहाँ दिख रहा है तेरे को मेट?
बेसिकली यार which move are you
46
on?
मूव तक हुआ है, 46 बिशप टू e5।
हाँ वहीं पे है, and it's
हाँ।
made in 17 basically because threat is now simply to give a couple of checks and finish the game. Yeah.
इंटरेस्टिंग। ओके, एक सेकंड में ऑर्डर करो प्लीज, टेक केयर ना निरंजन भाई। और
Resign किया उसने. Okay, so Divya loses. That's unfortunate. So Team A will also win chat and they will have equal number of points to the US. That will be very interesting. अब बहुत कम टीम ऊपर रह गई है यार, so I think बहुत chances है कि किसी ना किसी का इंडिया से पड़ जाएगा. बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग मैच आने वाला है यार. And I really hope whenever it happens, India can defeat the US, चाहे जो भी टीम से हो. अर्जुन रेटिंग का क्या है एवरेज? एवरेज मतलब मुकेश इंडिया नंबर 3. यस वीएस भाई, इंडिया नंबर 3 हो चुका है. वीडी नंबर 4 हो चुका है भाई. वीडी इज इंडिया नंबर 4 नाउ. ही इज द न्यू इंडिया नंबर 3 एट द एज ऑफ 16 buddy. That is crazy. At the age of 3.
at the age of 3?
Sorry, 16. India number 3 at age of 16. Sorry. At the age of 3. भाई साहब इमेजिन करो 3 साल की उम्र में कोई इंडिया नंबर 3 हो जाए.
क्या
भाई साहब सॉरी. My bad. India women 2 is 0-2. Yeah, I know. I think they will end up losing most likely. Yeah, that looks difficult. They had a very strong team. Hikaru Bokaru number 1 हो जाएगा भाई. Hikaru तो यार मतलब Hikaru तो टाइम पास करके कैंडिडेट जीतने वाला होता है यार, लिटरली टाइम पास करके. Prag game please. I think Prag game will go to. Let's just finish this game. No, it's about to finish. I think in a couple of moves. ये खत्म कर लेते हैं. समय भाई से दूर रहो कह रहे थे. मैं क्यों भाई दूर क्यों रहना यार? It should be okay. It should be okay. It should be okay, chat. Prag game ही देखनी है क्या? Okay. Maybe we can alternate between the Prag and the Arjun game, and we can see both. That will be awesome. So this is the Adiban game, I think. Yeah. So Prag की गेम में काफी सिंप्लीफिकेशन हो चुकी है. Now it's a dead draw, chat. So उसने सारे पॉइंट एक्सचेंज कर लिए. He also took on G3, and with this, I think he's ensured himself a draw. So Team B will not only win the match, they will also win it 3-1, and that too against the 4th seed. स्पेन को हरा दिया. और स्पेन से पता कौन कौन सी टीम है? India 2, US, and I think Norway, right? Only these 3 teams are above. I'll just confirm. But 3 ही टीम ऊपर थी भाई स्पेन से. That is how strong India 2 is now. Yeah, Norway तो बहुत पीछे है. So only India and India main team and US team are stronger than Spain, who are still ahead. What's your qualification? Not much भाई. जो भी समय से मिलता है उसकी रेटिंग कम हो जाती है भाई. ऐसा नहीं है, मैं भी मिल के आया हूँ. थोड़ा बहुत रेटिंग कम तो नहीं हुई मेरी. खेला ही नहीं हूं मैं. समय इन्फ्लुएंसर तो है. सीवीआई पे अर्जुन 1 बोल रहे हैं. Let me check if he is 1. Arjun. I think he might have resigned. Yeah, mate in 15 दिखा रहा है अब तो. He might have resigned his opponent. It is possible.
This is a very bad position. Yeah.
This is not. This is over. Why? This is over literally because picture se check aa raha hai, E7 check aa raha hai. It's just over. Rakesh 2-3 मैच में इंडिया नंबर 2 भी हो सकता है यार. 2 मैच में हो सकता है भाई. टू बी ऑनेस्ट एक मैच में हो सकता है if he defeats somebody like Caruana and then Hare Krishna loses. It's possible to do it.
किसके साथ होगा? यूएस के साथ हो सकता है ना?
I think depend करता है ना.
Is there any other team जिसका था full score क्या?
Let me check.
Do we have a score like scorecard or something?
I'll just check कोई ऐसी टीम है क्या जो
हाँ कल का तो होगा ना स्टैंडिंग्स.
फिलहाल के लिए
दिखा सकते हैं कल के हिसाब से.
फिलहाल के लिए India 2 has won all games. India 1 has won today, but they have not won all games. US has won today, but they had not all the games. This was the standings, yeah.
For today.
So clearly Spain to lost. Spain lost. England is 1 each against Armenia. Let me check what's happening in both the games.
Armenia, England,
in one
और
game,
Israel
England is lost. So England will not win, chat. England will not win. At best, they can tie. At best.
तो इंग्लैंड का था किसके साथ?
इंग्लैंड का था against Armenia.
आर्मेनिया यानी इजराइल का?
इजराइल का था against US, so they lost.
Okay, Israel lost.
So Armenia is the only other team, yeah, who can basically get to full points.
आर्मेनिया
because right now they have one each
full points and हम लोग का नेक्स्ट मैच हो सकता है कि आर्मेनिया के साथ होगा.
उन्हीं के साथ होगा कंफर्म because basically क्या है कि आर्मेनिया का वन ईच है अगेंस्ट इंग्लैंड. उनका एक बोर्ड पे डेड ड्रॉ है which is done. ठीक है. और एक बोर्ड पे they are completely winning. That is McShane against Melkumian. Yeah, this is the game, right?
Can we check the game एक बार? निरंजन, can you search the game क्या? आर्मेनिया का? आर्मेनिया.
McShane against Melkumian. Yeah, Melkumian against McShane, maybe something like this. Yes, that's the only game which is completely winning for white basically. So this will ensure Armenia win and they will have the perfect score. Yeah, so if Armenia wins this, it's Armenia against India 2 tomorrow. Confirm. If they don't win, if it's a draw, then India 2 against US.
This cannot be a draw.
I'm just saying, by chance draw ho jaye, then India 2 against the US most likely. And if Armenia wins, then India 2 against Armenia most likely.
Wow.
Not confirmed. Most likely.
Most likely, this can be the matchup, guys. Either Armenia or USA. Let's see why.
Armenia mein hoga. Maybe they won all the matches exactly. Women's A won. They already won. What's your thought on commentators chess streamer? Awesome. एक round of all the games हो सकता है क्या? बिल्कुल करेंगे यार अभी. Arjun won apparently. Let me check. Chat करिए. Arjun has won. Yes, Arjun has won. We can update the score. It's over. Chat. Team A India has won. Opponent has resigned. And Arjun has won his game. It's over.
And here Armenia is just completely winning that.
So I will also check Prag's game briefly. If something has happened, we can focus on the Armenia game. Let me check Prag's game.
We can just move to that game. That's okay.
Prag mein chalna kya? ठीक है, we can go.
We can just move.
I think this is winning, right? White will win easily. So
yeah.
Armenia का most likely होगा इंडिया के साथ.
And वो आ भी गया है उसमें, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
हाँ.
ये रहा प्रग का गेम अपना.
Yeah, this is the draw, man. This is the draw because
78 moves already played, guys.
Yeah, chat.
Is he so low on time? Do we have the cam? Can we check actually? दिखेगा क्या हम लोग को?
I think दूर से है. I mean, we have the cam. I think most likely we'll see. Oh, knight h4. It's over now. Just bishop h4 draw खत्म. Just take on h4 and it's over, right?
कहाँ आया? अच्छा अभी आया.
That should be over. That should be over. Although even bishop g5 should be fine, but I think just bishop h4 should be draw. India a1 2.5 1.5. Yes,
and outside pass for नहीं है उससे problem.
हाँ, but the king can stop it easily actually. I think हाँ opponent game में जा नहीं पाओगे फिर ये चक्कर है. You cannot go into opponent game. That is true. Next match pairing will come. I think in a couple of hours. Chat. I think जब समय stream कर रहा होगा तब आ जाएगी वो. उस टाइम पे समय से पूछ लेना. बाकी कल हम stream करेंगे सुबह exact pairing देखने के लिए. VD India 4 OP अरे यार VD बेचारा पता नहीं यार मतलब कुछ भी हो VD को रोस्ट करने के लिए चैट में जो तैयार होती है. I don't know why that's the case.
खेल रहा है यार मस्त तो खेल रहा है brother.
हाँ मतलब he's playing decent chess man. Like he's not playing bad chess. I think he's not playing his best chess, but he's playing decent chess. And yeah, as long as India keeps winning, तो कोई चक्कर ही नहीं है. Thank you Nitesh bhai. So women's section में chat, I think I should verify if what's happening. We have a couple of games. We have few games remaining. Let me just check what's happening.
साहिल भाई, you are welcome in my home for dinner in a small village in Maharashtra भाई. मेरे को नहीं बुलाया भाई, तेरे को ही सिर्फ बुलाया भाई. ये
भाई
गलत है
20 आएंगे तो 20 शर्ट्स के साथ, वरना भाई हम दुबई भी नहीं गए 20 शर्ट्स के बिना यार, तो ऐसे
भाई.
कैसे
अरे
भाई?
अरे अरे. ट्रोल तो समय भाई होंगे अभी. समय भाई खुद ही जोक मार रहे होंगे भाई. अरे he has captured on H4 भाई.
Yeah, it makes
He
sense,
captured
man.
knight.
It makes sense. It makes sense to change the character of the position, because the thing is, the king will safely defend all these pawns, and black queen can give a perpetual. Yeah, I think it should be easy draw now. But pawn endgame में नहीं जाना है. Pawn endgame might be a bit sus. Even that might be drawn, but let's not risk it. नहीं, that might not be drawn. H4 आएगा तो draw नहीं होगा. VD is playing for the team. वो दुबई का प्लान कितनों को पता होगा, ये तो है भाई. B-Stats YouTube brother, you're right भाई.
अरे थैंक यू नितेश भाई.
What is India ranking? India team B is ranked 1 यार, for sure.
King to S6.
I'm not sure.
King S7 और क्या करोगे? कोई S6 S7.
I was
H8.
wondering king. Yeah, ये तो है यार. Like I would love to play king f7, but queen h5 apparently is losing, so that's not possible. Yeah, king h6, king h7 then I guess. Yeah, check देना पड़ेगा free का उसको.
Yes भाई, खाना ऑर्डर कर लिया. Thank you भाई for reminding.
So basically, chat, let's do a roundup. Basically, team A,
Yes.
opposition India has won 2.5, 1.5. Today, it basically was Arjun who struck with the white pieces and won the game. Then team B in India has also won already 2.5, defeating the 4th seed of the tournament, Spain, in convincing fashion.
Bro,
what the hell just happened in Prag's game?
He played king to f8 and it's just lost.
Oh,
by king s7 ही था
अरे
भाई.
यार, he
Indian भी बोल
went.
रहा
He
था
was
भाई.
also worried about what I thought was a problem, because I was like, कि check के साथ नहीं जाने देना, and suddenly it's lost.
But
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
Indian
that is
said
so sad.
the check के साथ जाना is fine, but you
That
are
is
close to
so
that
sad.
pawn is good.
That is just so sad. Prague will be
Hey,
like,
he has only 1.5 minutes by.
Prague would be very angry at himself right now. He would be very, very angry, because bishop h4 was not even forced. And I think even I would have taken h4, but king f8, clearly a mistake here. And threat is, if you trade queens, it might be over. Arey yaar, this was a draw, man. He had to just play king h6. Yeah, we already won. That's true, but this extra point might be a big difference. Yeah, at the end, half 1 point jo hoga hamare paas tie break mein. And it is, I think, tie break zyada, it's more about Prague's confidence, right? It's losing because queen d8 check is an option if the queen moves. And if I trade queens, I'm winning with the king pawn in the game. So I think you have to move the queen somewhere. Let's say queen to g6, but then queen d8 picks up the d6 pawn, and it's over.
Bhai, but queen f6 is the only winning move.
He played queen a4, kya? Yeah, but this is lost. Queen f6 check is lost on the spot.
Yes.
Arey yaar, shit. He must be so angry right now at himself, Prague. He must be very angry at himself.
कुछ और खेल दे वो गलती से king s3 वगैरह खेल.
नहीं यार, he is 2675 man, world top 50 player है वो.
भाई क्या पता यार, होता है यार, कभी खेल देता है यार.
Question Abdusarov are on 5 there, maybe competition between them for gold for bold 1. Indeed, I think उनका आपस में मैच होगा, तभी चलेगा कौन जीतने वाला है. We are lucky, yeah, somehow then both Adiban and Gukesh won, because this would be a huge turnaround, because we were expecting a draw, and then suddenly Prague is losing. He must be very angry at himself right now. And I think White notices this. Yeah, he notices that he's winning. Women's में यार B category team is losing. I think C category is already they are winning. I think 2-1 है, and A category is already I think they're also winning. Vaishali is winning, and she needs a draw to win.
Yeah.
Oof. This is a sad, man. Yeah, queen f6 check played. That's the most obvious move in the position. King played to g8. You take on e6 with check now, and that's the problem, man. Check. Everything falls apart. That's the problem.
Not liking this. But Prag के पास time नहीं था. Just 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, but it was so close. He played such a great defense, such a great defensive play. But at the last, he kind of faltered.
अभी भी देखते हैं भाई, क्या पता कहीं कुछ परपेचुअल निकल.
No, it's just too many pawns. It's just too many pawns, and it should be lost. Prague will resign soon. Yeah, he must be angry at himself. Yeah, clearly angry. Yep, he takes on e6 with check. King h7 played, and now queen d6 would be winning as well, but a slight mistake. I think he can just. First, he can give a check on e7, I think, and force the king to the back rank, and then he can take on d6. I think that might be even a better try.
मत करो ना यार, लो ना सीधे, कुछ तो दो ऑप्शन है यार.
Yep.
Okay, he played.
And he resigned, chat. Plug has resigned.
He resigned.
So that is just kind of anticlimactic end.
Hmm.
But regardless, Team B wins. Team B wins 2.5, 1.5. So Team A has won in the open section chat. Team B has won in the open section, and Team C has also won. All the three teams winning 2.5, 1.5. So we are done with the open section. Just to update everybody else, I think Norway and Netherlands both have won, and US is still playing. But Dominguez is completely winning. So US is going to win as well. And now we can switch to the women's section and see what's happening there. No, Team B has not lost, Amrish bhai. They still won. They still won.
No. The Team B has won, guys. All India Open board में जितने भी हैं, सबको सब जीत चुके 2.5, 4. Okay.
Exactly. So now we go to the women's section and see what's happening there.
वैशाली का गेम किधर गया?
नहीं, एक game lost first, I think. They had a couple of draws today. Loss, I think, first wala hai, most likely, if I'm not mistaken. In the women's section, we have, I think, one game remaining in the A category where Vaishali is playing. So, Vaishali drew, chat. Vaishali drew. So that means Team A has already won 2.5, 1.5. So everybody winning 2.5, 1.5, right?
Yeah, almost.
Nice. So Vaishali has won. And Team C, there was one game going on. That was Pratyusha.
One second.
Let's quickly check that.
Yeah, Pratyusha ka game. Like, can you check from your Sutra, bhai? Is there any update in the game?
Yeah, I'll check the Sutra, bhai. Ek second. Sutra check kar rahe bhai, bahut jaldi. Yeah, so we saw it till, I think, Rook F3, right? And Rook G4 something.
For the fifth move, Bishop capture on D2.
No, Queen D2 tha.
Oh, sorry.
Queen D2, Rook G4.
Okay, Queen D2, Rook G4.
Bishop F2.
Rook G4, Bishop F2.
Bishop E5.
Bishop to E5.
A5. She pushes the A pawn. That's a slight mistake, I think. Now Queen G7.
Bishop to वो क्या खेली पहले?
E5.
Bishop to E5. She pushes the A5.
A5 pawn. Now Queen to G7.
Queen to G7.
Threatening the pawn on G2 basically with check. So she plays Bishop takes C5, takes the pawn. Defends it with the Queen. Now Rook takes H4, takes the H4 pawn. And this was actually a huge blunder. Apparently King H8 for some reason here is winning for black apparently, which is just ridiculous. But she plays Rook H4. Now 97 check is winning on the spot for Pratyusha. But she plays Knight takes F4, which is also better. 97 was winning apparently. But she plays Knight takes F4 instead.
Knight takes F4.
Yeah.
Okay.
King H8 played now finally.
King H8.
Getting out of any checks. And now Knight to H3 played, which is a slight inaccuracy. Queen F2 was better, but she plays Knight to H3.
Knight to H3 she played.
And now black played Rook to G4. And the game is still equal. So Team C में we already have 2-1. So we need a draw at least. That's it. हमें draw चाहिए game जीतने के लिए. And hopefully Pratyusha should be able to do that, I think, in this position. Prague lost, chat. Prague lost, unfortunately. I'll quickly go to Team B as well, जो 2 game चल रहे हैं. And I'll let you know what's happening there. Padmini and Vantika are still
सारे pawn है यार, 3 pawn है इधर. फिर भी
but King weak है ना यार, King weak है actually. By the way, Vantika
छोड़ के जा ही नहीं सकता ना.
By the way, Vantika's game is a dead draw. I think it's not over yet, but it's a king pawn and game dead draw. So I think we can pretty much assume Team B has lost because it's only 0-2 and Vantika is going to draw her game. A lot has happened. They've reached a king pawn and game, which is just drawn.
भाई यहाँ तो 36 moves है.
So it's over. Basically, it was a long end game. They reached king pawn and game, so dead draw. So I think it's over for Team B basically. Team B has lost. Team B has lost. Team C ka result I think pending hai. Pratyusha game. We can stick to that one.
Okay. If इधर ये draw हो गया तो Team C wins, right?
Yes, draw हो गया तो Team C wins.
और Team B में बस एक गेम और क्या-क्या गेम बाकी है Team B में? We have only 2 results.
Vantu ke alawa, I think she's playing. I forgot her name. Padmini is playing. Padmini is playing, but I think it's also a draw. So most likely 3-1 we'll end up losing on B board. How much rating would you give to Queen's Gambit series? I think it's not pretty impressive. 9 out of 10 sounds pretty appropriate. Like it was
9 out of 10, so good.
हाँ, it was pretty good. देखा है आपने?
नहीं.
अरे भाई देखो भाई, चेस प्ले देखना जरूरी है, बहुत सही है. Of course it's not that long and it's only one season, but it's pretty impressive.
Okay, we'll watch it someday.
Also a bit difficult in reality to happen. Like it's a bit hypothetical, I think. It's not possible for somebody to play so well so quickly. And why is my shirt simply disappearing for some reason? I don't know. Anyways. Chat of सिर्फ ये game pending है. I think all Indian teams have won so far. Open section में all 3 have won. Women's में A section has won. B section has already lost because Vantika drew, and C section needs a draw to win this. And सारी टीमें 2.5, 1.5 जीतेंगी ना, apart from women's team B.
Yes, correct. Team B had a bad day, it seems like.
आज का Twitch का सीरीज मिल गया. I think वो सबने देख रखा होगा, but हाँ, we still can watch it on Twitch.
It doesn't matter किसने देख रखा है. I can still watch it.
देखो भाई. India B, yeah, women's section. I think Georgia ने थोड़ा सा ना वो कर दिया है. Georgia defeated 2 teams, and tomorrow they might end up playing the A team now. So तीनों team थोड़ा सा एक टक ना हो जाए. Zambia losing the games, winning the hearts. Indeed, man. Zambia ने क्या वो किया है ना, crazy.
भाई सब कुछ exchange नहीं कर सकते. ये अगर मैं खेलूं.
So a few moves happened since then. After Rook G4, she played Bishop. नहीं, wait a second. It was कितने moves चुके हैं वहाँ पे? 50. So Rook G4 के बाद Rook F2 was played.
Rook F2, okay.
And now suddenly, after Rook to G8.
Rook to G8.
Played.
Okay.
Black is also putting a lot of pressure on G2, man. This is not easy. And Pratyusha has 7.5 minutes. Her opponent has 1.5. So she's under time pressure. That should help Pratyusha.
Who is leading? India B is guys leading right now currently. एक और गेम आर्मेनिया का चल रहा है, ठीक है, which you can check out just तुरंत ही. मैक्शेन का. Oh, मैक्शेन के अगेंस्ट जो था वो जीत गया क्या? आर्मेनिया has won already, right?
हाँ,
आर्मेनिया जीत गया भाई. आर्मेनिया जीत गया तो आर्मेनिया का स्कोर क्या है? 2.5.
हाँ, they also won. But India team B remains number 1 on tie breaks, yeah, still.
Okay, in tie breaks, India B is at top, and most likely कल होगा India B versus Armenia, right?
And if they defeat Armenia and if the US draws, then they'll be 1 point ahead. Like it will be insane. US के हारने के बाद भी जीत सकते हैं शायद.
Oh wow.
That's how crazy.
US हारेंगे क्यों? US से draw भी.
वैसे कह रहा हूँ, एक बैकअप रहेगा भाई. They can go all crazy.
AG tweeted. What did AG tweet, bhai?
Let me check. Hopefully he's feeling fine, yeah, first of all.
So concerned, na? Itna pyar.
Yeah, of course, man. Anish is awesome. No, he did not tweet anything, by the way. Purana tweet hai, bhai. Kal ka tweet actually.
Okay. इसके आगे कुछ हुआ क्या? Because she's very long.
नहीं, she's thinking. She has 7 minutes on the clock. Chat ये गेम खत्म होने वाली, बहुत जल्दी खत्म होने वाली यार. Chat क्या लग रहा है so far, yeah? Like, to be honest, I think Team B of India is really proving what everybody said, yeah, कि मतलब they might actually have better chances in some cases because they are going for the win basically. So what do you think so far? Do you think Team B can win gold? Touch wood, I don't want to jinx anything, but do you think Team B, Indian Team B, can win gold? What do you think? What do you think, Chad? Yes or no? Googie OP Indian man. इससे वाला pre-recorded reaction उसके यूज करके ट्वीट पढ़ लो भाई. कौन सा रिएक्शन भाई
पता नहीं भाई क्या बोल.
Laksh is saying yes from Akshat.
They are playing brilliant, I feel, भाई. Amazing.
Yes from Dhyanam. Nice. Yeah, I feel so. India B can win a medal for sure, but US and India A are waiting for them. Yeah, but I think they are waiting behind now.
They are waiting way behind.
Way behind. If Team B continues like this, nobody can stop them, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it feels like they are continuing on a great path, man.
Pressure तो उन पे है ना. They have to prove they are better than India.
हाँ, टीम बी को तो यार मतलब like चैट बाय द वे 5 राउंड हो चुके हैं और 6 पेंडिंग है. We are almost through half the tournament now. And टीम बी ने एवरी राउंड के बाद ये अपना डोमिनेंस मेंटेन करी है.
नहीं चैट, ऐसा नहीं होता. If टीम बी wins gold, टीम ए को भी गोल्ड ही मिलेगा. ऐसा नहीं होता.
नहीं भाई, ऐसा नहीं है.
अलग है.
ऐसा नहीं है. जस्ट बिकॉज तुम्हारे भाई ने ओलंपिक में मेडल जीता, ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई तुम्हें भी मेडल मिलेगा भाई. तुम्हें भी प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहेंगे, ओह माय गॉड आप इनके भाई हैं, आपको भी मेडल दिया जाएगा. ऐसे नहीं होता भाई. वो प्रिक्ट वाला बंदा विल डिलीट वेबसाइट. या मोस्ट लाइकली यस, अब तो डिलीट करना ही पड़ेगा भाई. टीम वी आर ऑल साउथ इंडियंस. यू थिंक साउथ इंडियन मोर इंटेलिजेंट? आई थिंक इंटेलिजेंट की बात नहीं है. आई थिंक चेस कल्चर ज्यादा है बिकॉज विशी आनंद वाज फ्रॉम साउथ इंडिया. सो यू हैव लाइक आई थिंक सो लाइक I think 1/3 of the grandmasters are like from Tamil Nadu itself, or 1/4. I don't know. Like South में culture ज़्यादा chess का. That's why you have more people taking up the game and hence more number of grandmasters.
इसलिए भी क्योंकि वहाँ पे मतलब Vishy was from there ना.
Exactly. अब मान लो यहाँ से कोई North India से कोई world champion बन जाए, so वो भी
वैसा ही होता है यार. लाइफ वैसा ही चलता है. अभी हम लोग अगर ओलंपियाड जीत गए सोचो, then again chess will be promoted to some like better.
True.
जैसे तुम सोचो ना, फुटबॉल में अगर सोचो इंडिया कभी सिर्फ खेलने चला गया वर्ल्ड कप,
हाँ कितना फर्क पड़ेगा.
पहुंच गया तो कितना फर्क पड़ेगा. एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग टू चेंज.
By the way, after rook g8, a6 was played. She simply tried to queen the pawn.
a6 was played, okay.
Black plays rook to g3.
Rook to g3.
Threatening the knight on h3 now because the pawn is pinned. So white plays king to f1.
King to f1.
Unpinning it. But now rook takes b3. So black picks up the pawn on b3 now.
Rook takes b3. Okay.
And black is still slightly better actually. So Pratusha better somehow find a way to win. Otherwise मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Zambia drew to Norway. क्या बात कर रहे हो? कुछ भी. That's not possible.
No.
नहीं. I think Norway won 3.5 half.
Norway already
won. नहीं होगा भाई.
half.
इतना भी नहीं है यार. इतना भी नहीं है. Carlsen won his game, man. When Carlsen wins, it's very difficult, yeah. साउथ में सिर्फ चेस का नहीं, स्पोर्ट्स का भी कल्चर गजब है. यार स्पोर्ट्स का कल्चर तो हरियाणा ही बहुत सही है, ऐसी बात नहीं है. आई थिंक जब कोई एथलीट फर्स्ट आता है हरियाणा में तो दे गेट द मोस्ट अमाउंट ऑफ मनी.
वी हैव पद्मनी's camp and Padmani's game as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's I think the game is stuck there. This is not the actual position, but it does feel like it's worse. I'm getting inside news that VD has filmed up for his vlog last night, which is why he lost today. ये क्या भाई? Is the Uzbekistan team strong?
But
yes, man.
VD didn't lose today, na?
No, he didn't.
फिर ये क्या है?
He's saying Norway board 3 draw. Okay. फरीदाबाद is in Haryana. Yes, भाई. But chess में उतना culture नहीं है यार हरियाणा में, unfortunately. Most at least हरियाणा की ही produce करता है. I know, man. But chess में unfortunately that's not the case. chess में बहुत पीछे है हरियाणा यार.
There has to be someone who like promotes it over there. वैसा.
Basically, Padmini had to win. They've already lost, man. 2.5 half already है ना. So there's nothing Padmini is playing for actually. Yeah. So it's just kind of a depressing scenario. Like there's no hope because it's lost also. And even if you had something, I think it was a draw actually at some point. It might still be a draw.
But you have को moves दिख रहा है क्या इसमें भी?
नहीं दिख नहीं रहे हैं actually.
Okay.
I can check actually what the position is right now and let you know. Give me a second. Yeah, I can see the game. It is a draw actually. It is a draw. Repetition हो रही है. And they will win, yeah. I think it's a draw. It's a draw. So Pratyusha ki game is the only one shot remaining right now. That's the only game.
So
repetition will be the only one. Oh, Pratyusha is lost. She's lost. Can we go back to the Pratyusha game again? After rook to b3, she played queen to d5. A horrific blunder. It's lost, completely lost now.
-8. तो b3 के बाद क्या? Sorry.
She played queen to d5 now.
Queen to d5.
She's trying to push a7, a8, but now rook b1 check is completely lost.
Rook b1 check, and what do you play now?
King e2 is the only move, I guess.
The only one.
She plays rook b1 check. It's completely lost. -14. Oh my god. Team C will draw now, chat. Team C will draw. Unfortunately, that's sad for Pratyusha. Unfortunately, she went for the pushing the pawn, but forget about king. Yeah, king safety bhul gayi. And now it's -54, chat. Yeah.
-54.
King e2 now. Queen g4 check is over.
Yes, queen g4 check. खेला क्या उसने queen g4 check?
She's not played yet. She's thinking of it. This should be
Queen-
over, chat. King
queen
on
g4
e2 is
पे
horrific.
What would you do? Nothing you can do.
Not much to do actually. कुछ नहीं कर सकते, chat. Queen g4 check played. Yes, played on the board. Rook f3 allows queen g2 check. King d2 allows queen d1 check. Queen f3, I guess, allows queen c4 check with mate in 9. So it's over, chat.
It's over. Resignation incoming. This is too bad.
Yeah, that's sad. And, she had more time as well. She could not find the best defense. She was over ambitious, actually. She wanted to win, I think. She played queen d5 with the idea, I think, of basically playing a7, a8 queens, yeah?
Yes.
But she completely underestimated the attack that will suddenly come up. Chad, Padmini drew. It was a draw, of course. So that is, I think, over for team B as well. 1-3, we have lost. And then we have finally team C playing, where we are going to have a draw. Rook f3 played now, but queen g2 check.
Rook f3 is played?
Yes, rook f3 played.
But queen g2 check, na?
Yeah, queen g2 check. And you can't win the rook. I think rook f2 would allow queen takes h3 at the very least, to be honest. Let's see what black plays now. Chad, it's over. Khatam bhai. Over. Finish. किसी ने ये नहीं बोला यार कि प्रत्युषा को समय की स्ट्रीम पे लाया था कि नहीं. फालतू में भाई बेचारा वीडियो रोस्ट होता है हर बार, पता नहीं क्यों.
ए भाई, पर it's not so simple ना. You can't take on s3 ना. You can't take s3. s3 लूंगा तो मैं यहाँ से
हाँ, s3 शायद नहीं लेना पड़ेगा. I think उस e5 check के साथ मर रहा है.
चेक देगा तो ये तो खत्म है. ये lost है.
It might be a problem. So I think after rook f3, queen g2, what do you play now? Rook f2 क्या? Oh, rook b2 check आ रहा है यार पीछे से.
हाँ, rook b2 check ये तो.
हाँ, so let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Then what can you play? चलो देखते हैं. Let's see what she plays.
The queen g2 played, knight to f2 played now, and it's mate in 3 now, chat. Can you find it, chat? कौन निकालेगा? Mate in 3, chat. निकालो भाई. Let's go, chat. Who will find mate in 3 now? कौन निकालने वाला है, chat? बताओ भाई. India C will draw, yeah. India C women's will draw. Women's section will draw. They have already got 2 points, so it will be a draw. So queen f1 check, indeed. Then king
queen
goes to
check.
d2. Only move, I think. E3 as well is possible, regardless. I don't know. And queen f1 check. King d2 के बाद, I think rook b2 check.
Rook b2 check.
King के पास एक ही square है ना, e3, and then queen e2 is mate.
e3 and queen to e2 is mate.
Queen to e2 is mate. So that should be game over, chat. Let's just wait for the game to finish. And yep, queen f1 check played on the board. Queen f1 on the board, chat.
Queen f1 is on the board. Rook to b2 and it's over.
King d2 अभी नहीं खेला है. I think she will just resign now. Whole point we'll see if we can get it. यार, we'll try to get it, but I'm not sure if we'll have it because बहुत teams अभी result खेल रहे होंगे ना. बहुत teams खेल रहे होंगे अभी. I think this was a kind of self-inflicted, yeah. Matlab, she should have gone for the draw, kept it safe. Like king safe rakho na, then you cannot lose this game with 2 pass pawns. She went for the ambitious way of winning it very quickly, and suddenly she's completely lost. And there's
Prag has lost, chat.
Prag lost, yeah. Prag lost in a 10 drop position. He blundered in 1 move.
Georgia को check.
अभी हुआ नहीं है. She's thinking. Yeah, Georgia मेरे को अपनी टीम A को ही रोकना पड़ेगा यार. टीम B और टीम C दोनों को धूल चटा दिया जॉर्जिया ने.
अभी कल क्या हो सकता है इंडिया के साथ, क्या उनका
हो सकता है? हाँ, बिल्कुल फुल पॉइंट्स है दोनों के. इंडिया वन 1 गोल्ड इन लॉन बॉल हिस्ट्री. पहली बार हम लोग जीते हैं ये गेम में कोई मेडल. ऑसम.
वाह. And this would be the last game, right? इसके बाद और कुछ भी.
King d2 played. Yes, this is the last game. Rook b2 check played.
And that's b2 over. And I think that's over. That's just.
Yeah, it's mate in 1 now.
Incoming. They're the only move into e3.
Yeah, that's sad. During Prague game, I went to an S board and played a few moves and well went +6. And I was like, damn, I'm so bad. I managed to lose a drawn position too. And I guess Prague tried to console me by losing. Yeah, I don't think that was his priority. But yeah, it was just a happy side effect for you, man. Prague lost, man. Prague lost. Yeah, King e3 played. And she's playing till the end. Yeah, she's like,
Yeah.
she must be angry at herself, I guess. And Queenie 2 hasn't played, chat. So with this, chat, all the games have finished. We have all the scores. The open section, mein, all three teams have won 2.5, 1.5. That's great.
Yes.
It could have been higher also. Women's section, mein, team A has won 2.5, 1.5. So they maintain their perfect score. Team C has drawn. So they have lost. They lost yesterday and drew yesterday. And team B, which had perfect score, has also lost to Georgia. So they also are lacking behind now by one loss. So tomorrow we'll have all important match of team A women's section. And then we'll have, of course, as you can see, okay, this is not here yet. I think team A ka बहुत interesting रहेगा match, team B का बहुत interesting रहेगा open section में, and women's का भी team A का बहुत interesting रहेगा. We might see Armenia against team B because these are the only teams with the perfect score. These are the results chat in front of you.
Yes. So you can see the results over here, guys. India A has won 2.5, 1.5 against Romania. India 2 also won 2.5, 1.5 against Spain. India 3 won 2.5, 1.5 against Chile. Women section में आएंगे तो India 1 has won 2.5, 1.5 against France. Women section team B, not a good day for them. They have lost 1-3, I think, not 1-4. And India 3, it was a draw against Brazil, 2-2. And kal par there will be very interesting because on the top of the leaderboard currently is India B open section में, and उनका match हो सकता है Armenia के साथ, who has also won all their matches up till now.
Yes, that will be a crazy match. And I think if India can win that will be a huge lead. India scores 13-11. Chad, you can check it on my stream thumbnail. मैंने 13-11 लिखा था आज.
Wow, seriously?
हाँ, check करो 13. मैं thumbnail change नहीं किया. Check करो. I predicted 13-11. Check करो.
Wow, साहिल टिक्कू सुबह prediction करके आता है.
ये फालतू में खेल रहे हैं. मैंने पहले ही predict कर लिया था भाई साहब. यार चाहे मैं
13-11 लिखा हुआ है भाई डे 5.
वही तो कह रहा हूँ भाई. मैंने predict किया था भाई. देखा कौन कहता है prediction सही नहीं करता भाई. बिल्कुल सही करता भाई.
Prediction OP guys, incredible. एंड कल के लिए देखते हैं क्या प्रेडिक्शन करता है. ठीक,
हाँ, पेयरिंग आएगी तो मैं देखूंगा.
हाँ, सुबह ज्वाइन करिए. उसके कितने बजे तू करता है? 12 बजे कर रहा हूँ.
12 बजे करता हूँ. हाँ,
12 बजे ही स्ट्रीम्स. सो डू चेक इट आउट. प्लीज लाइक द स्ट्रीम ओवर हियर एज वेल ऑन chess.com गाइस.
चैट जितने लोग चैट में, कैन वी क्विकली लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड गेट टू 700 लाइक्स इफ पॉसिबल. चैट जल्दी से.
और एक बार सबको चैट में इंडिया ओपी लिख दे भाई, जितने भी लोग हैं.
सबका कर लो. 100 करोड़ वेस्ट हो गया. ये क्या भाई. ठीक है, आई विल मेक ऑल प्रेडिक्शंस फॉर 100 crores. नहीं, आई विल डू इट फॉर 100 rupees ओनली. बहुत सस्ते में कर लूंगा. करोड़ तुम रखो. इंडिया ओपी इन द चैट.
इंडिया ओपी इन द चैट भाई. क्या ही खेला है टीमों ने.
बहुत बढ़िया, मजा आ गया यार.
इंडिया भी, आई लव्ड इट.
हाँ, बहुत सही, बहुत सही. गोल्ड का प्रेडिक्शन, इट विद टाइम, गुड थिंग्स हैपन विद टाइम भाई. पेशेंस. एक बंदा पाकिस्तान ओपी कर रहा है भाई. ये लोग. ठीक है chat, I think it's time
with
for
this. I think it is time to leave. Thank you so much for joining. Sahil bhai, Niranjan bhai, thank you for all the support from the back and chess.com OP, India OP. कल फिर मिलेंगे.
Indeed OP भाई.
Indeed is not OP at all. ठीक है. Bye chat. Thank you so much for joining everyone. See you.
Bye chat. See you tomorrow. Take care. Keep smiling.
This is fit memory for us. Thank you very much.
So which one should we go for?